Hashtag C251 Purple Gold Armor-Piercing Bow. Okay. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Seeing Han Xiao like this, Bai Shaoxing could understand his feelings. After all, a dark gold manifestation talisman is not something that can be measured by money. If this happened to him, it would not be as simple as losing his composure. But until now, he still couldn't understand why Han Xiao took the initiative to throw away the manifestation talisman. Even if he was killed, the probability of this thing dropping was not high. It was just a task. Was Lu Yan really that important to him? Or were they hooking up? Thinking of Lu Yan's half-naked appearance in the video, Bai Shaoxing's gossip heart burst, but it was difficult to ask such questions. Han Xiao was already in a bad mood today, and he might get angry. Clicking the confirmation on the transaction box, the backpack of 30 slots was immediately filled up, and there was no room for one more piece. Bai Shaoxing had already vaguely understood the importance of the blood ginseng to Han Xiao at this time, so he simply stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, "Besides this, is there anything else you need to explain? If not, I will go and call someone to help you find the news of the blood ginseng. No more, let's leave it at that for now." Xiao Han thought about it, except for these two things, everything else can be put aside. However, when he mentioned Sure How just now, he suddenly remembered that the guy's purple longbow seemed to be still in his space ring. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he just picked it up in a hurry, and he didn't have time to see what the attributes were. That longbow should at least be a dark gold equipment. Thinking of the more than 2,000 points of damage caused to him by that arrow, Xiao Han actually guessed the grade of the purple longbow. Opening the space ring, he flipped back several pages in a row before he saw the dazzling purple. Damn! Why is it still a diamond equipment? Looking at the attributes of the purple longbow, Xiao Han was very shocked and took it out. Diamond equipment? What diamond equipment? Could it be the purple longbow in your hand? At this time, Bao Fengrui asked with a shocked face. If I remember correctly, this bow should be dropped by Sure How. It's really diamond equipment, you didn't see it wrong. Bai Shaoxing on the side also had an expression of disbelief, and Kuang Long was stunned by the news, staring blankly at the longbow that suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's hand. In fact, let alone them, even Xiao Han himself didn't dare to believe it. Since entering Perfect World, he has killed many bosses, and even more equipment has been dropped. But if you really count, the highest grade of equipment he personally dropped is only gold equipment. It's just because of the 100-fold reward that it has been upgraded by 2 grades out of thin air. As for the legendary Blood Demon Spear and the spiritual weapon level Ruyan Ring, they were all picked up on the ground, not dropped by killing bosses. He is already so powerful, but he still hasn't dropped a diamond level equipment, and he hasn't even dropped a dark gold equipment, so he is so shocked at this moment. Seeing the 3 people's faces that seemed to be hesitant to speak, Xiao Han didn't say much and immediately displayed the attributes. Purple gold armor-breaking bow, diamond level 20, attack plus 900, strength plus 420, agility plus 420, stamina plus 400. Special effect, armor-breaking, ignore 30% of the target's defense. Special effect, slow down, reduce the target's movement speed by 30%. Although the attack of this weapon is not as high as the bloodthirsty demon gun, it is only a level 20 equipment. More importantly, it is also a piece of equipment with dual special effects. Now the level of players is generally around level 15, and the slightly more powerful ones are almost at level 20, which is just right for use. Looking at such attributes, Xiao Han is actually still very depressed. If this purple gold armor-breaking bow was dropped by him, it would at least be a legendary level equipment. But his luck is too bad. So far, he has not even got a piece of dark gold equipment. Otherwise, with the domineering 100-fold reward, he should have had several legendary equipment. If that were the case, even without the blessing of the gourmet state, he could kill Chun Su, Sure How, and other players. Damn it! This guy's luck is too good. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse, but he didn't know that Guanglong, Bai, Xiaoxing and Bao Fengrui were also cursing the same words in their hearts at this time. It's okay to get so many top-quality equipment from wild monsters, but how can you get a diamond equipment by killing someone casually? Everyone entered perfect world together. How can the gap be so big? This is too infuriating. Depression, envy, jealousy, entanglement and other emotions emerged from their eyes one by one. But what can they do? They can only watch helplessly and can't say a word. Such a piece of equipment is worth at least tens of millions. If you can't afford it, how can you have the confidence to ask for it? Facing this situation, Xiao Han also knows it well. Bao Fengrui and Guanglong definitely can't afford it, and he doesn't intend to be a saintly bitch and give them equipment worth tens of millions. If they could rush over with their men when they were besieged today, maybe there would be such a possibility. But now, don't even think about it. Just helping to stop those guys with bad intentions on the way, it's not worth his thanks with diamond equipment. Holding the purple gold armor-piercing bow, Xiao Han opened the trading box again and said directly to Bai Xiaoxing, "You also take this equipment. Don't care how you deal with it, but you must get the information I want as soon as possible. As long as the matter is done, there will be more benefits waiting for you in the future." This is not good. Looking at the equipment on the trading box, Bai Xiaoxing was very tempted but still refused. "Its value is too high, my little heart. Can't stand it. With such temptation in front of you, don't you worry that I will run away. With the money? Hee. It's just a diamond equipment." Xiao Han chuckled, put the blood demon spear and Ruyan ring on it and asked with a smile, "With these two things you think I still care?" "Fuck. How is this possible?" Bai Xiaoxing stared at the two pieces of equipment that just appeared, his face full of disbelief. But the next second, the two pieces of equipment disappeared from the trading box, and he even thought he might be hallucinating. He slapped himself with a slap sound, and then said, "It hurts so much it seems that I am not dazzled." This operation has stunned Bao Fengrui and Guanglong on the side. But Bai Xiaoxing doesn't care at all and has no intention of explaining. He was silent for a while, looked at Xiao Han and said, "No more, I am too short-sighted. Wait a few months, when you hand these two things over to me, I will run away. With the money." Hee. "That's right." Xiao Han chuckled and cooperated. "It's such a small amount of money, why would you run away with the money? If you want to run away, you have to run away with a big sum." Seeing that the transaction has been completed, he doesn't plan to delay here any longer, so he continued, "Pay more attention to the blood ginseng. I'll leave first. As for the revenge, you can postpone it for the time being and talk about it when I come back from the dark forest. My communication will always be open. Contact me immediately if there is anything. #C252 The reward has increased again." Watching Han Xiao walk out of Piaxianglu, Bai Xiaoxing was still thinking about the equipment he had just seen. He really couldn't figure out what this guy did. How could he go to the graveyard of the dead and get so many good things out? This is not counting the materialization talisman that has already been in Shi Hao's hands, and the town building order in Chun Su's hands. In fact, to be honest, these two items are still slightly inferior to the spiritual ring, which is really abnormally strong. Not to mention that this is an equipment with no level requirements. Just looking at the double special skills and 3 special effects makes people drool. The only pity is that this ring can only be used by women. Otherwise, with Han Zhao's current level, let alone using skills, every ordinary attack of his is estimated to kill one person in seconds. "This thigh, you must hold it tight." Muttering softly, Bai Xiaoxing immediately opened the attribute panel and clicked into the forum, raising the original 100,000 bounty to 500,000, and also added a gold equipment. The news about the blood ginseng is so important to Han Xiao that he can't delay it for a moment. Then, looking at the equipment in his backpack, he suddenly felt a little worried. Except for the purple gold armor-piercing bow, all other equipment is level 50. It is probably not so easy to sell them at this time. In the past, he had no equipment to sell, but now he is worried about having too many equipment. He found that he seemed to be a little floating since he met Xiao. Forget it. Take your time. No longer paying attention to the equipment in the backpack by Xiaoxing. Opened the attribute panel and clicked on the avatar of a friend, intending to ask again if anyone knew the news about the blood ginseng, or let them help find it. But he found out of the corner of his eye that Bao Fengrui and Kuang Long were staring at him with wide eyes. What are you doing? The two guys' eyes were too scary. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help but said, Can you stop looking at me like that? Just say what you want to say. Don't you have anything to explain to us? As soon as Kuang Long asked, Bao Fengrui added anxiously, Yes, what did you see just now? Why are you so shocked? You should ask Han Xiao about this question. Looking at the two people's anxious faces, Bai Xiaoxing could understand their feelings, but he really couldn't say it without Han Zhao's permission. A dark gold embodiment talisman attracted so many peeping eyes. If the news that he had a legendary weapon and a spiritual ring was leaked, the players outside would be crazy. On the other side, Xiao Han left Piaoxiang Tower and went straight to the teleportation hall not far away. Because the four temples are all in the east of the city, the teleportation array here is the most congested, and the players waiting to leave have stretched out for a long way. If you queue up step by step, you have to wait for at least 40 or 50 minutes. Seeing more and more players gathering here, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and immediately walked to the front of the crowd and bought a front position. Again at the price of 10 gold coins. Hey, isn't this Han Xiao? As soon as he stood still, a night player who had just come out of the teleportation hall ran towards him excitedly, and said as he ran, Does your promise in the graveyard still count? What promise? Xiao Han was stunned, and didn't understand what he wanted to express. He asked in a daze, What did I say? Please explain it clearly. Fuck. We died so many people, you don't want to admit it. The night player's face froze, and he shouted loudly, When we were in the graveyard of the dead, you said it yourself, as long as we kill one person, you can get a silver equipment by watching the video. If you kill 5 people in a row, you will get an extra gold equipment. Even if you fail to kill anyone, as long as you make an effort, you can get a silver equipment. Have you forgotten it? For your promise, hundreds of us died. Are you fooling us? So that's what you were talking about. Faced with such a question by so many people around him, Xiao Han immediately pretended to be enlightened and explained, Since I promised, I will definitely fulfill it. He did forget about this matter, but he still had to admit this account. It was just a few hundred pieces of silver equipment, which was only 10 or 20 million yuan. It's not worth offending all the individual players for such a small amount of money. Otherwise, if he encounters such a thing in the future, who will help him? No matter when, he can't ruin his character. Trust is invisible and intangible, and it is not easy to build it, but once others agree with it, the role it can play will far exceed his imagination. After all, in any game, the number of individual players is always the largest. Seeing that this guy still looked unconvinced, Xiao Han had to explain, the number of people who helped at that time should be no less than 300. With so many people, you can't let me stand here and give you equipment. I have handed this matter over to someone else. There will be a post about receiving equipment on the forum later. You can contact the poster. Really? The night player's face relaxed, and he said with a little excitement, I killed one by chance, and I was worried that you would default on the debt. How could it be? With so little equipment, I don't care. Xiao Han chuckled and said, Pay more attention to the forum. The solution for how to get it has been studied, and the result will be in half an hour. After saying that, he saw that the player in front of him had entered the teleportation hall and hurriedly continued, I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you more. Remember to pay attention to the forum. Then he stepped into the teleportation hall and quickly walked towards the teleportation array connected to the south of the city. As Xiao Han left, the players around him were all envious. 2 silver. Equipments are not cheap. 2 hours ago, they all knew what happened in the undead cemetery. This equipment is actually almost the same as picking it up. It's too easy. It's a pity that their luck is not very good. They didn't happen to be nearby, otherwise they could have such a harvest. Seeing that the night player also left quickly, the players around him started to talk about it. Han Xiao is really arrogant. Hundreds of silver equipments are nothing in his eyes. What can we do about it? He is so powerful. Yeah, the defense is over 10,000 points. What kind of equipment does he have? This is too outrageous. All players are very curious about this, but they are destined to have no way to know the answer. It is boring to queue up. More and more players are participating in the discussion. Gossip is not just a woman's patent. As the noise gets louder, someone suddenly asks, "What do you think the claiming plan that Han Xiao mentioned is?" It is actually operated through the forum. Who knows? If you are curious, why don't you go to the forum and check it out yourself? That's true, but it shouldn't be out yet. The player nodded but still called up the attribute panel, clicked into the forum, and then exclaimed, "Fuck! The reward has increased again. 500,000. This by Xiao is probably crazy. Hashtag C253 Dark Forest." The bounty soared from 100,000 to 500,000, and there was even an additional gold equipment as a reward, which stunned all the players near the teleportation hall, and they all started to open the forum. This time the information was more detailed, not only the origin of the blood ginseng but also its pictures for reference. The next second, the voices of discussion suddenly rose several levels. What on earth is this blood ginseng? Just provide a location information and you can get 500,000 and a piece of gold equipment. Isn't this Bai Shaoxing a liar? Then you think too much. I've heard of Bai Shaoxing. This guy makes a living by selling information. It's impossible for him to ruin his own reputation. The blood ginseng is probably not what he wants. There must be a big moneymaker behind him who urgently needs it. If that's the case, why do you still need to provide any information to Bai Shaoxing? Just dig it out when you see it. Then raise the price and sell it. For 3 or 5 million. Isn't it easy? Fuck, I want to go to the south of the city. I want to go to the dark forest. I still want the 500,000 and the gold equipment. As the discussion spread among the crowd, the teams leading to the other 3 districts suddenly dispersed and all moved to the back of the team that Xiao Han had just left. At the same time, players from farther away kept running over, making the team longer and longer. This situation did not only happen in the east of the city, but also outside the teleportation halls in the west and north of the city. Although most of the players knew that only one person would get the bounty, and the rest would not get anything, they still wanted to try their luck. 500,000 Yenhua coins plus a piece of gold equipment. It is worth a day to try. This is not based on strength, but on luck. As long as you are lucky enough, you can get this exciting bounty. Xiao Han didn't know that Stormwind City had changed like this. He had already left the city and was running towards the dark forest at the fastest speed. While moving at high speed, he did not forget to contact Bai Shaoxing. After he got through, he said, "Do you still remember the matter of the undead cemetery?" At this time, Bai Shaoxing was arranging some old customers with outstanding strength, offering them high prices to go deep into the dark forest to explore the news of the blood ginseng. Han Xiao, who had just left for less than 5 minutes, suddenly contacted him again, which made him a little strange, but he still answered the call immediately. But this sentence without a beginning or an end confused him. He didn't understand what Han Xiao wanted to express, so he asked directly, "What are you talking about? Isn't the matter over there over?" "It's over, but I promised to give those individual players equipment. I can't just default on it." Oh my god. I was just talking casually. Why did you take it seriously? Listening to the voice in his ear, Xiao Han hurriedly advised. Don't be stupid, that's not just 1 or 2 silver equipment. Even if you want to give it, you have to give it. At that time, there were at least more than 300 animals rushing over, plus those people they killed. If you really want to give it, it is estimated that at least 350 pieces will be given. Based on the average price of a level 10 silver equipment now, you have to take out at least 20 million. So much. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that 15 million would be enough. 20 million is indeed a bit reluctant, but compared with the consequences of defaulting on the debt, this money is not worth mentioning. If he had immediately called out such a high price when he was besieged in the undead cemetery, he would not have thrown away the materialization talisman and the town building order. The value of those 2 things, the town building order alone, would not be less than 20 million. As for the materialization talisman, if he first materialized at overlord level pet and then sold it, even if it was 200 million, it would probably be in great demand. So whether it is now or in the future, these individual players are his helpers and they must not be offended. Although he felt sorry for the money, Xiao Han still said, 20 million is 20 million, I admit this account, and sooner or later I will get it back from those people. Go to the forum and post a message now to help me settle the account. That purple gold armor-piercing bow should be worth more than 10 million. If it is not enough to pay the debt, let them wait for a while and the rest will be discussed after I come back from the dark forest. Okay. Xiao Han responded and did not persuade him again. At this time he also understood Han Zhao's thoughts. If his net worth was only 20 million, he would definitely not admit it. But he only spent half a day to easily earn more than 20 million. And even if the materialization talisman was still there, it might be several hundred million, so there was no need to deny this debt. After all, it was not easy for those individual players, and they were almost at the bottom of the entire game. Since he had already promised, it was not worth going back on his word for such a small amount of money. After studying the details of equipment collection for a while, Xiao Han hung up the phone and immediately started to operate this matter. At this time, Xiao Han had already arrived at the outskirts of the dark forest. The towering trees, low shrubs, and various flowers and plants made this place look full of vitality. In the green, his mood was unconsciously relaxed. In this era, it is extremely dangerous to get close to nature like this. The more lush the trees, the more mutant beasts there will be. If you are not careful, your life may be gone. For evolvers walking in the wild, they will never enter the forest unless they have no other choice. This is true even for level 5 or 6 evolvers. The beasts in the forest are easier to deal with, but if you encounter groups of poisonous insects, there is almost no chance of escape. However, in the game, there is no need to worry too much. Xiao Han observed the periphery of the forest for a few minutes with some emotion, and then he moved his feet and rushed in without any hesitation. There are indeed many poisonous insects in the dark forest, even more than in reality. But with his defense of more than 12,000 points, he doesn't need to worry even if he is surrounded by millions of poisonous insects, because the attack power of those poisonous insects can't even tickle him. There is still a big difference between reality and games. The moment he rushed into the dark forest, his eyes suddenly darkened. His vision was immediately compressed to within 10 meters, and there was a rustling sound in his ears. Xiao Han's eyes lit up and his ears moved immediately. At this time, in the real Tianqing, a shirtless bearded man kicked the door of a villa and shouted, "Ding Hai, come out." #C254 Acquaintance. After becoming an intermediate warrior, the ability of the ears can actually be used in the game, which Xiao Han had not thought of before. He was even a little worried that if other evolvers could also bring their abilities to the game, the advantage of the 100-fold reward would disappear. But now, no matter how much he thought, he had no ability to change anything. So for now, it is still the most important thing to take one step at a time and do everything well. In reality, his body has already bred true qi, and if he continues to practice, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Even one day, it may be possible to open up the dantian, the sea of qi, and condense the golden elixir or the nascent soul as described in the novel. However, these are all self-entertainment for the time being, and it takes time to slowly realize them. One day, even if I encounter a level 7 mutant beast, I can kill it with a knife. Muttering softly, Xiao Han secretly made up his mind, and at the same time he circulated the energy in his body and slowly transferred it to his ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the vibrating wings of the flying insects continued to come, and it became clearer and clearer. Watching the energy disappearing bit by bit, Xiao Han could feel that his hearing was getting stronger and stronger. He could even judge the direction and approximate distance of these flying insects through the subtle differences in the sound. Oh my God! I can hear so clearly by consuming 1 point of energy per second. What will happen if I consume 10 points per second? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately tried it. He controlled the energy in his body and moved as much as possible to his ears, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points, until he consumed 7 points per second, and it could no longer be improved. At this time, the sounds in his ears became more and more abundant. He even heard the voices of other players, which should be about 300 meters in front of the left. In order to confirm his guess, he immediately ran in the direction where the sound came from. As for the blue-eyed locusts that had already flown to his side, they were all only level 15 wild monsters. Xiao Han was too lazy to kill them. He increased his speed and immediately left them far behind. After a while, he saw 2 players talking, a man and a woman, walking towards the depths of the dark forest. Brother Lin, I heard from Sister Yi that if we continue to walk in, we should soon see a pond with a lot of rejuvenation grass growing on the edge. But there are a lot of level 20 swordfish in the pond. With our strength, it will be very dangerous to go there. It's okay. I'm a knight. I'll be in the front and help you block the attack of the swordfish. You can just hide behind me and pick herbs. Most people come to the dark forest for medicinal herbs, but even if they know where the desired medicinal herbs grow, it is not easy to pick them. Often, places where medicinal herbs are found are accompanied by a certain degree of danger. Just like the 2 players said, even if they know there is rejuvenation grass by the pond, swordfish is a difficult problem to deal with. Even if that guy is a knight, he can't withstand the simultaneous attack of 3 or 5 swordfish. Having confirmed his guess, Xiao Han no longer pays attention to the 2 people. He speeds up and rushes straight into the depths along the narrow path between the trees. In terms of the quality of blood ginseng, the possibility of finding it in the periphery of the dark forest is almost 0. Perhaps even in the depths, the possibility of finding it is not too high, but it is still higher than the periphery. The low bushes passed quickly in front of him, and Xiao Han continued to run wildly. Time passed slowly, and the wild monsters around him slowly changed from level 15 to level 20, and then from level 20 to level 30, level 40. He did not stop despite the attacks of these monsters. The medical book given to him by the female military doctor did not say where the blood ginseng would grow, but it also gave 2 guesses. So far, he has not found a place that matches it. The first is the nest of a beast. Because of long-term hunting of prey, blood has infected the soil near the nest, and there is a chance that blood ginseng will grow. The second is near the 3-leaf red threadgrass. This thing will produce a kind of red berry, which will burst once ripe, emitting a strong smell of blood. This smell can not only attract carnivores, but also make them crazy and eventually kill each other. Every death of an animal will cause a large amount of blood to flow out, infecting the land underfoot and slowly forming an environment suitable for the growth of blood ginseng. It's simple in medical books, but it's not easy to find. In a place like the dark forest, there are many poisonous insects, snakes, mice, foxes, and lizards, but none of them can be called large beasts, let alone their nests. As for the three-leaf red threadgrass, you can only take your chances, and the possibility of finding it is really low. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of flying insects kept coming from his ears, and the energy value was constantly being consumed. Xiao Han hoped to hear the sound of large beasts through his ears. But the idea was beautiful, but the reality was very skinny. The sound of the poisonous insects vibrating their wings had made him want to vomit, but he still didn't get any gratifying results. Do we have to keep going in? Xiao Han frowned and muttered in a bad mood. The green-tailed wasp we encountered now is already a level 50 monster. If we continue to go deeper, we will encounter monsters above level 55. Although there is only a difference of 5 levels, the strength is completely different. With his defense of more than 12,000 points, he can easily deal with ordinary level 55 monsters. Even if he encounters an elite or leader level boss, he can easily kill it. But if he encounters a dominant level boss, he can only be beaten up, and he won't have the slightest resistance. The shock brought to him by the Black Demon General is far from over. Although it is level 70, if the realm is the same, the difference in strength will not be too big. Should I take the risk and try it? Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little moved. He had not been able to find the nest of a large beast, and he was a little anxious. Although there are more than 9 hours left, the probability of blood ginseng appearing in the nest of a large beast is not high, and he will not be looking for just one nest. With my speed, even if I encounter a boss that I can't beat, I can still run away. Because of his confidence in his own speed, Xiao Han moved his feet and ran to the south with a determined look. Hiss, hiss, hiss. But at this moment, he heard roars coming from hundreds of meters away, and the sound of 2 humans running towards him. It's not a poisonous insect, but it doesn't sound like a ferocious beast. Xiao Han was a little curious, so he immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. After a while, 2 men in their 30s appeared in his sight, one of whom he was very familiar with. #C255 Disguise Mask. When he was in the warrior temple before, he saw growth equipment and was very tempted at the time, but the price of 50,000 gold coins was too high for him to take out at the moment. He originally thought that after selling the Nether Spirit Staff he would be able to collect the money, but that guy did not play by the rules. He suddenly stopped selling gold coins and asked for the Nether Spirit Staff in his hand. He had already negotiated with Bao Fengrui at that time, so how could he go back on his word? In the end, the deal was not concluded and he missed the camouflage mask he wanted. Looking at the guy with the mask on his face, Xiao Han muttered to himself, "That guy, it should be Moonlight." With such a judgment in his mind, he suddenly felt itchy and wanted to kill them immediately. As long as the luck is not too bad, even if only one piece of equipment explodes from him with the domineering 100-fold reward, there is almost a 90% chance of getting a camouflage mask. Oh my God! How come one of them died? But just as he was about to make a move, one of the young men suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, never getting up again, and at the same time, a piece of equipment was dropped. At this time, Xiao Han also saw that the remaining masked man was not in a much better situation. On his head, red -200 kept floating out, and his face also showed a strange green color, and his blood tank was almost completely empty. It would only take 1 or 2 seconds at most, and he would fall to the ground with a pop like the other player and never get up again. Even if he wanted to make a move now, it was too late. "Brother, help!" At this moment, the masked man in the distance also found him and immediately shouted loudly, "Do you have a high-level antidote? I'll give you 10 gold. Pop!" Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han had no time to reply, and another corpse appeared in front of him. At the same time, next to this corpse, a few copper coins and the mask he had always dreamed of were also dropped. Fuck. Can my luck be so good? At this moment, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't do anything, just watched quietly, and the mask burst out. If the masked man is really Moonlight, this is a growth equipment. Others can't afford this kind of equipment like Tao Tai, but for him it is completely stress-free. With the top talent of 100 times reward, he even has the confidence to cultivate it into a divine weapon. With excitement, Xiao Han moved his feet and ran towards the place where the mask fell with shining eyes. Hiss! 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 At this time, the roar heard before came into the ears again. A green-skinned lizard with a body length of more than 3 meters came out of the bushes, and 2 eyes the size of ping-pong balls exuded a cold and cold light. Is this thing the one that poisoned them to death? Xiao Han muttered softly. His expression was very calm, and he had no intention of running away, because even if the silver wolf gaze had not been triggered, he knew clearly that the green-skinned lizard in front of him would only be an elite level boss at most. If it was a leader level one, the two would have been killed instantly, and there would be no chance for escape. So this green-skinned lizard was completely a gift of equipment to him. This kind of good thing would be hard to come by, so how could he run away? Ignoring the green-skinned figure rushing over quickly, Xiao Han bent down to pick up the mask on the ground and couldn't wait to take a look. Camouflage mask, bronze level 15, defense plus 35, energy plus 35, special effect. Devour, absorb the same grade equipment to increase the grade completion. 0 out of 100. It's really Moonlight, it seems that he doesn't want this growth type equipment to be covered in dust. The camouflage mask has become a camouflage mask, and the grade has also been upgraded from black iron to bronze. Seeing this change, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter. He could even imagine how much Moonlight regretted at this time. With that guy's financial resources, it's not an easy task to train him to bronze 100 pieces of black iron equipment. Even if each piece is 300, it will cost 30,000. If I sold this growth equipment to him yesterday, I would have received 50,000 gold coins immediately. Now, not only did I lose 50,000 gold coins, but I also lost the upgraded camouflage mask. I don't know if that guy can bear such a big loss. Playing with the growth equipment in his hand, Xiao Han smiled. This thing will grow into diamond equipment in just 1 or 2 days. Just thinking about it makes him excited. If he has a gold-level equipment forging blueprint, he can forge diamond equipment after 100 times the reward, and even grow it into legendary equipment in a short time. Hey, it was a bit of a pity, but I didn't expect it to be in my hands again. After a lot of twists and turns, and I haven't spent a penny. Thinking of this, Xiao Han raised his hand and covered his face with the mask. To hide his face, there are still some silver equipment in the space ring, but there is really no bronze equipment. Even if you want to upgrade the grade of the camouflage mask, you can't do it now. Crunch! At this time there was a pain in his foot. The green-skinned lizard had bitten his calf. At this time 2 different numbers, one red and one white, appeared above his head. Immune, minus 1,300. Seeing that the health value suddenly decreased, Xiao Han was still a little surprised. He immediately opened the attribute panel to take a look. Oh, it's poisoned. But why is it 1,300 points? Feeling a little strange, he stared at the green-skinned lizard, and soon the staring special effect was triggered, and a set of data appeared in the corner of his eye. At this time, on the resurrection altar in Stormwind City, Yu Guang felt empty on his face. He immediately reached out and touched it. Then his face froze, revealing an expression of wanting to cry but not being able to. Next to him, a young player in his 30s came over and asked in confusion, "Where is your mask? It didn't explode. Are you fucking blind?" The equipment worth millions exploded, and Moonlight was in a very bad mood. He shouted loudly, "I told you not to mess with those poisonous lizards, but you didn't listen. Now it's all right. The growth equipment worth millions is gone. Don't Don't worry. Seeing Moonlight's frustrated look, the young player hurriedly comforted him. That place is rarely visited. Let's go back. Now, maybe we can get there before the equipment is refreshed. It's useless to go now. Moonlight's face sank, and he said angrily, Before I died, I saw someone there, but I was poisoned to death before I could see who it was. Now, even if I want to get it back, I don't know who to find. Hashtag C256 Jungle Poison Lizard King. Jungle Poison Lizard King, leader level 50. HP plus 1800000. Attack plus 8800. Defense plus 7200. Skill. Toxic saliva can poison the target, lose 1500 HP per second. Lasting 60 seconds. Skill Bite can cause tearing effect on the target, lose 1000 HP per second. Skill Rage, enter the rage state. Attack power increased by 50%. Defense decreased by 30%. Lasting for 5 minutes. Xiao Han was not surprised to see that the guy in front of him was a leader monster because he had guessed it a long time ago. But because he guessed it, he felt very strange in his heart. Before Moonlight died, he only lost 200 HP per second. But why did it suddenly become 1300 HP when it came to him? Could it be that they have used primary or intermediate antidote? Recalling that when Su Chang was poisoned by the demonized Corpse King, his HP was also 1000 HP per second, and he almost left his life in the graveyard of the dead. But later, after drinking a bottle of primary detoxification potion, although the corpse poison was not completely removed, the symptoms of poisoning were also alleviated a lot. When I returned to the Acropolis, the health loss per second was less than 700 points. But this is still not right. With the physical attack of the Jungle Poison Lizard King as high as 8800 points, the two guys would be killed instantly if they were touched by it. How did they survive? With such doubts in his heart, Xiao Han frowned deeply. But after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue, so he had to put this matter aside temporarily and look at the Jungle Poison Lizard King at his feet. Although this guy's attack was as high as 8800 points, it still couldn't break his defense even in a frenzy state. Encountering a leader-level boss again, his attributes were even stronger than the demonized Corpse King. Xiao Han certainly had no intention of letting him go. He raised his hand and threw an intermediate detoxification pill into his mouth and then roared. 1300 health points lost per second. Even if his health points are as high as more than 30,000 points, he still can't bear it. Fortunately, there are still 4 detoxification pills, so there is no need to fear its poisonous saliva. The roar fell, and the level 2 roar immediately increased his attack power by 7%, and then he stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! The soft ground immediately made a loud noise, and the Jungle Poisonous Lizard King stiffened uncontrollably for a moment, but this time was only less than half a second. What's going on? Does the hardness of the ground have something to do with the duration of the dizziness? Although he didn't quite understand it in his heart, Xiao Han still quickly stepped back 2 steps, then increased his speed and immediately made another sudden slash, minus 12,489. The 4th level sudden slash can already cause 10,000 points of fixed damage to the target, plus his own physical attack of more than 5,000 points. With just one blow, the Jungle Poisonous Lizard King caused more than 12,000 points of damage. Hiss! After suffering such a great injury, the Jungle Poison Lizard King woke up from dizziness, roared immediately, and bit again. Xiao Han moved his feet and immediately took 2 steps back, successfully dodging the attack. Although the Jungle Poison Lizard King's attack could not cause any harm to him, he knew that he could not continue like this. If he continued to fight hard without any skills, his actual combat ability would not be improved at all. When he met Ding Hai, Shi Hao and others before, if he had not relied on a hand of shock, he might not have been able to kill that guy. Even if his attack was high, if he could not hit the target, what was the use? With the improvement of strength, the opponents he met in the future should become stronger and stronger, and it is even possible that all of them were evolvers. If he continued like this, he would fall into this one day. At that time, he would not even have the chance to regret. So from now on, he must change his fighting style. Even if others cannot cause him any harm, he should try to avoid the opponent's attack. In the game, it was the first time he encountered a skill attack that could be avoided by just moving his body in a small range. As more and more evolvers enter the perfect world, there will be more and more such expert players. With only the top talent of 100 times reward, he can't be invincible forever, and it's time to make a change. Sha! 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 Xiao Han moved quickly with his footsteps on the grass. Because of his absolute advantage in speed, he can always get behind the jungle poisonous lizard king to attack, but this big guy with limited mobility has no way to deal with him. The alternative fighting style also gave Xiao Han a different kind of pleasure. He even felt that fighting should be like this. Instead of standing there stupidly like he did before, you cut me with a knife, I stab you with a sword. Sha sha sha. The continuous attacks made the life value of the jungle poisonous lizard king drop very quickly, but Xiao Han heard some different sounds at this time. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his energy value was consumed quickly. Just now, he was concentrating on fighting the jungle poisonous lizard king, interrupting the energy input into his ears, making him unconsciously ignore something. At this time, as the energy entered the ears again, the hearing ability immediately improved by several levels, and the sounds around him continued to drill into the ears. Sha sha sha. Hearing such a sound, Xiao Han's eyes changed, and he finally understood where the bad premonition came from. Sha sha sha. As the second jungle poisonous lizard emerged from the bushes, the third and fourth ones also appeared one after another. Xiao Han found that he had been surrounded. In less than 10 seconds, the surroundings were full of these green things. If a guy with intensive phobia saw this scene, he might faint directly. Fuck! What did those two guys do? Why did they provoke so many jungle poisonous lizards? Such a situation around him made Xiao Han very depressed. It's not that he was afraid of these jungle poisonous lizards. Although there were many of them, they were all ordinary, and none of them could break his defense. But he was in a hurry now, and he came to find the beast's nest. Now he was surrounded, and it was estimated that it would be impossible to fight out without 1 or 2 hours. Fuck! Did Moonlight cheat on the jungle poison lizard king? Thinking maliciously in his heart, Xiao Han was too lazy to hone his fighting skills. The surroundings were already filled with jungle poison lizards. Even if he wanted to hone his skills, there was not enough space for him to display them. Holding the shadow sword, he aimed at the jungle poison lizard king and chopped mechanically. Once the skills were cooled down, he would use them immediately. As time passed, the health of the poison lizard king became less and less. Bang! Xiao Han kicked the ground hard again, killing all the jungle poison lizards within a radius of 2 meters. Even the poison lizard king could not withstand this last blow. His body froze and he immediately fell down. At this time, a series of system prompts came to his ears. Hashtag C257 Rui Belt. Ding, you kill a jungle lizard king leader and get 520,000 experience points. If you trigger a 100-fold reward, you get 52 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 34. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a jungle Gila king leader and got 131 gold coins. The 100-fold reward was triggered and you got 13,100 gold coins. Ding, you kill a jungle Gila king, the leader, and get the gold equipment. Green belt, trigger a 100-fold reward, and you get the diamond equipment. Rui belt. Ding, you kill a jungle Gila king, the leader, and get the silver equipment. Venomous bracers, which triggers a 100-fold reward, and you get the dark gold equipment green venom bracers. Ding, you kill a jungle Gila king, leader, get the Gila King Nails trigger, 100-fold reward, and get the Earth Dragon Claws. Ding, you kill a Jungle Lizard King leader, and get a primary life recovery potion. Listening to a series of system prompts, Xiao Han actually didn't feel much. Now, too many top-quality equipment had been exploded, and he was already a little numb. As the Gila Monster King was killed, equipment and gold coins spread all over the nearby ground like a goddess scattering flowers. However, the belt and the Earth Dragon's claws happened to be right at his feet, so he bent down and picked them up. At this time, all the surrounding jungle lizards crowded in, making Xiao Han unable to move, so he could only temporarily give up his plan to pick up gold coins and equipment on the ground. Fortunately, as long as he doesn't leave, the things that explode will not be refreshed, so there is no need to worry. Holding the Earth Dragon Claw in one hand and the Rui belt in the other, Xiao Han directly threw the Earth Dragon Claw into the space ring without even thinking about it. This is definitely a material, so there's no need to see it now. As for the Rui belt, because it was diamond equipment, he was still looking forward to it, and he immediately lowered his head and glanced at it. Rui belt, diamond level 50, defense plus 580, physical strength plus 580, energy plus 580, strength plus 580, special effect, storage, backpack capacity plus 500. Here I go. It's actually a piece of storage equipment. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the special effect of Rui belt actually had a storage function, and it still had 500 slots. With this piece of equipment, the space ring can be replaced when reaching level 50. The missing attributes of a ring reduced his physical attack by hundreds of points, and as the equipment level and grade increased, this value would become larger and larger. So if there is a substitute, Xiao Han still wants to replace it. As for the capacity issue, there is really not much difference between 500 grids and 10,000 grids. Just like the space ring on the finger now, it only uses less than 400 cells, of which more than 200 cells are for advanced life recovery potions and advanced energy recovery potions. Normally, 1 or 200 grids is enough. No matter which game he plays, there is never a pervert who carries hundreds of sets of potions with him. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the space ring was replaced. But there was no storage equipment that could replace it. Now that it finally happened, Xiao Han was still very happy. Even if he replaces the space ring, he will not sell it, because in a few days Zhang Xiaoyun will also have a perfect world gaming helmet. Both she and Yi Xiaoxiao had just arrived in Jingon, and the identity procedures had not been completed yet, so they had to wait a few days. But it would not be a long wait. Once he enters the game, he will definitely help solve Zhang Xiaoyun's equipment. The space ring on her hand was just for her to use, as well as the spiritual weapon level Ruyan ring. When a man gives a woman a ring, the meaning is somewhat different. What's more, he still gave 2 such top-quality rings at once. Maybe he would have the opportunity to kiss Fangza and experience the joy of being a man. Hee. I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. Xiao Han smiled obscenely and felt that he had changed. He had never thought about this problem before. Is this the legendary, full and warm thought? After muttering softly, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless of whether it was for this reason or not, the feeling of his heart beating faster really made him want to stop. If you haven't experienced it, forget it. Now that you have experienced it, how can you still be as indifferent as before? Hiss. Listening to the constant roaring in his ears, Xiao Han put the Rui belt into the space ring. Now is not the time to think about this. You have to quickly kill all the jungle lizards in front of you. Lu Yen is still waiting for his blood ginseng to save his life. The shadow sword in his hand swung again, and damage values exceeding 3,000 points emerged from their heads. At this time, Bai Shaoxing was still in Piaoxiang Tower, but Guanglong and Baofengrui had already left. The two of them argued over it, but in the end no one was able to take down the bloodthirsty magic gun. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. The price of several million is really not high, but they can't afford that much money. As they left, Bai Shaoxing no longer had any illusions about them and directly found a good friend to post these two pieces of equipment on the forum. His professional characteristics have already determined that he cannot have a good relationship with Han Xiao openly, otherwise the collection of information in the future may cost even more. Even Han Xiao's posting to distribute equipment was also handed over to that friend. As these two posts appeared on the forum almost at the same time, Stormwind City was boiling again. At that time, many of the more than 300 players in the Necromancer Cemetery thought that Han Xiao was just talking. After all, 300 or 400 pieces of silver equipment were not a small amount. Even if you want to give, you have to be able to pay. However, the plan given in the post is to pay directly. If you must have equipment, you have to wait for a while, maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe 7 to 8 days. When you have it, you will be given. If there were only these, most players would still be a little bit unconvinced. But along with this post, there is also a post for the auction of the Bloodthirsty Demon Spear and the Purple Gold Armor-Breaking Bow, which were all posted by the same person. Now, even if you don't believe it, it's impossible. Because when seeing the post, someone had already calculated that if you really pay according to the video, it would take at least 20 million. Originally, some people thought that Han Xiao couldn't pay, but with the appearance of the auction post, such a statement was untenable. A piece of diamond equipment. It is a rare double-effect weapon, worth at least 10 million. At this moment, all the individual players who participated in the battle more than 2 hours ago became excited. They were waiting for the two pieces of equipment to be sold, and then went to the guy called Wantong Agent to collect the money. With the appearance of these two pieces of equipment, Stormwind City exploded. Again. Before, Bai Shaoxing's post about blood ginseng exploded the low-level players in Stormwind City. They all rushed to the dark forest to try their luck. But now these two pieces of equipment have exploded the middle and high-level players in Stormwind City. After all, whether it is dark gold equipment or diamond equipment, you can't buy it if you want to. If there is only the bloodthirsty magic gun, it won't cause such a big sensation. The key is the purple gold armor-piercing bow. As long as the archer player sees it, his eyes are almost green. Hashtag C258 Phantom Face Towel. The appearance of the two posts not only made the forum lively, but also made Stormwind City a little more noisy. The players in it were better off and they could still participate in this matter to some extent. But the players in other cities were depressed and could only watch. In these few days, because of Han Xiao, Stormwind City has been hotly discussed, and even many low-level players have got a windfall by chance. There are many players who are jealous of this extra income, but such an opportunity only belongs to the players in Stormwind City. While they are envious and jealous, they have no choice but to focus their attention on other places. Soon, some players compared several hotly discussed posts and found the origin of the purple gold armor-piercing bow, and immediately started discussing it. Oh my god! This purple gold armor-piercing bow, why do I think it's the one? That sure how dropped. What do you mean by seems? It's definitely the one. A diamond weapon with 2 special effects was dropped. Sure how must be. Crying. What's this? Ding Hai, who came with Sure How, got the dark gold embodiment. Talisman. Compared with that, the purple gold armor-piercing bow is nothing. There was a lot of discussion on the forum, and the spectators expressed their own opinions. As time passed, the price of the bloodthirsty magic gun was raised to 4.8 million and finally completely stabilized. This is almost the limit. The price of the purple gold armor-piercing bow with 2 special effects has exceeded 12 million, but it is still slowly rising. Such a price has exceeded the imagination of many low-level players. They looked at the rising quotes with a confused look on their faces, fantasizing that one day they could also drop such an equipment. For all this, Xiao Han, who was in the dark forest, didn't know he was still slaughtering jungle poisonous lizards. There were so many of them that it felt like they could never be killed. Time passed quickly, and I didn't know how long it had been. Could be an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. In short, the surrounding jungle poisonous lizards were finally killed, and the area became quiet. The copper coins on the ground had almost piled up into a small mountain, and the number of equipment exceeded 200. Xiao Han even heard the system prompt for dark gold equipment more than once. It was unexpected that ordinary wild monsters could drop silver equipment. Looking at the coins on the ground, he didn't care, but the equipment on the ground, especially the bronze equipment, should be more than 100, which was different. Taking off the camouflage mask on his face, Xiao Han picked up a piece of bronze equipment and put them together. Soon, a faint green mist emerged from the bronze equipment and slowly penetrated into the camouflage mask. In less than 30 seconds, when the green mist stopped coming out, the bronze equipment clicked and turned into a pile of powder. Fuck! Is it so domineering? Looking at the white powder in his hand, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that it would be swallowed like this. However, with the disappearance of a bronze equipment, the completion degree also increased a little. If he swallowed another 99 pieces, the camouflage mask in his hand would become a gold equipment. Thinking of this, it makes people look forward to it. Although his tailoring level is not high now, he can already sew gold equipment. Leather and silk thread can be easily bought, and there is no worry about lack of materials. When he finds the blood ginseng, he can start sewing equipment and upgrade the camouflage mask to diamond equipment. As for now, he should clean up here quickly and look for blood ginseng. There are a lot of coins and equipment on the ground. Xiao Han didn't look at them carefully. He grabbed a lot of them into his backpack. Only when he encountered bronze equipment would he pause for a while and put it next to the camouflage mask for it to swallow. As the bronze equipment continued to disappear, the completion degree was slowly improving. 1/100, 23/100, 56/100, until it became 99 out of 100. Xiao Han unconsciously showed a smile on his face. Although when the completion rate reached 100 out of 100, he would only get a gold equipment. But this feeling of upgrading the equipment grade is really exciting. Once again, a bronze equipment was brought close to the camouflage mask. Watching it slowly emit green mist, watching it turn into powder, and at this time the system prompt was heard in the ear. Ding, the growth equipment camouflage mask has met the promotion conditions and successfully promoted to the silver equipment camouflage mask, triggering 100 times the reward, and you get the gold equipment phantom face. Towel. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned. This growth equipment, every time the grade is upgraded, the name will change. Once, from the initial camouflage mask to the camouflage mask and then to the camouflage face armor. But this time it turned into a phantom face towel. The name has completely changed. There should be a special surprise. With this feeling, Xiao Han couldn't wait to look at the thin white veil in his hand. Phantom mask, gold level 35. Defense plus 180. Energy plus 180. Stamina plus 180. Special effect. Devour, absorb the same grade equipment to improve the grade, completion degree 0 out of 100. Special effect. Phantom, change appearance, change name, consume 50 energy. Points per second. Storage limit 1/5. Oh my god! There is such a special effect? It's just a gold level equipment, but it actually has 2 special effects. Xiao Han didn't expect it. Although these 2 special effects didn't increase his attack power, they are both the best special effects. Swallowing can improve the equipment grade. Phantom can change appearance and name. Doesn't this mean that he can use this scarf to become anyone he wants in the future? This special effect is a bit against the sky. At this time, the appearance of a person has been stored on the phantom scarf, which is its previous owner Moonlight. Now, this mask can also store the appearance of 4 players. If it is fully utilized, It's exciting to think about it. He can turn into Cao Cao of Wei to kill Chun Su, and then turn into Chun Su to kill Shi Hao, or maybe he can turn into Su Chang to issue tasks to players. How happy it is. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately put the phantom scarf on his face and activated the phantom special effect at the same time. As his face changed, he instantly became another person. At this moment, a slightly confused exclamation came from his ear. "Oh my God! Who the hell are you?" Kanjian looked at the moonlight beside him with a dark face, and then turned to look at the guy who looked exactly like the moonlight not far away. Seemed as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses running wildly in his heart. #C259 Training Partner 1. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward at this moment, and Xiao Han didn't expect that just as he turned his appearance into moonlight, the real owner appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the equipment and coins that were just exploded, as long as they can be seen with the naked eye, have been picked up. Even though he was knocked head-on, there was no need to worry about the two guys opposite him having any inappropriate associations. At this time, a facial makeup suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. It was the person next to Yue Guang. It's just that the Facebook at this time is gray and has not been rubbed. There is also a rubbing progress bar next to it, showing that the current progress is 0%. For this person, Xiao Han did not plan to make a rubbing. The maximum storage limit for phantom masks is 5. If you use one, you will lose one. He already has goals for the remaining 4, and of course he will not waste them here. Without clicking on the icon to start rubbing, Xiao Han immediately called up the attribute panel, changed his name to Xinghan, and then asked in a hurry, "Who is your horse? How can it be exactly the same as me? Damn it! Could it be that I have a twin brother?" The angry voice echoed in the forest, causing Yu Guang's confused face to slowly turn into confusion. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even identical twins will have some differences in appearance after more than 20 years of independent growth. But the guy in front of him looked like he was carved out of his mold. The scar under the corner of his left eye and the mole on his right chin can be found on his face. Is this what twin brothers should have? Looking at the guy in front of her, Yue Guang's heart moved, and she suddenly made a bold guess. Although he knew that this guess was unreliable, he still asked in a deep voice, "You must have picked up the camouflage mask that I blew up here, right?" "What a camouflage mask? There's something fucking wrong with you. For this, you cannot admit it even to the death, otherwise it will not be so easy to use the phantom mask to frame others in the future." And judging from Yu Guang's tone, he himself wasn't so sure. But there should be a hint of doubt. Faced with this situation, Xiao Han said directly, "What I'm asking now is, who is it that you are riding on? What are you talking about with me? I don't know about that bullshit disguise mask. Don't you know?" Yu Guang narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Not necessarily, do you think I will believe what you say? If I'm not wrong, you should have upgraded your disguise mask to silver. I have always felt that the name camouflage mask is a bit untrue. But now I finally understand it. Before, it was just because its grade was too low, so its functions had not been fully demonstrated. Now what kind of ability is this? Can actually imitate my appearance. It is really rare. Damn it, it's all up to me." Xiao Han muttered, then continued in denial. "What do you mean? Do you think your equipment exploded and you want me to compensate you for the same thing? But you two don't pee and take photos? Are you worthy? You've made me angry. You two are so immoral. I won't hesitate to strike with a sword." After swearing with a gun and a stick, Xiao Han knew that the suspicion in Yue Guang's heart would not be reduced by this. His eyes flashed and he continued to sneer. "Hey, a camouflage mask that can be upgraded to silver is a growth-type equipment. No wonder you want to slander me. If such equipment explodes, it will make you want to die. Don't say I didn't pick it up. Even if I did pick it up, so what? From this moment on, it belongs to me." After saying that, Xiao Han's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said sternly, "Originally, seeing that you and I are somewhat similar, I planned to spare your lives, but now it seems that it is not necessary. After explaining so much, they still have to be killed in the end. Because only in this way these two people will know that the person who killed them was a guy named Xinghan, not Han Xiao." Click. While running at high speed, Xiao Han accidentally stepped on a branch, but he didn't care and raised his hand to chop it with a sword. "Brother, calm down, calm down." At this time, Qin Jian quickly took a step forward, blocked the moonlight, and said hastily, "We are just asking, really just asking, and we have no intention of asking you to compensate. It's not okay to ask. I can't bear such grievance." Now that he had decided to kill them, Xiao Han certainly would not listen to such an explanation. When he saw someone blocking Yueguang, he slashed down with the long sword in his hand. "I thought I could kill this guy in an instant, but I didn't expect that his body swayed and the sword he was destined to win actually failed." "Hey, you are not weak." Such a result surprised Xiao Han, but he was even happier. "I used the Jungle Gila King to hone my combat skills before, but the effect was not very good. Now that I have such a sparring partner, it is even more desirable." Without any hesitation, Xiao Han struck with his sword again while carefully observing his movements. "You're looking for death." At this time, Yueguang roared angrily, and a black dagger appeared in his hand, going around behind him. "Oh, you still want to play sneak attack on me?" Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han laughed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "In fact, it is very easy to kill these two guys. With one kick they will be killed instantly. But in this way, there is a high probability that Moonlight will guess that he is Han Xiao. After all, he used the skill of shock many times in the graveyard of the dead. So now, even skills such as sudden slash and triple slash are better not to be used. Just because several powerful skills cannot be used does not mean that he has no way to deal with the two guys in front of him." Seeing the guy in front of him flash again and dodge his attack swiftly, Xiao Han was not surprised. But now, he has no interest in continuing to stalemate with this guy. One sparring partner is enough. Since Moonlight dares to use a dagger as a weapon, his fighting skills should not be weaker than this guy. In this case, it is time to send him off. The cold light flashed in his eyes again, and Xiao Han was too lazy to care about his fancy moves. He moved his feet and ran over directly. "Fuck!" At this time, Qin Jian cursed angrily, not quite understanding what this move was. How come the guy in front of him was fighting well, but he actually thrust his chest and charged directly at his blade? Although he was very confused, the opportunity was right in front of him, so he couldn't just let it go. With a hint of caution in his eyes, Qin Jian hesitated for a moment, but still slashed forward without hesitation. "Immune." At this time, a huge white word appeared, and his expression froze, and he suddenly understood something. It turned out that the guy in front of him was not bragging, and if he was slashed by him, he might really be killed instantly. Hashtag C260 Training Partner 2. The moment the white writing appeared, a smile flashed across Xiao Han's face. At the same time, he also knew from the system prompt that the guy in front of him was called Qin Jian. As the saying goes, a random punch will kill the old master. Facing this kind of opponent, if he follows the opponent's approach with his three-legged cat skills, he will never be a match. But if you fight blindly, the result will be completely different. At this time, his defense has exceeded 12,000 points. Even if he is hit 100 or 1,000 times, it will be nothing, and he will not even lose blood. But Qin Jian was struck by his sword, and the result was completely different. The advantage is that it doesn't matter how big a hole he has in his head. Before he can play tricks with him, just go up and confront him head-on. With the speed bonus of fried tendons, these two guys can't run away even if they want to. If technology is not good, then speed will do the trick. Hide. Let's see where else you can hide. Seeing Qin Jian hurriedly dodge to the left and pass him by, Xiao Han was not discouraged at all. He paused, turned around and pressed forward again. He didn't believe that the two of them were so close together that this guy could dodge all the attacks. Holy shit! At this time, Qin Jian cursed angrily again and frowned deeply. This kind of fighting method was something he had never encountered before. He was immediately forced to scramble. Even if he wanted to distance himself, he was unable to do so due to his absolute disadvantage in speed. Bang! In less than 10 seconds, he was hit on his right shoulder. Just as he was about to adjust his balance, a black long sword slashed at him. It is completely impossible to escape at this time. Seeing that the sword edge was getting closer and closer, Qin Jian instinctively twisted his body slightly to get out of the way of his vital parts, and his shoulder was scratched. Minus 5,150. If in reality the shoulder was scratched, it was not a serious injury, and even if it was chopped off, it would not be fatal. But this is a game, which is completely different from reality. The moment he was touched by the tip of the sword, his body stiffened suddenly, and then he fell down with a face full of confusion. Qin Jian couldn't understand why he couldn't withstand even a normal attack, when his equipment was already very good. At this time, Yue Guang, who was still looking for an opportunity, was stunned, and her face immediately turned ugly. He could not break through the defense with the attacks of the broken sword, and he was not able to resist even a single blow, and was killed in an instant. This was something he did not expect. This kind of battle that was destined to fail immediately made him lose the intention to continue. Yue Guang narrowed his eyes and whispered softly, "Who is this guy? He can't be Han Xia." Such perverted defense and attack made him feel that the possibility was really high, but when he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Han Xiao wanted to buy his camouflage mask before, but because they couldn't agree on the price, they ended up falling out. Now I accidentally blew it up, and it happened to be picked up by Han Xiao, who was interested in this piece of equipment. Even if you are making up a story, you cannot make up such an outrageous plot. No one came to answer the doubts in her heart. Moonlight moved her steps and stopped worrying about this matter. She turned around and ran towards Stormwind City. Want to run? Seeing his sparring partner trying to run away, Xiao Han roared angrily and immediately chased after him. Although Qin Jian was killed, his luck was still very good. He only exploded 2 copper coins. With the 100-fold increase in reward, it was only 200 copper coins. As for the equipment, none of it exploded, which made Xiao Han secretly relieved. If the broken sword was destroyed until all that was left was a pair of big underpants, I guess no matter how stupid Moonlight was, he would still be suspicious. Now, you don't have to kill Yue Guang, but you must let him know that he is called Xinghan. Seeing that he still wanted to escape, Xiao Han was a little disdainful. With an absolute disadvantage in speed, where could he run? In less than 10 seconds, he was running side by side with Moonlight. The corner of his mouth curved and he smiled cheerfully. Stop struggling. With the speed of a turtle like you, where can you run? Qin Jian has returned to the city for free. As his brother, shouldn't you go and accompany him? As he said that, he raised his hand and struck with his sword. At this time, Yue Guang's expression was ugly. There was depression, helplessness, and a trace of regret on her face. He had already died once in this place more than 2 hours ago, and even exploded his most valuable growth-type equipment. Will he die again? Facing this perverted guy, he couldn't fight or run away, so he had to shout loudly, "Brother, wait a minute and listen to me. What do you want to say? Let me let you go." Xiao Han slowed down his hand movements and said angrily, "When you framed me just now, weren't you very energetic? What's wrong? Are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's useless even if you beg for mercy. I will kill you today." "No, please listen to my explanation." Yue Guang paused and continued hurriedly, "I'm a little worried because my growth equipment worth millions is gone. When I feel anxious, my mind becomes a little unclear. Seeing that we are so similar, just be generous and let me go. Humph. Xiao Han paused and hummed softly. It's not impossible to let you go, but I have conditions. What conditions? Seeing that there was still hope of survival, Moonlight asked hurriedly. Just tell me, as long as it's not too much, I'll agree to everything. Hee hee, you're smart. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. You saw the fight between me and Kanjian just now, and I'm sure you know it very well. If my attack and defense are at the same level as his, Kanjian should be able to beat me. So I want you to be my sparring partner. It doesn't take too long, just half an hour. Sparring and half an hour? Moonlight's face froze, and he said bitterly, your attack is so abnormal that I will be killed instantly if I am touched. How can I be your sparring partner? That's a problem. Xiao Han pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then said, well, I won't bully you either. I will take off all my equipment, so that my attack will not be so high. Do you have a blank or black iron level weapon? Lend it to me temporarily so that I won't kill you instantly. Are you kidding me? Moonlight's face froze, full of disbelief. If this guy really dares to do this, then why would he run away? Without the defense and attack added by the equipment, he even has a chance to kill him in 2 or 3 seconds. If he is lucky, he can also get the top grade equipment in his backpack. That would be great. Seeing this guy's serious look, Yu Guang showed a hesitant expression on his face and said hypocritically, I do have a blank long sword, but is this really okay? It's okay. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Xiao Han waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, and quickly took off all the equipment on his body. After a while, there was only a pair of big shorts left on his body, and the space ring on his finger, and then he said, where is the blank long sword? Give it to me quickly. Oh my God! Is this kid stupid? Such a scene appeared in front of him. Yu Guang still couldn't believe his eyes, secretly said in his heart, hesitated to take out an iron gray long sword and slowly handed it over. Seeing this guy reaching out to take it without any defense, he suddenly took a step forward. Then he shook his wrist, and the iron gray long sword instantly turned into a black dagger and slashed his neck with it. -1. When the damage value appeared, Yu Guang's face froze again, and he shouted angrily, fuck you, are you kidding me? #C261 Battle Saint Body. Xiao Han had some speculation about such a thing happening, but he didn't take seriously at all. The steamed bear paws, fried red tiger whip, stir-fried tendons, etc. he had eaten in the past 2 days had given him as many as 10 different buff states. Physical defense, magic defense, health, physical strength, attack, strength, etc. have all been greatly improved after being blessed with a 100-fold reward. So now, even if all his equipment is taken off, his defense exceeds 10,000 points, not much less than before. Even the physical attack was as high as 4,400 points due to the fried red tiger whip and steamed bear paws. Including the 5 free attribute points he gained each level, his physical attack actually dropped by less than 1,000 points. Looking at the stiff-faced guy in front of him, Xiao Han felt very happy. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, what, you see I'm not wearing any equipment. Do you think I can do it again? At this moment, Yu Guang was completely confused. He no longer knew what to say, and he couldn't even figure out what was going on. Even though he was not wearing a single piece of equipment with his 672 points of physical attack, he was still unable to break through the defense, and only inflicted a small amount of forced blood deduction on him. But this is too ridiculous. Perfect World has only been in service for a few days. Is this guy's naked defense already so high? Although the shock in her heart could not be expressed in words, Yu Guang still defended with a stiff face. I said this was a misunderstanding. Will you believe it? Ha. You think I am a 3-year-old child? Xiao Henin laughed and said with a grin, You are like you and you dare to take my idea. What is in your head? I drew the holy body of fighting at the beginning. Others get 5 free attribute points when they upgrade to a level. Do you know how many free attribute points I get when I upgrade to a level? You are really blind, and you still dare to attack me. After making some random nonsense, Xiao Han ignored Yue Guang's shocked expression and continued. Now tell me, how do you want to die? Fighting holy body? Yue Guang murmured softly. Although he didn't know whether what he heard in his ears was true, he was still extremely envious in his heart. Because this is the only way to explain what is happening in front of you. Even for intermediate or advanced warriors, if they don't wear any equipment, their naked defense will not be so high. Damn it! I'm so lucky this day. Cursing secretly in her heart, Yue Guang could only put aside the envy, jealousy and hatred in her heart, and said awkwardly, well, don't you want me to be your sparring partner? As long as you don't kill me, let alone half an hour, even 10 hours is fine. I promise to be here at your call from now on. Humph, it doesn't need to take so long. Xiao Han snorted and continued. Because you and I are so similar, I can give you another chance. In the next half hour you must fight me head-on, and you are not allowed to run away. If you can survive with your own abilities, I will let you go. I can't stand you for the garbage you are. I won't run. I definitely won't run. Yue Guang looked happy and said quickly, I am a tortoise crawling at the same speed. Even if I want to run, I can't run away. As he spoke, he quickly took out the iron gray sword just now and handed it over. Xiao Han did not hesitate and took it again. This time, Yue Guang became smarter and did not dare to make any oversteps, and waited aside in a polite manner. If he could avoid dying, of course he didn't want to die. Every time he dies, the loss of experience points is secondary. The key is the equipment on his body. Without a growth-type camouflage mask, he has already regretted it. If a few more pieces explode, I will even want to die. Looking at the guy holding the iron sword in front of him, Yue Guang's eyes moved slightly and he thought to himself, the attribute points for each level are fixed. Since the defense is so abnormal, the physical attack should not be too high. Faced with an opponent who couldn't run away or fight, he had already somewhat resigned himself to his fate. Although I don't know if this guy will let me go in half an hour, but if I can avoid death, of course it's better to live. Since attacks are useless against him, I'd better change to some equipment that increases defense and health. After muttering softly, Yue Guang quickly looked through his backpack, compared the equipment on his body, and replaced some equipment that increased attack and agility with equipment that increased defense and physical strength. How's it going? Are you ready? At this time, a voice came from my ears, urging, stop dawdling no matter what, you can't run away in this half hour. That's good, that's good. Yue Guang responded, quickly changed to another wristband, and continued, I'm ready. Let's get started. Then you have to be careful. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and struck with his sword without saying any more nonsense. He really wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and the guy in front of him. If he couldn't shorten the gap, even if he could get the realization talisman next time, he probably wouldn't be able to keep it. Call. The iron sword cut through the air. Moonlight took half a step back, and her chest shrank back slightly. At this time, Xiao Han clearly saw that the tip of the sword was less than 2 centimeters from his chest, but it was precisely because of this short distance of less than 2 centimeters that the iron sword's attack failed. Again. He seems to have guessed my attack method. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he took 2 steps forward, suddenly closing the distance between the two, and then changed from chopping to sweeping. At this time, the advantage in speed has been fully reflected, and Moonlight is too late even if she wants to dodge. However, his reaction was also extremely quick. He held the dagger in his right hand and blocked it instantly. When The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. But the moonlight was just like the broken sword. His face suddenly froze and then he fell straight down. Minus 4,460. When such numbers came out, Xiao Han was a little confused. He didn't expect that this guy's upper limit of health was less than 5,000 points. I originally thought about learning some fighting skills from this guy, but I didn't expect him to be so resistant to beatings. But there is nothing that can be done about it because his attack is too high. In fact, if it were in reality, Yue Guang had blocked his attack with a dagger and would not be harmed at all. But unfortunately, this is in the game. Even if two weapons collide, the attack will be judged as valid. With his attack power of 4,673 points, it doesn't seem surprising that Yue Guang couldn't resist. Although this guy is a warrior, he is taking the assassin route. Although his attack is high, his defense is low, probably less than 200 points. His grandma. Is it so difficult to find a sparring partner? After cursing depressedly and looking at the empty ground, Xiao Han turned around and continued running into the depths of the dark forest. Yue Guang's luck this time was better than broken swords. Not to mention the copper coins, not even a single copper hair was revealed. Hashtag C2622 annoying. Stormwind City, Altar of Resurrection. Looking at the moonlight, the illusory figure also appeared, and Qin Jian showed a true expression on his face. With Xinghan's attack and speed, how could he possibly escape? In less than 3 hours, he died twice in a row at the same place. It was really depressing and made me want to die. Fortunately, I was lucky. I only lost 200 copper coins when I died for the second time. Unlike the first time, I lost a piece of silver equipment. He wouldn't be able to bear it if this kind of loss happened again. Isn't that Yue Guang guy's luck still so bad this time? After muttering softly, Qin Jian looked a little ugly, and at the same time, looked worriedly at the increasingly solid figure on the altar. The camouflage mask exploded, and he blamed himself. If he hadn't been jealous of the mid-level medicinal herbs by the lake and picked a dozen of them cheaply, the two of them would not have been chased by the jungle Gila lizard. If he is not being chased, he will certainly not be poisoned, and his camouflage mask will not explode. After his resurrection, Yue Guang had made it clear that there was no need to go to the dark forest anymore because the moment he was poisoned, he clearly saw someone in that place. But he still insisted and wanted to take a look. It's fine now. I took a look and died again. It's okay if you just lose some experience points. You can get them back as long as you have time. But if the equipment explodes, you will cry even if you want to. The equipment on my body was collected at a great cost. Bronze equipment is better and can be bought if you have money. However, equipment above silver level is basically in a priceless state. If one item is exploded, one item will be lost. I hope he just exploded some copper coins like me. Sighing secretly in his heart, Qin Jian saw that moonlight had already opened his eyes. Qin Jian hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "How are you doing? The equipment on your body didn't explode, did it?" Yue Guang responded, but her face was still ugly, and she asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of the guy who looks exactly like me just now?" "What else can I say?" Qin Jian's face darkened. He thought for a while and said, "Just like you." Said, "The disguise mask must have been picked up by him." "You don't know. The first time I saw that guy, I was stunned. His appearance is as if it were carved out of the same mold as you. The scars at the corners of his eyes and the moles on his chin can all be seen on his face. Even identical twins cannot be so similar. That should be correct." A cold light flashed across Yue Guang's face, and she said with a depressed expression, "But who is that guy? Is Xinghan his real name?" "I don't know. Do you think he is Han Xiao?" Qin Jian's eyes moved and he said solemnly, "Such a perverted defense is rare in Stormwind City, and his physical attack is just around 5,000 points. More importantly, I see that the equipment on him, the red armor and the Silver Hat are all consistent with Han Xiao. If it's not him, who else could it be? I thought so at first, but it probably wasn't Han Xiao. Yue Guang shook her head and sighed. You don't know what happened later, otherwise you would.
He excluded Han Xiao.
What the hell? I was shocked just now. I couldn't believe my eyes. What's going on? Can Jian was a little curious. What happened was even more outrageous than the appearance of two lights. He quickly asked, what exactly happened to scare you like this? That bastard said that the fighting holy body he drew at the beginning made me almost crazy when I stepped on the horse. You know? Wu Guang took a breath and calmed down a little, then continued. After you were killed, that guy took off all his equipment in order to let me be his sparring partner. When this happened, I was so happy that I went up and slashed his neck with a knife. But do you know what the result was? Shouldn't it be impossible to break through the defense? Seeing the moonlight appearing here, Ken Jian had already guessed the result, and said, with a look of shock, that's not true, he is not wearing any equipment and you can't even break through the defense. Hey, you can't believe it. Yue Guang continued speechlessly. I can't believe it at all. That naked defense is so high. Forget it if you have high naked defense. I admit it's bad luck. But damn, he only held a level 10 white iron sword and killed me in an instant. Do you think he really got the Dozhan holy body? Probably, maybe it's possible. Even though he knew that Yue Guang couldn't lie to him, Ken Jian still couldn't believe it and said, speechlessly, this Dozhan holy body didn't come after Monkey Sun became a Buddha. But why is there such a thing in the game? If this is true, wouldn't there be some other top-quality physiques such as the Nine Yang body, the Ice Jade body, the Azure Dragon holy body, etc.? Who knows this? Yue Guang grimaced and continued depressedly. I can't even tell whether the Dozhan holy body is true or false, let alone other holy bodies. It is precisely for this reason that I feel that Xinghan and Han Xiao are two completely different people. Yes, the naked defense and naked attack are so high. Only a special physique can explain it. Ken Jian nodded in agreement and said with an envious look on his face, even if you are not fighting the holy body, you must have practiced something.
Excellent technique.
During this period of time, whether it is the fighting holy body or the best skills, there is no way to obtain them from the game. There is a high probability that they will be drawn by lottery. In this case, I really don't know who this Xinghan is. After all, Han Zhao's explosion rate is so outrageous and people on the internet have already guessed it. He should have received a reward such as
Lucky 100.
A person only has one chance to draw a lottery, so how can he possibly draw two top-notch rewards such as fighting holy body and lucky plus 100 at the same time? Alas, I have no choice but to be unlucky. This is something we can't envy. Yue Guang sighed and continued with a depressed look on his face. Whether it's Han Xiao or Xinghan, we are no match anyway. As for the disguised mask, I will definitely not come back. If I had known this would be the case, I might as well have sold it directly
to Han Xiao.
With those 50,000 gold coins, I might have been able to buy some gold equipment from him. Who says it's not? But it's too late to say anything now. Ken Jian glanced at Yue Guang, his expression extremely depressed. The news he heard today greatly stimulated him. Fight the holy body. Is it really possible to have such a constitution? But why was his luck so bad? He only got 2 copper coins. It's worse than nothing. It's so fucking annoying. Hashtag C263 searching for Spirit Rat. Stormwind City. When Moonlight and Broken Sword left the Resurrection Altar, Bai Shaoxing looked at Wantong Agency not far away and finally sold the purple gold armor-breaking bow for 14.3 million. Counting the 4.8 million sold for the Bloodthirsty Demon Spear, the total is 19.1 million. That much money should be enough for tonight. There are now more than 1,000 videos under the post, but many of them are stolen videos trying to make up the numbers and earn money for free. After careful identification, there are only 264 real and effective videos. If there are only these, according to 60,000 Yenhua coins for one piece of silver equipment, it is less than 16 million. However, in these uploaded videos, some individual players have achieved good results. They killed about 40 people, and according to killing one person for one piece of silver equipment, that is 2.4 million. There is 19 million in hand, which will be enough for now. But it is early morning now. Some of the individual players who participated in the battle in the Necromancer's cemetery should have gone offline and failed to get the news in time, so their videos have not been uploaded yet. After going online tomorrow, this number should increase by about 50 and more. Then 3 million will have to be spent. Thinking of this, Bai Shaoxing felt a little distressed. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to take it seriously. He took out more than 20 million without blinking an eye. Although the two of them didn't work together for a long time, he also helped to find out a lot of information. If the bloodthirsty magic gun is not counted, he only made less than 1 million in total. Now for this matter, he has to put in his own 4.8 million. Alas, this guy, he is really possessed by the devil. Thinking of what happened in the past 2 days, Bai Shaoxing couldn't help but sigh. Because of Han Zhao's existence, Stormwind City is much more lively than other main cities, and even some low-level players are abnormal. Those who mined didn't want to mine, and those who collected herbs didn't want to collect herbs. They all waited for Han Xiao to be besieged again, and then they ran to pick up bargains. Even now, countless players went to the dark forest without caring about their lives. But the danger level of that place was even higher than that of the undead cemetery. If they were not strong enough, they could not go there. Hehe, a blood ginseng, a bounty. Bai Shaoxing chuckled, and couldn't understand what those guys were thinking. Did they really think that the 500,000 bounty and the gold equipment were easy to get? Thinking of the players who appeared in an endless stream on the resurrection altar, he shook his head slightly, clicked into the forum again, and looked at the post for the purchase of blood ginseng. This was a very popular post, and the comments below were also very lively, but there was no real useful information. It's been more than 3 hours, and there is still no news. It seems a bit bad. This situation gave Bai Shaoxing a bad premonition, but he had no way to deal with it. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by money, but a matter of strength. If he posts this post for buying blood ginseng again 10 days later, he is 70% sure that someone will know the relevant information about blood ginseng. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a quick ringtone sounded in his ears. Bai Shaoxing found that it was Han Xiao and answered it immediately. In the dark forest, Xiao Han hung up the phone depressed. More than 3 hours have passed, and there is still no news about blood ginseng, which makes him a little anxious. The bounty method seems good, but it seems that the effect is not good now. In Stormwind City, millions of players have entered the dark forest, but 90% of them have been stopped at the periphery. Even if there are still 10% who can go deep, they can only hang around in the monster area of about level 30. As for the monster areas of level 40 and level 50, the players who can enter are really rare, and such players will not care about the mere 500,000 bounty, let alone help him find blood ginseng. Is there no other way? Muttering softly, Xiao Han frowned deeply, and he tried hard to think. Lu Yan's injury is very serious, and she is waiting for the blood ginseng to save her life. With his own strength alone, even if he goes deep into the level 60 monster area, the chance of finding the blood ginseng will not be too high. What should I do? Should I increase the reward? If I take out a diamond equipment, those powerful guys should be tempted. Looking at the diamond equipment in the eye space ring, he was reluctant to give up both the dead bracelet and the Rui wristband. These two pieces of equipment, whether in terms of attributes or special effects, are very top-notch. But thinking of Lu Yan's injury, Xiao Han gritted his teeth and whispered, "It's just a piece of diamond equipment. It's nothing more than killing a few more boss-level bosses. Having made a decision in his heart, he immediately called up the attribute panel and clicked on the friend list, but before he could contact Bai Shaoxing again, he heard the voices of a man and a woman, one of whom sounded quite familiar. What a pity! Those two Ganoderma lucidum are at least 100 years old. If we can pick them, we might be able to sell them for tens of thousands. I know that, but there's a nest of pythons right next to us. I can't beat them. A man 100 meters away continued in a rather depressed tone. That thing should be level 50. Even the two guys who just cleared the way for us probably wouldn't dare to provoke it. Well, I'll let Xiao Ling follow the safe route they've opened up to find the blood ginseng. Listening to this conversation, Xiao Han became more and more curious. In his memory, the woman's voice was a little strange, but the man's voice should have been heard not long ago. Could it be another acquaintance? Thinking so in his heart, he still maintained his moonlight face and slowly walked towards the direction where the voice came from. The Xiao Ling mentioned by the woman really made him a little curious. At this time, the woman's voice came again. Brother Lin, what grade of medicinal material do you think the blood ginseng is? How could someone offer such a high price just for such a piece of information? How would I know? The man called Brother Lin paused and continued. But since the price is so high, there must be a reason. Maybe he needs it urgently. It's a pity that my strength is too weak to take you deep into the dark forest. Otherwise, with the soul-seeking rat in your hand, it would be very easy to find a blood ginseng. No way, Brother Lin is already very powerful. The woman hurriedly comforted. Although we have the help of external forces, didn't you also bring me here safely? And as long as we find the coordinates of the blood ginseng, it would be worth it even if we die here. 100 meters away, a man and a woman were still chatting in a low voice, but Xiao Han was stunned by what they said and whispered, soul-seeking. Rat. #C264 Cooperation. When he was bored before, he read a lot of novels, and some of them were fantasy novels, and there would be spirit beasts like the soul-seeker rat. This is a kind of scum with a combat power of only 5, but it has a very keen sense of natural treasures. Now, in Perfect World, there is actually a soul-seeker rat, which Xiao Han never expected. You must know that if you want to have a pet, you must first learn the taming technique, but there are prerequisites. Players must first complete the second job transfer before they are qualified to learn. But at this moment, players who have reached level 30 are all rare, not to mention completing the second job transfer. So players who have pets are also extremely rare. However, not all pets must be obtained by taming. There are also some guys who are lucky enough to draw such rewards directly at the beginning. Before they learned the taming technique, they were already ahead of everyone and had their own combat partners. Heh! Soul-seeking rat! Muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and his expression was somewhat excited. He moved his footsteps and ran straight to the direction where the sound came from. Judging from their tone, soul-seeking rats should have a special sense of medicinal materials. Now, relying on him alone, the possibility of finding blood ginseng in this huge dark forest is extremely low, almost infinitely close to zero. But with the help of soul-seeking rats, it is completely different. Since it has an extremely keen sense of medicinal materials, it will not be like a headless fly when searching. It took Xiao Han less than 10 seconds to appear in front of the two people at a distance of 100 meters. After seeing them clearly, I understood why the male voice in the discussion between the two people was so familiar. Isn't this the knight who wanted to block the attack of the swordfish when he first entered the dark forest? But this kid is quite powerful. It has only been a short time and he has changed a female companion, and both female companions are pretty good. If you have to give a girl's appearance, figure, and temperament a score, the previous one should be around 80 points, and the one in front of you should be at least 90 points. If she didn't look a little young and her body hadn't fully developed, she should be able to add another 5 points. At this time, in the hands of this beautiful and pure-looking girl, there was a pale golden little mouse, which looked like a hamster and was very cute. Originally, he was almost desperate about finding blood ginseng, but he didn't expect that there would be such a turn. He hurriedly squeezed out a smile and was about to ask for help, but a loud shout came from his ear. "What do you want to do?" Lin Xia was very familiar with the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. He and Yi Qiu followed behind him and walked here safely. He was definitely not an opponent for such a master, but he would not retreat at all. Taking a quick step forward to block Yi Qiu, Lin Xia looked around and didn't see another person. His face relaxed a little and then he repeated in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? I don't mean any harm." Seeing the cautious look on the face of the man in front of him, Xiao Han hurriedly stopped and stood in place to explain, "My name is Xiao Han, and I'm a level 39 warrior. I just heard that you have a spirit-seeking rat, but even if you find the best medicinal materials, you have to give up because of your strength. Then have you ever thought about finding a strong partner to cooperate with?" "Damn, level 39? Lin Xia's eyes bulged, and he exclaimed in disbelief, not even taking the cooperation he said to heart. These days, his online time every day is as high as 18 hours. Even so, he is only level 19 now, but this guy in front of him is already level 39. How did he do it? The shock in his heart could not be expressed in words. Lin Xia asked blankly, "Is it true? How is this possible? If you don't believe it, we can team up." Xiao Han did not explain too much and directly sent a team invitation and then continued, "If you cooperate with me, I can help you level up very quickly." "Wow, Brother Lin, he is really level 39. Lin Xia was still struggling whether to team up, but a cry of surprise came from behind him and he quickly accepted the invitation. In the team list, there were 2 Arabic numerals behind Xiao Han which were extremely conspicuous. "Oh my god, it's really level 39. At this moment, Lin Xia was confused. He didn't understand how the man in front of him did it. However, she immediately became very interested in the cooperation he mentioned, and hurriedly said, "My name is Lin Xia, and this is my sister Yi Qiu. What do you mean by cooperation?" "Hee. For you, it is definitely a sure win." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "You should know the post on the forum looking for blood ginseng." "Yeah." Lin Xia nodded in response, but then widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Did you ask by Xiaoxing to post that purchase message?" "Well, I have a limited time task now, and I need blood ginseng." Xiao Han did not hide it and continued with a smile, "It is really too unlikely to find the task item in a short time with my own strength. Now that you two have soul-seeking rats in your hands, we have a basis for cooperation. Here, I can protect your safety and help you upgrade. You can upgrade at least 2 levels in an hour." Seeing the dumbfounded looks of the 2 people, Xiao Han continued, "The items dropped by killing monsters, all equipment below silver belong to you. I don't want any of it. As long as you find the blood ginseng, I will give you a lot of the reward mentioned on the forum. What do you two think of this condition? So, all we need to do is follow behind and pick up the money?" Yi Qiu's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to shout, Okay, I'll let Xiaoling find the blood ginseng now." After saying that, he ignored Lin Xia beside him and quickly placed the spirit-seeking rat on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After the palm-sized spirit rat landed on the ground, it immediately shrugged its nose and then jumped up and ran. "Oh, you ran in the wrong direction. Not in that direction." Seeing the spirit-seeking rat running back, Yi Qiu suddenly became anxious and immediately chased after it, trying to catch it back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was a little confused at first, but then he understood and said with a smile, "Oh, this little thing seems to be obsessed with those 2 Ganoderma lucidum plants. In that case, let's go there together. Is this okay?" Xiao paused and said slowly, "There are a lot of pythons over there, and they can't all be killed in a short time. What if it takes too much time and makes you unable to complete the task? It's okay, it's just some pythons. It won't take too long." Xiao Han continued with a smile, "I don't want those 2 Ganoderma lucidum plants. Just use them as a deposit for our cooperation." As he said that, he moved his steps and went straight to chase after the spirit-seeking rat. #C265 eyes full of little stars. After more than 2 minutes, Xiao Han saw the spirit-seeking rat stopped, looked back and kept chirping. Although there was nothing in front of him, his ears, which consumed 7 points of energy per second, could already hear a hissing sound very clearly. Not far away. "Are those 2 Ganoderma lucidum in front?" After muttering softly, Xiao Han rushed to the direction where the sound came from without any hesitation. After running for less than 10 seconds, about 100 meters, he saw the so-called nest of pythons in the mouths of the 2 people. Originally, he thought that since it could be called a nest, there must be at least 100 or 200, but the picture in front of him made him stunned for a moment. There was a dead tree covered with moss over there, with 2 Ganoderma lucidum on it. Not only were they growing well, they were also very large, and they looked like they should be quite old. Near this dead tree, there were some pythons entrenched, but their number was not large, probably less than 30. It's just because they are so big, each one is as thick as a bowl, so they look intimidating. If there are 100 or 200, it may take a long time to clean them all up. But now, while the 2 are not here, Xiao Han doesn't want to delay too much time. He accumulates his strength and rushes over with a sudden slash. -13,428. The moment more than 13,000 points of damage appeared, his right foot stomped. Again very quickly. With a boom, more than 7,000 points of damage appeared on the heads of several surrounding pythons. After killing jungle poisonous lizards for more than 2 hours, the shock was finally upgraded to level 5, and the basic damage increased by another 1,000 points. As for the sudden slash, although it is also used uninterruptedly, it may take more than an hour to break through to level 5. By that time, its basic damage should be at least more than 12,000 points. If it is upgraded to level 6, it may even exceed 15,000. For intermediate skills, level 6 should be the limit, but Xiao Han is already very satisfied with such basic damage, not to mention Stormwind City. Even in Yanhua country, there are only a handful of players who can withstand it. When he returns from the Dark Forest, he will almost be able to upgrade to level 6. At that time, if Lu Yen is cured, he will get a license to kill, which is just right for his revenge. Humph! Steal my things. With a cold snort, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a cold light, and another 3 slashed on the python's head. These pythons are just ordinary monsters, although their health points are as high as 180,000 under such an attack. In less than 30 seconds, the blood bar slowly reached the bottom. At this time, Yi Qiu and Lin Xia came late. They looked at the figure standing in the middle of the snake group. Their eyes suddenly glared, and they said in unison, "Fuck!" A series of immunity emerged from Xinghan's head, and they could only use this sentence to express their shock. But before the surprise in their eyes disappeared, the ground shook suddenly. Boom! The cooldown shock was used again, and then a red damage value appeared. None of them was less than 7,000 points, and there were even 2 critical hits as high as 15,000 points. At the same time, a python finally exhausted the last bit of life and fell down with a pop. Listening to the system prompts in their ears, the 2 looked at the experience bar on the attribute panel that suddenly jumped forward, and their faces were full of disbelief. I'm a fool. No wonder he is already level 39. Lin Xia looked at the damage values that kept floating out with a confused face, each of which was more than 4,000 points, and continued stutteringly. It's worth it to have such a big guy to help level up, even if it's free. Help? Who said before that my little spirit was not used? Yi Qiu snorted coldly and said happily, "How is it now you are following the luck? Hee hee." Lin Xia chuckled, did not refute, but looked at Xinghan in the middle of the snake group with a face full of envy. Such attack and defense are really overbearing. A level 50 wild monster couldn't break his defense. In Stormwind City now, it is estimated that only Han Xiao can do this. I wonder who is more powerful between the two of them. Muttering in his heart, Lin Xia looked at the ground again, and then his eyes suddenly bulged, and he said in surprise, "Oh my God! I am not dazzled. What's wrong with you?" Yi Qiu was a little strange. He was shocked. Why did his brother still look like he had never seen the world? He couldn't help but say, "He is indeed powerful, but you don't have to be like this." No, you misunderstood. Lin Xia was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly, but he still straightened his tongue and explained, "Look at the ground. What did the python just explode? Ah, how is this possible?" At this time there was an equipment on the ground which looked like bronze equipment, but it was not certain. If it was just a bronze equipment, it wouldn't shock the two too much. After all, if you are a little luckier, it is possible to get bronze equipment from ordinary wild monsters, and the probability is not low. But what is going on with the pile of khaki copper coins on the ground, which number at least more than 2,000? They didn't know how many of these ordinary monsters they had killed, but the number of copper coins dropped from each one would not exceed 50, which was not even enough to cover the medicine money they had lost. Although the monsters they killed might be slightly lower in level, the difference was not that big. Looking at the copper coins on the ground, Yi Qiu said excitedly, "I remember. Xinghan said that he only wanted equipment above silver level, and nothing else. So, all these copper coins on the ground are ours? It should be, maybe it could be ours." Lin Xia said blankly, still with a look of disbelief on her face. "These thousands of copper coins are thousands of dollars, so does he really not want them all?" Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. "Your teammate Xinghan killed a jungle python and gained 60,000 experience points, and you gained 9,000 points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 20. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game." Ding, your teammate Xinghan killed a jungle python and gained 3,200 copper coins. The sudden system prompt made Lin Xia stunned. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours for him to reach level 20, but now he has killed monsters at level 30, and he has upgraded in less than 2 minutes. More importantly, when he came here just now, he was stunned by Xinghan's attack and defense, so he didn't pay attention to the first system prompt. Now that he knows the experience points and the copper coins that exploded, he wonders if he is hallucinating. The first jungle python exploded 2,700 copper coins, and the second jungle python exploded 3,200. There are a total of 26 giant pythons in the jungle in front of us. Even if each one only explodes 2,500 copper coins, that's 65,000 yuan. After calculating in his mind, Lin Xia was stunned. At this time, Yi Qiu's expression was completely different. His eyes were full of stars. Seeing thousands of copper coins appearing on the ground again, he couldn't help drooling. #C266 Black Scale Warhorse. Time passed by minute, and the number of jungle pythons became less and less, and in a blink of an eye there were only 2 left. Xiao Han looked at the brother and sister standing not far away. Although he didn't understand why one of them was surnamed Lin and the other was surnamed Yi, he still shouted loudly, "Don't stand there, come and pick up money and equipment. My mission is time-limited. There are less than 8 hours left. Once these 2 jungle pythons are killed, we have to leave immediately and let your soul-seeking rat find blood ginseng." "Oh, we'll come right away," Yi Qiu responded, hurriedly holding the soul-seeking rat and running towards the dead tree covered with moss. Lin Xia, who was standing aside, also reacted at this time and rushed to the equipment and copper coins with agility. These short 15 minutes gave him too much shock. Although he is still level 20 now, the experience bar on the attribute panel has been halfway through. At this upgrade speed, if it takes 8 hours, he will be upgraded to level 30. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Xia was very excited. He picked up the equipment on the ground and threw it directly into his backpack without even looking at it. If it was white board or black iron equipment, he would not pick it up at all. Because at level 50, even the worst players should have at least a set of bronze equipment. No one would want white board and black iron equipment even if they picked it up. But just now, according to the system prompt, there were a total of 9 pieces of equipment exploded here, all of which were bronze or above, and there was even 1 silver. Such an explosion rate made him jealous to death. In the past few days since entering the game, he has killed many ordinary monsters and even killed 2 elite monsters, but at most he has exploded 2 bronze equipment. Compared with the star mark in front of him, he felt that his luck was as if he had just soaked in a pit, and it was simply stinking. And these copper coins on the ground, there are so many that it is simply terrifying. Oh my God! No wonder he offered such a high reward. Muttering softly, Lin Xia grabbed handfuls of copper coins on the ground and quickly threw them into her backpack. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Although no equipment was dropped, the number of copper coins increased by 3,300. Oh my God! After he is killed, there will be endless copper coins on the ground. With a wail in his heart, Lin Xia could only speed up his pace and muttered to himself, "No matter, I will pick up as many as I can." At this time, Yiqiu also picked 2 Ganoderma lucidum, threw one into the backpack, and the other was being held in the claws of the spirit-seeking rat. Crunch, crunch, chewing. If it was before, she would definitely be reluctant to feed her pet with such medicinal materials, but now, it's just a Ganoderma lucidum. That's a small amount of money. Grabbing handfuls of copper coins on the ground, Yiqiu really experienced the joy of this game at this moment. After a few dozen seconds, the last jungle python was also killed. Xiao Han immediately said to Yiqiu, "Okay, let your soul-seeking rat work." At this time, all the equipment on the ground was picked up, but at least half of the copper coins on the ground were not picked up. Yiqiu was reluctant and said depressedly, "Brother Xinghan, can you wait for me for a while, just 1 minute?" "Oh, okay." Xiao Han chuckled and did not refuse. If it was 1 minute, he could still wait, and with this time they should be able to pick up most of the copper coins. As for the scattered ones, they could only give up. Turning his eyes to the soul-seeking rat not far away, the little guy was really cute. At this moment, Xiao Han also wanted to have a pet like this, but he was too anxious to leave the city, and he forgot to learn the taming technique. If it weren't for Lu Yan's injury, he hurried to the dark forest. Maybe he would have a pet now, and it would be at least elite level. Hey, I'm already in the 2nd level anyway, so I don't need to wait too long. Muttering softly, Xiao Han was looking forward to it, but suddenly he remembered that there seemed to be a black scale horse card in the space ring. He had been busy for the past few hours, and he hadn't had time to see what the black scale horse card was for. Seeing that the two were busy picking up copper coins, he immediately lowered his head and started looking for it. Although there were a lot of things in the space ring, they were found quickly. Xiao Han quickly took it out and took a look. Black Scale Horse Card. Elite summon a level 50 Black Scale Warhorse. Elite. Oh my God! It can be summoned directly? Xiao Han didn't expect this, but he didn't hesitate at all and summoned it. Immediately, Hiralu, a black warhorse, suddenly appeared in the green, which was still very eye-catching. This made the 2 people who were picking up money on the side look over curiously, and the spirit-seeking mouse that was chewing on the Ganoderma lucidum squeaked and ran to Yiqiu's feet, as if it was frightened by the sudden appearance of this big guy. Is this a mount? Lin Xia's eyes bulged, and he looked at Xinghan in disbelief, and his heart beat rapidly. He, a knight, didn't even have a mount, but a warrior summoned a warhorse. First, more importantly, the warhorse in front of him had no hair on its body, but was covered with a layer of fine scales, like armor. Looking at the black warhorse in front of him with envy, Lin Xia asked with envy, "This warhorse looks so good. Where did you catch it?" "Hee, it's not caught." Xiao Han chuckled without explaining too much and immediately looked at the attributes of the warhorse. Black scale warhorse, elite level 50. The knight can carry one person when riding and the rider's health plus 20,000. Skill. Charge, increase movement speed by 300%, increase attack by 50%, hit the target to knock it away and stun it for 1 second. Skill, human-animal integration, can improve the various attributes of the rider and the black scale warhorse by 10%, increase movement speed by 500%, last for 10 minutes, cool down for 30 minutes. Note: other professional riders do not enjoy attribute bonus. Oh my, 20,000 health limit. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect that the upper limit of the health value increased by amount was as high as 20,000 points. In this case, when a large number of knight players have mounts, how can he kill instantly? "Brother Xinghan, is this mount yours?" At this time, Yi Qiu came over with an excited look on his face and asked in a low voice, "It's so cool. Can I touch it?" "Of course. Not only can you touch it, you can also ride it." As he said, Xiao Han comforted the black-scaled warhorse and said to Lin Xia, with a smile, "You are a knight, although you haven't learned riding skills. Yet, you should be able to ride it." "I don't know, but I can try." Lin Xia's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately approached the black-scaled warhorse, stepped on the stirrup and rode on it. At this time, he finally knew what this warhorse was called, and at the same time saw its attributes. Then his eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "Fuck! The upper limit of the health value increased by 20,000 points? Fuck! My total health value is less than 5,000 points. Hashtag C267 Tough Decision 1. Holding the black scale horse card, Xiao Han was a little surprised, but he was very calm about Lin Xia's shock, because this was expected. Increase the upper limit of life value by 20,000 points. Such attribute blessing, no matter which knight it happens to, he will be stunned. This thing should be easy to sell for millions. Muttering in his heart, seeing Lin Xia also pulled Yi Qiu onto the warhorse, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Stop playing. Let your soul-seeking rat work. Quickly." "Oh," Yi Qiu responded. She just sat on the horse's back, and before she could warm her buttocks, she jumped off it again, but the excitement on her face still did not dissipate. Whether in the game or in reality, she has never ridden a horse. More importantly, this horse is really cool. Quickly putting the soul-seeking rat on the ground, Yi Qiu turned around and pulled Lin Xia's arm to get on the black-scale warhorse. At this time, the little thing thrown on the ground was stunned. It stared at the figure on the horse's back and squeaked anxiously. "Why are you squeaking? Why don't you go find the herbs?" Sitting on the horse's back, Yi Qiu was excited and shouted to the soul-seeking rat, "Go find the blood ginseng for me. You must find the blood ginseng." As she said that, she also took out a ginseng and continued with a smile, "See, this is it. Squeak, squeak, squeak." At this time, the soul-seeking rat seemed to understand something. It squeaked a few times, shrugged its nose on the spot, and ran southwest in a flash. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han did not hesitate and followed immediately, and at the same time he felt a little strange. After the black-scaled warhorse was summoned, he could appease it and let Lin Xia ride it, but he could not communicate. But Yi Qiu's soul-seeking rat was different. This little thing seemed to understand the owner's meaning, and then complete some things according to her instructions. Such a clever little fellow, it must be very interesting to raise him. Muttering softly, Xiao Han thought of the stolen manifestation talisman, and his resentment deepened. If that thing was still there, he would soon have such a pet, and in reality. Ding hai! Sure how, right? With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han followed closely behind the soul-seeking rat, hoping to find the blood ginseng as soon as possible. At this time, the two people sitting on the black-scaled warhorse were confused. Gee. The shout came from Yi Chou's mouth, but she asked anxiously, Brother Lin, why doesn't he run? I haven't ridden a horse either. Let me study it. Then hurry up, Brother Xinghan is almost running away, and you won't get any experience if you go too late. I know, don't make a fuss. Having not learned riding skills and having never ridden a warhorse, Lin Xia was also confused at this time, but she still shook the reins and tried. A few minutes later, the black-scaled warhorse finally ran reluctantly under the control of the reins. At this time, the soul-seeking rat had stopped and stood there, squeaking. After having such an experience, Xiao Han understood what it meant. Where there are medicinal herbs, there are naturally dangers. This little thing is very smart. It is only responsible for leading the way, not for taking risks. Hearing the sound coming from more than 100 meters away, Xiao Han ignored the soul-seeking rat and rushed over. In less than 10 seconds he saw a group of wild boars less than 10 in total, but one of them was slightly larger in size and should be elite. Not far from the group of wild boars, there were some medicinal herbs growing, at least half of which had been ruined. What a pity! They are all rejuvenation grass. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately rushed towards the wild boar. Rejuvenation grass is the main material for refining high-level blood, replenishing potions, which is an instant blood replenishing potion. Before going to the graveyard of the dead yesterday, he searched for a long time, but still couldn't find a single one. In addition to the rejuvenating grass, he also saw a few ginsengs, but the surrounding environment was not right, and it was obviously impossible to be blood ginsengs. He didn't want to waste time in this place, but the soul-seeking rats stopped. And Yi Chou hadn't come yet, so he had to hurry up and kill them. Minus 11,489. Xiao Han immediately killed them with a sudden slash. After a while, all the black-skinned wild boars were beaten to a residual blood state. Even the elite one was no exception. Just one more kick to shock them, and they would all be killed instantly. However, since he had agreed to take 2 people to level up, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. Listening to the sound of horse hooves approaching quickly a few hundred meters away, he stood still and let the wild boars attack. After waiting for more than a minute, the two controlled the war horses and ran over. In fact, the speed of the black-scaled warhorse is enough to catch up with the spirit-seeking rats, but they are not proficient in horse control and cannot run at full speed. Xiao Han had no way to deal with this, so he said directly, I'll give you 2 minutes to clean up the battlefield. After that, regardless of the two people's reactions, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and with a boom, a series of system prompts sounded in his ears. Oh my God! There are only 2 gold equipment. The elite black-skinned wild boar only exploded 2 bronze equipment, but with the 100-fold reward, it became 2 gold equipment. For him, such equipment would eventually be sold, so he picked it up and took a look. He found that there was no special effect, so he threw it directly into the backpack. At this time, the 2 people sitting on the horseback were already stunned. This scene in front of them was more visually impactful than the killing of the jungle python just now. This was a group of wild boars. They were all killed instantly, and there was even an elite one among them. Although shocked, looking at the silver and copper coins on the ground, the 2 still rolled off the warhorse and quickly rushed to the spoils on the ground. After a while, Yi Chou frowned and said, Brother Lin, do you have any space in your backpack? There are too many medicinal herbs and too many equipment. Some of them can't fit. Lin Xia was stunned, looking at her backpack with a confused face, and said depressedly, I only have 2 slots left. What should I do? There are still many medicinal herbs that haven't been dug. Out here. Xiao held his hat in one hand and ginseng in the other hand, his eyes still, staring at the undug rejuvenation grass on the ground, his face full of entanglement. The backpack is full. In fact, there is only one way, that is to throw it away. But she looked at this and that and couldn't bear to throw it away, and suddenly she didn't know what to do. Seeing that her brother couldn't help him, she could only look at Xiao Han for help, asking for help. Brother Xiao, can these things be temporarily placed in your backpack? Those level 50 bronze equipment. Let's throw them away. Xiao Han shook his head and didn't agree. Although his space ring was large enough to take all the bronze equipment away, he felt it was unnecessary, so he explained, bronze equipment of such a high level is difficult to sell. I think it's better for you to leave the backpack space for medicinal materials. We have just started. There will be more medicinal materials and more equipment later. Are you going to leave them all with me? Oh, what a pity. Lin Xia sighed and continued depressedly. But what you said does make sense. It's time to throw them away. Hashtag C268 Tough Decision. 2. Time passed quickly, and more than 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye. With the help of the spirit-seeking rat, more than 10 kinds of ginseng have been found, including wild ginseng, long-bearded ginseng, black ginseng, etc., but the urgently needed blood ginseng has not been found. Lin Xia and Xiao also made a lot of money during this period. Not only did their levels soar by 7 or 8 levels, but they also picked up hundreds of thousands of copper coins. However, there was no trace of happiness in their eyes, but a look of entanglement on their faces. Brother, should I throw away this necklace or these boots? Hearing his sister ask such a question again, Lin Xia frowned and sighed. Throw away the necklace. What's the point of keeping a bronze equipment without special effects? But this is a rare equipment. Xiao grabbed the necklace and said reluctantly, we picked up so many equipment, but there is only this necklace. Then throw away the boots. That won't work. Xiao still disagreed, and said with a tangled face, this pair of boots has special effects. How can I throw it away? Then what do you say? Wow, I don't want to throw away either. Xiao cried and said distressedly, look at how beautiful this necklace is, and these boots are not bad either. It would be great if I could go back. Alas, I want to too. Lin Xia sighed and said depressedly, but you know it's impossible. Xinghan's time is too tight. It has been more than 5 hours and he still hasn't found the blood ginseng. His face is already very ugly. Why would he waste more than an hour to let them go back to the city to store the items? Looking at the full bronze equipment in his backpack, almost all of them were equipped with special effects. Even the equipment without special effects were rare equipment such as bracelets and shields. In the past few hours, his heart seemed to be bleeding. If a piece of bronze equipment is worth 2,000 yuan, he has thrown away at least 200,000, not to mention the copper coins that were not picked up. He has never been as depressed as he is now, nor as shocked as he is now. The explosion rate of the star mark is really abnormal. Among the more than 100 pieces of equipment that exploded, all of them are bronze or above. Not to mention black iron equipment, even whiteboard equipment has not been seen. He even felt that he and this guy were playing two completely different games. Seeing her sister's tangled face, Lin Xia took out a bracelet from her backpack, threw it away, and then said, give me the necklace, I'll keep it. For you. Hee hee. Thank you, brother. At this time, Xiao showed a happy smile, but when she saw the silent figure in front of her, she immediately covered her mouth and held back the sound. After waiting for a long time, he said, brother, that blood ginseng is very important to him. What if Xiao Ling can't find the blood ginseng? He won't take back all these equipment, medicinal materials, and copper coins. Probably not. Lin Xia shook her head and said with a smile, in his eyes, these things are all unnecessary garbage. Only the two of us will treat them as treasures. And even if we return them, we won't lose anything. You are now level 24, and I have also reached level 26. I have reached level 7 or 8 in just 5 hours. Where can I find such a good thing? Instead of worrying about this now, you might as well let Xiao Ling pay more attention and help find the blood ginseng as soon as possible. I want to too, Yi Qiu said with a bitter face and a depressed look. But I can't find it. What can I do? Xiao Ling has been running for more than 5 hours in a row and is already very tired, but I still have to force it to continue looking for blood ginseng. Alas! Lin Xia sighed, but there was nothing she could do. After taking so many benefits from others, I can't just give up now. Looking at the little guy still running in front of him, he felt a little distressed. Although this was in the game, he had been running for more than 5 hours on and off. Not to mention the little guy, even he couldn't stand it. If it weren't for the skyrocketing experience points and the copper coins and equipment everywhere, he would have gone offline to rest. Is there any way to make it find the blood ginseng quickly? Muttering softly, Lin Xia suddenly flashed a picture more than 5 hours ago in his mind, and then a flash of inspiration came to him and he hurriedly asked excitedly, "Can you and the soul-seeking mouse have some simple communication?" Yes, the little spirit is smart. Yi Qiu was a little confused and didn't understand why his brother asked this, but he still boasted happily. As long as it's not too complicated, it can understand it. That's good. Lin Xia's eyes moved, and he said in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, you took out an old mountain ginseng as a reference before. So in the past few hours, this little guy has also found various kinds of ginseng according to your instructions. I think if you can express it more clearly and draw the picture of the blood ginseng completely, is it possible for it to lead us directly to find the blood ginseng?" "I don't know." Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "But I can try. Anyway, the possibility of finding it is not high if we continue like this." Thinking of this, she didn't want to search aimlessly anymore, and hurriedly shouted to the figure in front of her, "Brother Xinghen, wait a minute, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Xiao Han paused, his face was very ugly, and he said gloomily, "I don't have much time left, you don't want to go back." "That's not the case." Feeling the bad tone in Xinghen's voice, Yi Qiu quickly repeated his thoughts, and then continued, "Instead of continuing to search aimlessly, I think if I can draw a complete picture of the blood ginseng, the possibility of finding it should be higher. And when I was in school, I also learned sketching for a period of time, and I can draw it in half an hour at most." Blood ginseng sketch. Xiao Han frowned and muttered to himself, "Now, it seems that there is no better way, and if we continue to search like this, the possibility of finding it is really not high. Instead of continuing to search aimlessly, it is better to try according to Yi Qiu's idea." And through this period of contact, he also found that this little thing is really smart. It can understand some simple instructions, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then you try it." As he said, Xiao Han quickly took out a piece of animal skin and said directly, "If there is no paper, you can use animal skin, but if there is no pen and dye, how can you draw?" "Hee. This is easy to solve." Yi Qiu laughed and immediately broke off a branch as thick as a little finger, sharpened it, and then took out a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs from the backpack and squeezed out all their juice. After several adjustments, she really made red juice. #C269 Enemies often meet on a narrow road. More than half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Yi Qiu finally finished drawing the blood ginseng. Although it was a little different from the picture on the forum, it was 70% similar. After drawing the last root, she said with a sense of relief, "Finally. Finished. I don't know if my little spirit can understand it." Then, regardless of the two people beside her, she reached out and grabbed the soul-seeking mouse, put it directly on the animal skin, and then slowly said, "Little spirit, I want to find this thing. Can you help me find it? Squeak. At this time, the soul-seeking mouse was very tired. It lay on the animal skin, without any interest, and just didn't look at the blood ginseng that had just been drawn. At this moment, Yichio was a little anxious, pointing at the animal skin, and said viciously, "You must help me find this. Only when you find it you can rest." Squeak. What, you still don't want to? Yichio's face froze, and he immediately took out a black ginseng, smiling, and said, "Do you want to eat this? Just help me find the blood ginseng, and you will have it every day in the future." Squeak. The soul-seeking rat on the animal skin turned over and lay down directly, touching its belly with its two little paws in satisfaction, and had no idea about the black ginseng that had just been taken out. This sly little look was obviously telling Yichio, "I'm full. I don't want this thing. You should put it away quickly." This made Yichio angry. She grabbed the little ear of the soul-seeking mouse with one hand and shouted angrily, "You little bastard! How can you do this? I provide you with food and water, and I also help you take a bath every day. At this critical moment, how can you give up for me? Get up quickly." Such a scene happened in front of her. Lin Xia explained awkwardly, "This guy is a little willful. Wait a minute. It will be fine in a while. Haha. This little thing is quite interesting." Xiao Han chuckled, didn't care about anything, and said to Yichio with a smile, "Wait for me for a while. I'll be back soon." As he said that, he didn't care about the doubtful eyes of the two people, and ran to the place where the black armored poisonous spider was killed before. There were still 2 black ginseng plants that had not been dug out in that place. It's not that Yichio and Lin Xia didn't want to dig, but because their backpacks couldn't fit anymore, so they had to give up. Xiao Han himself didn't like this kind of intermediate medicinal material, so he was too lazy to dig it. Now, it seems that he can only use better medicinal materials to lure the spirit-seeking rat, otherwise the little thing may really plan to give up. Running at full speed, Xiao Han saw the 2 black ginsengs again in less than 3 minutes. He dug them out immediately without any hesitation. At this time, the expected system prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you get 100-year-old black ginseng, triggering 100-fold. Reward, you get 1,000-year-old black ginseng." Xiao Han thought that the black ginseng he just dug out would be bigger and thicker, so that it would be in line with the appearance of the 1,000-year-old black ginseng. But the fact is not the case. This 1,000-year-old black ginseng is not only thinner, but also smaller, only as thick as chopsticks, and less than 5 centimeters long. "Ha! I don't believe you can still hold it." Muttering softly, Xiao Han dug out the remaining other black ginseng, turned around, and ran in the direction he came from. At this time, Yichio was still coaxing the spirit-seeking rat. But this little ancestor was determined not to move, lying on the animal skin, like a dead pig, ignoring everyone. "Ah, I'm so angry." After trying every possible way, he still couldn't persuade the spirit-seeking rat. Yichio was so angry that he kept humming, but there was nothing he could do. "You can't just kill this little guy for this matter. Don't be angry, Xinghen should have a way." Lin Xia comforted him and said, with a smile, "I asked you to feed it less before, but you didn't believe it. Now you have tasted the bitterness. It's easy for you to say that. I also want it to eat less. That's all money." Yichio's face was full of depression, and he continued angrily, "But if you don't feed it, this little bastard would have gone on strike long ago." The two chatted with each other, and after waiting for more than 5 minutes, they finally saw Xinghen coming back. At this time, they were all a little confused. As the master, Yichio had no way to deal with the soul-seeker rat, so what means could he use to make this little thing surrender? "Do you want to eat this?" This doubt did not last too long. Xinghen, who had just returned, also took out a black ginseng, pointed at the blood ginseng on the animal skin, and said to the soul-seeker rat, "If you want it, you have to help me find this. Will this work?" Looking at Xinghen's actions, Lin Xia was confused. They were both black. Ginsengs. Was there anything different in his hand? This little thing was not even interested in the black ginseng in Yi Qiu's hand, so how could it be interested in the black ginseng that was less than 5 centimeters long and might not even be 10 years old? Squeak! But as soon as he finished speaking, the soul-seeker rat climbed up. Although it was already full, it still drooled a lot. Such a scene made Lin Xia completely stunned. He said blankly, "What's going on?" Yi Qiu on the side had the same question, but she knew more. Based on the temperament of the spirit-seeking rat, she knew that the black ginseng in Xiao Han's hand should be much older than she imagined. Squeak! At this time, the soul-seeking rat also understood something, and it squeaked a few times and immediately sniffed. After a while, it finally stopped, but did not take any action. Xiao Han was stunned, not understanding what this meant. He quickly turned his head to look at Yi Qiu beside him, and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "There should be no blood ginseng nearby." Yi Qiu did not hesitate and immediately said, "If there is one nearby, he should take us there immediately." "Does that mean we need to change places?" Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he immediately took out another 1,000-year-old black ginseng and said with a smile, "Come to my hand quickly as long as you lead me to find the blood ginseng. These two are yours." Squeak! At this time, the soul-seeking rat was not afraid of strangers, and ran to his palm. A trace of excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he quickly said, "I'll go first, and you two should follow me quickly." At this moment, he felt that it might be possible to find blood ginseng today. While running fast, the soul-seeking rat kept twitching its nose. In order to get 2,000-year-old black ginsengs, it was completely serious. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Han didn't know how far he had run. Squeak! Until a certain moment, the soul-seeking rat in his hand suddenly struggled violently and made a hurried cry. "Did you find it?" Xiao Han paused, his face showed excitement, and he quickly put the little guy in his hand on the ground. As soon as it landed, it ran out in a flash. Such a scene happened in front of him. Xiao Han didn't dare to delay, and immediately chased after it while also transferring the energy in his body into his ears. The next second, several familiar voices came into his ears. "Yu, use dark corrosion to reduce its defense." "I know, but its speed is too fast. If you can't restrict its movement, the skills can't hit it at all." Listening to the familiar voice, although Xiao Han hasn't seen who is over there, he can judge through these few conversations. His eyes immediately flashed with coldness, and he whispered, "Hey, I didn't expect it to be them. What a narrow road for enemies to cross." #C270 Red Flame Tiger. In perfect world, there are not many familiar voices and even fewer that leave such a deep impression on him. Xiao Han did not expect to meet them in this place. If there was no phantom mask, he might have endured it and then asked Bai Shaoxing to think of a way to see if he could buy the blood ginseng back from them at a high price. After all, those guys are not easy to mess with. But their luck seems to be a little bad, and they happen to meet at this time. Roar! At this time, a roar came from a few hundred meters away, shaking the leaves, rustling. From the sound, it should be a tiger monster. Muttering softly, Xiao Han knew that this should be at least a leader level boss, otherwise those guys would not attack at the same time. He was still very excited when encountering such a thing. If he just killed them, the loss would not be too great, but there was no way to get rid of the bad breath in his heart. In the game, only killing people and grabbing treasures together can you feel that kind of cool feeling, especially when you are about to kill the boss and the equipment is about to explode. Someone suddenly appears to disrupt the situation, and then you snatch the person and the monster together. That's really cool. Thinking of this, Xiao Han didn't rush over, but stood there and waited for a while. Seeing the brother and sister coming over on black-scaled war horses, he quickly stretched out his hand to stop them and said directly, "The blood ginseng has been found not far ahead, but someone has already got there first." Wait a minute, I plan to grab it directly, because now I don't have more time to find another blood ginseng. I know the guys over there, they are very strong, so you two better stay away from here and don't get affected. Since they are so powerful, wouldn't it be better to have our help? Ichio didn't care about killing people and stealing treasures. Instead, he took out a small short bow and said confidently, I am now level 25 and my physical attack is more than 200 points. I should be able to help you. Hee hee. Xiao Han chuckled, shook his head and smiled. Why don't you shoot me an arrow and see if you can break the defense? Xiao Qiu, don't make trouble. Lin Xia understood Xinghan's meaning. Although he and Yi Qiu were at a high level, their strength was really not strong. So far, he only has 2 bronze equipment, the rest are black iron equipment, and even 2 white ones. Although he has picked up a backpack of bronze equipment in the past few hours, almost all of them are level 50, and there is no way to wear them. If they really participate in the battle between Xinghan and those people, their only role is cannon fodder, and they may even drag their feet after the battle. So for them, it is better to stay away from this place and come back after everything is settled. Pulling the reins, Lin Xia nodded and said, I will take my sister away now, and I won't cause you any trouble. As he said that, he immediately controlled the horse and left. Xiao Han didn't say much, turned around and rushed in the direction of the sound. After a while, he saw 4 players besieging a red tiger. The leader was Xing Kai, the level 6 evolver who wanted to force all his equipment outside the demon flame cave. The other 3 were Peng Lei, Wu Nanfeng, and Yun Yuyu, all of whom were level 5 evolvers. Judging from their fighting style, Peng Lei is a knight, Wu Nanfeng is a warrior, and Yun Yuyu is a mage. Xing Kai, like Yu Guang, chose the warrior branch assassin. Seeing that the boss's health was about half, Xiao Han was not in a hurry at all. He hid behind the bushes and watched quietly. He wanted to rush out when these guys were about to kill the red flame tiger, so that they could experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. At this time, the silver wolf's gaze was also triggered, and a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes at the same time. Red flame tiger, leader level 50, health plus 250000, attack plus 9999, defense plus 7500. Skill. Tiger roaring in the forest, the movement speed increases by 50%, and, at the same time, it causes 2000 points of sonic damage to all targets within a radius of 10 meters. Skill. Red Flame Claw, release an energy tiger claw causing 10,000 points of fixed damage to all targets within a width of 2 meters and a length of 5 meters in front. Skill. Frenzy, enter the frenzy state. Attack power increased by 50%. Defense decreased by 30%. Lasting for 5 minutes. Fuck. This is actually a red flame tiger. Looking at such attributes, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed. This is a wandering boss without a fixed habitat. If the elite red flame tiger goes one step further, it will evolve into a red flame tiger. These 2 tigers are of the same lineage. If you can get its tiger whip and fry it, wouldn't it be possible to make his attack exceed 10,000 points? Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little excited. But now is not the best time to attack, he needs to wait. Roar. The roar sounded again. Xiao Han saw that the moment the red flame tiger opened its mouth, except for Peng Lei who took a defensive posture, the others had already run 10 meters away. Minus 9,246. With a roar, a damage value of nearly 10,000 points immediately floated out. Following this, another energy tiger claw emerged out of thin air. At this time, Peng Lei's health was less than 1/3, and he obviously could not withstand this attack. If he was hit by the energy tiger claw, he would be killed instantly. With such a large attack range, how can he dodge? Xiao Han murmured in a low voice. He was still looking forward to the scene in front of him. Bang! The next second, when the tiger claw slapped down, there was a dull roar and, at the same time, a golden light flashed on Peng Lei's body. Immune! A huge white Chinese character floated out, which surprised Xiao Han, and his eyes became a little gloomy at this time. At the same time, a ball of black liquid fell down at the right time. Zizi, zizi, zizi. Bursts of white smoke came out, and a large piece of the fur on the back of the red flame tiger was immediately corroded. At this time, Peng Lei quickly retreated while raising his hand to pour a bottle of medicine into his mouth, and Wu Nanfeng, who was not far behind him, pushed up without hesitation. His appearance successfully blocked the red flame tiger's pursuit route, so it could only roar and raise its claws to slap it. But at this time, it did not notice that a black figure had already circled behind it, -2,893. The damage value of nearly 3,000 points appeared, which surprised Xiao Han. Even with his current attack power, if he did not use skills, he would only cause less than 3,000 points of damage to the red flame tiger at most. Xing Kai could do this because he had high physical attack or high armor penetration. However, Xiao Han was not worried because his physical defense was more than 5,000 points higher than that of the red flame tiger, and his health was almost 40,000 points. This level of attack was not a big threat to him. What really troubled him was their tacit cooperation. Is this the strength of an evolver? Muttering softly, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems that I must change my fighting style as soon as possible, and even, in reality, I should do some corresponding training." Through several contacts with evolvers, it has been clearly felt that the fighting skills in reality can also work in the game. At least he saw with his own eyes that Wu Nanfeng had dodged the attacks of the red flame tiger several times, almost fighting monsters without damage. Such a scene appeared in front of him, and it was obviously not possible without making some changes. But now, Xiao Han showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, whispering, "But what's the use of you being able to fight? If you can't break my defense, you will still work for me in vain." Thinking about their frustrated look in a while, he was inexplicably excited, and was no longer in a hurry to go out. Fuck! What is that little ancestor doing? But at this time, he saw a pale golden figure from the corner of his eye, digging the soil quickly next to a blood-red plant. #C271 Blood Jade Ginseng. The red leaves, red fruits, and red rhizomes all indicate that what the spirit-seeking rat is digging for is the blood ginseng he has been looking for a long time. What the hell does this little ancestor want to do? At this time, Xiao Han had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at the anxious look on the soul-seeking rat, it was obvious that it was not dug up to give to him, so the result was already obvious. His grandma. This little bastard. When did he become so brave? Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han knew that he could not wait any longer and had to dig out the blood ginseng as quickly as possible. If he was eaten by it would be too late to regret it. Looking at the little thing with its butt sticking out, he felt very depressed. When I was looking for medicinal materials before, every time I was still more than 100 meters away from the place where the medicinal materials grew, I would not want to go there. But now he was so bold as to dig up blood ginseng secretly. It seems that the grade of this blood ginseng is really high. His eyes flickered, and Xiao Han no longer hesitated and ran straight to the blood-red plant. Who? At this time, dozens of meters away from the blood ginseng, Xing Kai suddenly shouted, "Go away, that blood ginseng is mine." Following this roar, several other people immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the stranger. Xiao Han didn't pay attention to this. He was very fast. Before others could react, he had already grabbed the soul-seeking rat and threw it away. Then he grabbed the half-dug-out blood ginseng and pulled it out. If there were no other threats, he would dig slowly and dig out every root of the blood ginseng plant intact. But that's not possible now because the time is not right, so I can only do something simple and rough. Fortunately, while pulling out the blood ginseng, a familiar system prompt sounded in my ears, so I didn't need to worry about the torn roots. Ding, you got a 1,000-year blood ginseng, which triggers 100-fold Reward. You got 100-year blood jade ginseng. Damn it. There's an unexpected surprise when you ride on a horse. After hearing the second half of the prompt, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned for a moment, but then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Since blood ginseng can revive Lu Yen, then the higher grade blood jade ginseng should be more effective. Now that the most important thing of the trip was in hand, Xiao Han's heart, that had been hanging on him, gradually relaxed. You're looking for death. At this time, Xing Kai's sharp shout came from behind, and then a dagger was stretched out to his neck. Xiao Han didn't care about such an attack. He unhurriedly threw the blood jade ginseng he had just dug into the space. Ring with a smile on his lips. Tear. The dagger passed across his neck, and Xiao Han could feel a faint stinging pain on his neck. -872. At this time, a damage value of less than 4 digits appeared, causing Peng Lei and Wu Nanfeng, who were rushing towards them, to be stunned. Then, the two of them shouted in unison, F***CK. How is this possible? They never expected that 2,300 points of physical attack, coupled with throat wiping and 80% armor penetration, would only cause such a small amount of damage. This physical defense must be at least 12,000 points. After a little calculation, both of them had a look of horror in their eyes, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this time, Xing Kai also looked confused, and he didn't understand what just happened. Fortunately, he was used to seeing this kind of scene, and he reacted immediately. His toes touched the ground, and his whole body was like a fallen leaf, and he instantly retreated 5 or 6 meters. Boom! At this time, a dull explosion sounded, and Xiao Han turned around and said, with disdain, "Young man, you run pretty fast." Having just been wiped by Xing Kai on the throat, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly gave him a kick to shock him. I originally thought that even if I couldn't stun him because I was behind him, it would still be enough to kill him instantly. I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. When the attack failed to accomplish anything, he immediately retreated, without giving him a chance to counterattack. At this time, they were all 10 meters away from him. Heh! Do you think this will be useful? With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Han ran straight to the farthest mage without saying any nonsense. Who are you? At this time, Peng Lei moved his steps and immediately blocked the way, saying, with a gloomy face, "Our things are not so easy to steal. I want to give it a try." Xiao Han curled his lips, maintaining his moonlight appearance, and continued, "As for who I am, you will know if I slash you with my sword. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, a large fireball hit him. Xiao Han actually didn't care about such an attack, but in order to practice his fighting skills, he still subconsciously dodged to the left. But as soon as his steps moved, Peng Lei on the opposite side took the lead and blocked his position. Bang! The fireball hit his head accurately, and a big immunity appeared.
Xiao Han
Frowned and cursed. His grandma. He really can't do tricks with you guys. At this time, he already understood that even if he wanted to hone his fighting skills, this was not the time, because the gap between him and Peng Lei, Xing Kai and others is too big. One is a toddler and the other is a martial arts master. There is no comparison at all. It's like he wants to run before he learns to walk. How can this work? So now, let's use attributes to crush him. This is his biggest advantage. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't that be a brain hole? After thinking about this, Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense and slashed with his sword. At this time, Peng Lei had no intention of dodging at all. He immediately took a defensive posture, as if he was going to resist his attack. Bang! -4,685. As the sound of metal hitting metal rang out, his health value instantly decreased by 1/3. Yunyuyu, who was more than 10 meters away, immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful, this guy has at least 3 legendary equipment, otherwise his defense cannot exceed 12,000 points. Or, he drew a fairy weapon or a divine weapon at the beginning. Except Peng Lei, no one else can be attacked. His physical attack should be between 5,000 and 6,000, and the armor penetration will not be less than 40%. He didn't use any skills just now. If he used skills except Peng Lei, any of us might be killed instantly. After some analysis, Xiao Han looked at her with some surprise, wondering how this data was calculated. But even if he knew these data, what could he do? Shock is an indiscriminate attack. How can they avoid it? With a sneer on his lips, Xiao Han didn't say much nonsense and raised his hand to strike another sword. This time, Peng Lei on the opposite side flashed, and his feet didn't even leave the ground, and he easily dodged the attack. Xiao Han had expected this, so he was not surprised. He moved his feet and immediately pressed his whole body against it, while the shadow sword slashed horizontally. He didn't believe that this guy could dodge his attack without moving his feet. Roar! At this time, the red flame tiger roared again and rushed towards Yun Yuyu, who was wearing a black robe. C272 instantly killed 2 people. The 1-on-4 situation instantly became 2-on-4. Seeing Wu Nanfeng raise his foot and rush towards the red flame tiger and stop it, Xiao Han moved his steps and continued to run towards Yun Yuing. Unswervingly, Peng Lei, who had only 2/3 of his health left, finally did not dare to take his sword forcefully and chose to avoid it. Who are you anyway? At this time, Xing Kai rushed over again and said with a gloomy face, "Keep the blood ginseng now so I can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, I will make your death ugly." "Ha! You are still so domineering." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to make my death look ugly. The Demon Flame Guild is your most loyal dog, but it has been disabled by Han Xiao. Now that Lai Yen is still in the prison, there is no hope for it. Then let me guess what other trump cards you have." Xiao Han squinted his eyes and ignored the dagger stabbing his chest. According to the information Bai Shaoxing gave him, he continued, "As a 6th-level evolver, you should be able to mobilize all the large guilds in the Magic City. That means that in addition to the Demon Flame Guild in the current Stormwind City, you can also mobilize the King's Guild and the Blood Fiend Guild to deal with me. But the rankings of these 2 guilds in the Demon City, one is 9th and the other is 6th, are far behind the 4th-ranked Demon Flame Guild. Are you sure they can be my opponent?" As these words came out of his mouth one by one, Xiao Han saw Xing Kai's face getting more and more ugly and felt happy in his heart. He continued with a smile, "If there is anything I missed, you can just something to add. You know me?" Xing Kai's face darkened. He already understood that this dispute could not be settled. He simply said no more and immediately raised the dagger in his hand. When Xiao Han saw this, he neither resisted nor fought back. Anyway, no matter whether you resist or counterattack, you will not succeed, so why waste time? After looking at the cooldown time of the shock, there were still 12 seconds left. He changed the direction again and rushed towards Yun Yuing. Again. Right now, killing her should be the easiest. -792. -1624. -836. Being constantly attacked by Xing Kai, damage values continuously floated out of his head, even mixed with 1 or 2 critical hits. This speed of losing health is actually quite threatening to him. However, this is only a threat. When the health value was reduced by more than 7,000 points, and the shock was in a usable state, Xiao Han's face turned cold, and he immediately took out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion and drank it, then increased his speed, and instantly threw him away behind. His speed was so fast that even Lin Xia, who was riding a black-scaled war horse, couldn't catch up, let alone Xing Kai. "Yuyo, be careful." At this time, Wu Nanfeng was still entangled with the red flame tiger. But Peng Lei had already rushed to Yun Yuyu's side and began to protect her. Personally, he understood Xing Han's purpose, so he immediately put on a defensive posture. Yun Yuyu, who was standing behind Peng Lei, quickly started chanting a spell, because she was protected. After a while, a group of black liquid appeared on the dark green magic wand, which was obviously dark corrosion that could lower the defense. Hey! Do you think this will be useful? Xiao Han roared angrily, immediately increasing his physical attack by 11%, and then rushed in front of Peng Lei and kicked him. With a boom, the two people who were close to each other were stunned. Minus 2,560. Minus 9,486. The next second, Yun Yu's body went limp, and the dark corrosion didn't even have time to be released and was instantly killed. Seeing a flash of anxiety in Peng Lei's eyes, Xiao Han showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and used 3 consecutive slashes instantly. Minus 4,527. Minus 600. Minus 1,027. The combo effect of the Shadow Sword was triggered, and before the third attack of the 3 consecutive slashes was used, this guy with more than 15,000 health points was killed in seconds. The reason why 3 consecutive slashes are used is because the special effect of the combo has a 30% triggering probability. If you hit 3 times in a row, there is at least a half chance of success. Only in this way can Peng Lei be killed instantly. If you wait until he recovers from the dizzy state and try to hit him again, it won't be that easy. At that time, there was a buffer time of 30 seconds, and drinking 2 bottles of advanced life recovery potion was enough to make up for all the lost health points. After being prepared, it would not be so easy to kill him so easily. After killing 2 people with 1 strike, Xiao Han looked at Xing Kai, who was chasing him, and said with a smile, "You can contact Tan Lang and Dao Guang Jianing now and ask them to go to the south of the city to block me. You're looking for death." Xing Kai's face darkened, and he threatened with a fierce look, "Don't let me know where you live, or I will make your life worse than death." "Oh, what if I let you know?" Xiao Han laughed and said, "Nonsense. I'm in Kyoto. Come and kill me if you want. I'm waiting for you." With that said, he stopped talking nonsense, turned around and rushed towards Wu Nanfeng. He was not going to let any of these 4 arrogant guys go by today. Roar. But before he could take action, a roar sounded. Although Wu Nanfeng had already run away in advance, the red flame tiger immediately chased after him. He was unable to resist the sonic attack from Tiger Roaring Forest, and immediately his body went limp and fell to the ground. This sudden change made Xiao Han a little confused. He had just killed Yun Yu and Peng Lei but failed to reveal anything. Now Wu Nanfeng was killed by the red flame tiger again, but nothing happened either. My luck seems a bit bad today. After murmuring softly, Xiao Han turned his eyes to Xing Kai, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. At this time, 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, Yi Qiu shook Lin Xia's arm and said with a pleading look on his face, "Brother, let's go and take a look. With this war horse here, even if we can't beat him, we can still run away. Brother Xinghan not only led us to upgrade, but also made us rich. You can't dare to go and help just because you're afraid of death." I said, "We can't go." Lin Xia was tortured and had no choice but to explain. Again, this is not a question of whether we are afraid of death, but even if we go, it will only be a hindrance. Don't you know what kind of strength you and I are? I don't even have a piece of silver equipment, and I even have whiteboard equipment on me. Let alone help, it will be good if it doesn't drag down. Xinghan, how can it be a drag? Yi Qiu said with an unhappy face, touching the black, scaled warhorse. We have Xiao He. Even if we can't defeat him, can we still not run away? Brother, let's go take a look. If we really can't help, we don't have to help. They are so powerful, don't you want to go and see them? Hashtag C273. Oh my god. This works too. After killing 2 people instantly, Xiao Han was still very disappointed that no equipment was dropped, although it is impossible to directly see the grade of the equipment worn by these 4 people. It can be roughly judged by their lost health points. 15,000 health points are far beyond the reach of ordinary players. If it were not for the buff state attached by food, his current upper limit of health points would only be more than 20,000 points. But this is because he has almost all gold equipment or above, and even several dark gold equipment. Then by analogy, Peng Lei will have at least one dark gold equipment, and as for gold equipment, it will definitely not be less than half. Only in this way can his health points exceed 15,000 points. Even if only one gold equipment was dropped from him just now, with a increase of 100 times the reward, it is even possible to drop all his equipment. As for Yun Yu, her situation should be similar to Peng Lei, and her equipment should be similar. What a pity! Muttering depressedly, Xiao Han could only put all his last hopes on Xing Kai. Roar! At this time, the red flame tiger killed Wu Nanfeng, angrily biting his body, and eating it piece by piece. The bloody scene made people feel extremely uncomfortable, but such a scene only made the two of them feel uncomfortable. As a 6th-level evolver, Xing Kai had seen too many scenes of mutant beasts.
Unting humans.
As for Xiao Han, although he didn't see it often, he had seen it a few times. Even the videos of soldiers defending the city on the internet were several times more bloody than this. In this era, because of the existence of mutant beasts, everyone must try to get used to it. Only those who can bear these without changing their faces will not be scared to collapse to the ground when they encounter mutant beast attacks. Crack, crack. The sound of biting broken bones continued to come, and Xing Kai's face had completely darkened. He looked at Xiao Han with a cold look and said word by word, "Very good. Your name is Xing Han, right? Remember this account first. I won't let you wait too long." After saying that, he turned his eyes to the red flame tiger. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and then turned and ran towards the direction of Stormwind City. At this point, neither Xing Han nor the red flame tiger could be killed, and there was no point in staying. More than 2,300 points of physical attack, 80% armor penetration, plus the additional damage of throat slitting, but only less than 1,000 points of damage were dealt. This was something he had never expected. Humph, defense is more than 12,000 points. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? With a cold snort, Xing Kai's speed became faster and faster. He didn't believe that this guy would be so rampant when the armor penetration reached 100%. Want to run? At this time, Xiao Han looked at the figure who had just finished speaking, fiercely but left quickly, and frowned deeply. He turned his gaze to the red flame tiger that was still eating and whispered, "What should I do? Should I chase Xing Kai first or kill this guy first?" These two choices represent completely different results. If you kill the red flame tiger first, there is no way to kill Xing Kai. That guy is so fast that it will not be easy to find him again if he leaves 500 meters away from here. But if you chase Xing Kai first, the red flame tiger will probably have run away by the time you come back. This is a wandering boss. Once you leave, the possibility of finding it again is almost zero. This situation of choosing one of two makes him a little entangled. If he kills the red flame tiger, even if his luck is bad, he will at least get a diamond-level equipment. If his luck is a little better, it is possible to get a legendary equipment. But if you chase Xing Kai, the benefits are uncertain. Even if you can kill that guy, the equipment that will be dropped is at most gold and dark gold, or maybe diamond, but the probability is too small. What should I do? Looking at the figure that had disappeared from his sight, Xiao Han's face flashed with ruthlessness, and he whispered, "Isn't it just a leader level, boss? I don't care." Compared to the top-grade equipment, the desire to kill Xing Kai suddenly became stronger. Xiao Han did not hesitate, and his ears moved immediately, and then the sound of Xing Kai running quickly came into his ears immediately. At this time, he had changed 2 directions in a row, and ran more than 200 meters. Humph. Still want to run? I want to see where you can run. With a cold flash in his eyes, Xiao Han moved his feet and immediately chased after him. With the blessing of 20 times the speed of stir-fried tendons, it took him less than 10 seconds to see the guy who disappeared from his sight. Seeing him turn around and run to the south again, Xiao Han smiled and teased. Don't bother, do you think I can't find you after changing directions a few times? When he awakened, he only evolved one ear, and he was still very disappointed. But at this moment, he suddenly found that his hearing had improved, which seemed to be quite good. At least it helped him a lot in pursuit or escape. More importantly, with such sharp hearing, it would not be so easy for someone to sneak attack him in the future. Hey, now that I have cultivated my true chi, isn't it equivalent to having two abilities? Thinking of this, Xiao Han became even more excited, and his running speed unconsciously increased by 2 points, and he caught up with Xing Kai in an instant. At this time, the shock was cooled down again. In terms of skills, he was definitely not Xing Kai's opponent, but Xiao Han really wanted to know how he was going to dodge this unreasonable range. Tech D. When approaching the target, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with a bang, the shadow sword in his right hand also chopped over. At the same time, Xing Kai snorted coldly and sneered, "Humph! If you want to kill me, you should go back and practice for another 2 years." The moment the voice fell, he had already jumped up, and at the same time his body twisted in midair, not only avoiding the shock but also avoiding the 3 consecutive cuts. Oh my! This works! Looking at Xing Kai, who was unscathed, Xiao Han was suddenly a little confused. He did not expect that Xing Kai could avoid the damage and dizziness of the shock by taking off. Even in midair, he could dodge 3 consecutive slashes by twisting his waist and abdomen. Are all level 6 evolvers so perverted? Xiao Han muttered to himself, and suddenly he didn't know what to do. His speed, attack, and defense were far higher than Xing Kai's, but if every attack could not hit, how could he be killed? Damn! I have to kill him even if I can't kill him. With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately approached him. Regardless of anything, he didn't believe that this guy would never make mistakes. #C274 gap. In reality, Xing Kai awakened speed, and his leg muscles were different from those of ordinary people. Even when they had just completed their evolution, their speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. As the muscles of his legs continued to evolve, they also led to the slow evolution of muscles in other parts of the body. Xiao Han knew clearly that since the shock did not work on him, it was highly unlikely that he could kill him. But even so, he wanted to try. Seeing Xing Kai's sneer, he waved his hand and swung a sword, but it still chopped into the air. Heh! What's the point of catching up? At this time, a disdainful voice sounded again. I really don't know where you got the confidence to dare to attack me. Xing Han, right? Let me teach you what fighting is. As he said that, Xing Kai flashed, and the dagger in his hand appeared on Xiao Han's throat again. -1644. As the critical damage floated out, he changed his position again and stabbed his heart with a knife. -845. -813. Although not every strike was a critical hit, each strike was able to hit the vital point. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Han found that his health had dropped by more than 8,000 points. Although the loss of these health points was less than a quarter of the total, it also made him more wary of the man in front of him. A level 6 evolver is indeed not so easy to kill. If it weren't for the shocking range attack and the stun effect just now, even level 5 Peng Lei and Yun Yuyu would not be so easy to kill. The failure of several attacks made Xiao Han feel a little emotional. He whispered, "In such a short time he has become so strong?" He raised his hand and poured a bottle of high-level life recovery potion into his mouth. At the same time, in order to continue to maintain the appearance of moonlight, he drank another bottle of high-level energy recovery potion. Seeing that his health was recovering rapidly, Xiao Han did not give up and waved his hand to strike another sword. Xing Kai on the side just leaned sideways and pulled in his abdomen easily, avoiding the attack again, and continued with a sneer on his face. If it weren't for this game limiting my ability, I would have killed you 800 times. But don't worry, I won't let you wait too long. The wild monsters here are very weak. It may be difficult to get a set of legendary equipment, but if it's just a set of diamonds, it won't take more than a month at most. You wait for my revenge. While speaking, the dagger in Shinkai's hand attacked from time to time. Time passed slowly, and the health value dropped rapidly. Although there was an advanced life recovery potion, the cooling time of up to 30 seconds still made Xiao Han's health value slowly drop to less than half. Is there really no way? Although he had guessed such a result long ago, Xiao Han was still very frustrated. He felt like a bullfighting bull, and Shinkai was the highly skilled bullfighter. Every time he rushed over, the opponent only needed to turn around slightly to easily avoid his attack and even stabbed him with a knife. With the advantage of speed, he was not worried about being killed, because Shinkai could not catch up with him. But what was the point of continuing to fight like this? Should he wait for him to make a mistake? But it was not easy for a battle-hardened level 6 evolver to make him make a mistake. Boom! Stepping on the ground again, Xiao Han frowned deeply when he saw Shinkai jump up again. Now he had no way to deal with this guy. He even used the sudden slash that he had hidden before, but it still did not produce any results. Facing such a speed evolver, Xiao Han really felt powerless, even though he was faster than him. But he was just faster than him. This guy's combat awareness is so terrifying that it's abnormal. It seems that I can't kill him today. Muttering softly, Xiao Han had to admit that the gap between the two could not be made up by speed and attributes. If he wanted to kill Shinkai in front of him, he had to continue to improve his strength, get more group attacks and group control skills, and the kind of skills that could not be avoided. For example, the Red Flame Tiger's group attack skill, Tiger Roaring in the forest. If he had this skill, let alone Shinkai jumping more than 1 meter high, even if he grew wings and flew into the sky, Xiao Han felt confident that he could roar him down. Thinking of this, he suddenly regretted his previous choice. But who would have thought that shock would not work on targets off the ground? Originally, he thought that as long as the skill was cooled down, he could catch up and kick him, and he could easily kill him instantly. Swish! After slashing the air with his sword again, Xiao Han paused and said slowly, "A level 6 evolver is not so easy to kill." Ha! You gave up so quickly? Shinkai chuckled and continued with disdain. If the game hadn't restricted my speed, I would have killed you here today. I know. Xiao Han didn't refute, and said with a smile, "If my speed wasn't faster than yours, I think you would have stayed and fought me to the death. But there is no if in reality. If you can't catch up with me today, you won't be able to catch up with me in the future. Believe me, next time we meet, no matter how fast your reaction speed is or how high your skills are, I can still kill you." Oh, so confident? Shinkai curled his lips and sneered. "This is what I want to say to you, but the ending may be different. Then let's wait and see." At this moment, Xiao Han did not argue, because there was no need. With the talent of 100-fold reward, his equipment level will always be 1 or 2 grades higher than others. Perhaps a month later, the wealthy Shinkai can indeed get a set of diamond equipment. But by that time, he should have a legendary or even legendary equipment, so it would not be too strange to have a few treasures. Now he has a powerful spiritual weapon in his hand, but it cannot be used because of the different genders. After taking a deep look at Shinkai, he said nothing more and turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Although he knew that the possibility of finding the Red Flame Tiger was not high if he went back now, he still wanted to go back and take a look. Da. But at this moment, a series of familiar horse hoof sounds came over, and at the same time a familiar squeak sound could be heard, as if it was unusually anxious. Why are they here? With a hint of confusion in his eyes, Xiao Han rushed to the direction where the sound came from. Although the black-scaled warhorse has a 300% speed bonus, Lin Xia's basic speed is too low, slightly inferior to Xingkai. Once targeted, it is impossible to run even if you want to. These two guys, there is something wrong with their brains. Thinking of this, Xiao Han frowned deeply, but his running speed did not slow down at all. At this time, Xingkai, who was about to leave, paused and also heard the sound of horse hooves coming from hundreds of meters away. You have been entangled with me for so long. Why did you leave at this time? Looking at the direction where Xinghen left and the continuous sound of horse hooves, Xingkai suddenly felt that he should go over and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed, and he chased after him without any hesitation. #C275 just one less chance. It took Xiao Han less than 10 seconds to see two people riding black-scaled war horses running over at a distance of 300 or 400 meters. The moment the soul-seeking rat in Yi Qiu's hand saw him, it immediately cried out more anxiously, as if trying to break free. But its strength was still too weak, and it was tightly grasped by a pair of white and tender hands. Oh my God! Could this little thing have any idea about my blood jade? Ginseng? Muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly put this idea out of his mind, because he had heard the footsteps behind him, and hurriedly shouted to the two people running towards him. What are you doing here? Looking for death? The sudden roar made Yi Qiu, who was originally happy, look stiff, but he still explained in a low voice, I just want to come and see. Maybe I can help. You. It's none of her business. At this time, Lin Xia hurriedly said, one more person is always one more power. You may not look down on this power, but we can't help but come. And even if we die today, we will make a lot of money. Fuck. You two idiots. Hearing them say this, Xiao Han was still a little moved. At least they are much purer than those people like Bao Fengrui and Kuang Long. But such purity is not a good thing for them. At this time, Xingkai was getting closer and closer. Xiao Han didn't have time to explain too much to the two of them and shouted directly, if you don't want to die, run quickly. What happened? At this time, Lin Xia also felt that something was wrong because he saw another figure rushing out of the bushes. In this situation, it was obviously Xinghen who was running and that guy was chasing. How is this possible? Thinking of the defense of up to 10,000 points, he was still being chased and beaten like this. Lin Xia's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine how many such perverted guys there were in places he didn't know. Xinghen was already powerful enough, but now he encountered a more powerful one. These guys are all monsters, he wailed in his heart, and at this time he finally understood why Xinghen didn't let him participate in such a battle. This is a fight between gods. A small shrimp like him doesn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Sigh. Thinking of this, Lin Xia shook the reins and quickly turned a direction. It was just that the black-scaled warhorse was running at full speed, so how could it stop just by saying so? Hurry up. Go back to the city first. At this time, Xiao Han understood that Yi Qiu and Lin Xia should be dead. But he still turned around suddenly and rushed straight to Xingkai. But this interception was in vain after all. Xingkai just flashed and ran behind him, then smiled and said, if you want to leave, since you are here, don't leave. Then he rushed to the front of the black-scaled warhorse, and then slapped the horse's head with one hand, and immediately flew into the air, and the dagger in his hand slashed as fast as lightning. Yi Qiu, who was sitting in front of Lin Xia, froze. His blood bar was emptied in an instant, and he fell down with a blank face. At the same time, equipment and medicinal materials also exploded all over the ground, and even the squeaking, soul-seeking rat in her hand suddenly disappeared. Xiao Han was not surprised by this result, because although Xingkai was not as fast as him, he was too agile, so even if he wanted to help stop him, he couldn't do it. Fuck! At this time, Lin Xia's eyes bulged, and he finally regretted it. But now it was too late to regret it. Xiao was killed instantly, and there was no chance of rescue. I said, since you are here, don't leave. After killing one person in one blow, Xing Kai's depressed mood finally improved a little. He looked at the things that exploded on the ground, picked them up slowly, and continued happily. Not bad, they are all bronze equipment, and they all have special effects. Seeing that the other party did not pursue the victory, Lin Xia immediately controlled the warhorse to run forward for a distance, and then said to Xiao Han, you go, don't worry about me. He had seen Xing Kai's running speed just now. Even if he rode a black-scaled warhorse, he still couldn't run away because his basic speed was too low. He was sad and blamed himself for his sister's murder. But fortunately, this is only in the game. Even if he is killed, he can be reborn immediately on the resurrection altar, and he will only lose some experience and equipment. Maybe he will be killed in the next second, but there is nothing to be afraid of. At this time, he finally recognized that this guy named Xing Kai was actually the 6th level evolver of the Magic City, so he laughed at himself and said, hee hee, it's not unfair to die in his hands. Your mentality is good, but you too didn't have to die.
Xiao Han responded.
And continued, you see, my battle is not something you two can participate in. It's okay. Lin Xia waved her hand and said nonchalantly, it's just playing games. How? Can you never die? You should put away this warhorse. Anyway, I can't run away. There's no rush for this. Xiao Han looked at Xing Kai, squinted his eyes, and smiled. Since it's already like this, let's fight him for a while. Anyway, you have more than 20,000 health points. It should be no problem to hold on for a minute or two. It's not too late to leave after you die. Anyway, my speed is faster than his. Even if I can't beat him, I can run away. Fuck you. Lin Xia's face froze, and he cursed in a low voice. Really? Wanting to slap himself. Why did you have to join in the fun? Now, instead of helping, you have to leave your life here. When you die, your equipment will be scattered all over the floor. And with Xinghan's eyes, he obviously looked down on these garbage, and of course he would not help pick them up. Looking at Xing Kai, who was not in a hurry to take action, Lin Xia whispered, with some emotion, a level 6 evolver, it's good to be able to hold on for 1 or 2 minutes. After that, he immediately used the human-animal fusion. Then, regardless of Xiao Han, he controlled the black-scaled warhorse and rushed over. Heh, can't wait. At this time, Xing Kai chuckled, and while his body flashed to the left, he jumped up again, and the dagger in his hand wiped Lin Xia's throat again. Minus 3,859. A damage of nearly 4,000 points appeared instantly. Xiao Han's eyes shrank, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This skill should be at least intermediate. With such a guess in mind, but no evidence to prove it, he stopped thinking and rushed over. If he didn't go now, let alone 1 or 2 minutes, Lin Xia might not even last 30 seconds. He rushed into the circle with a sudden slash, but still failed to hit the target. Xiao Han stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot. With a bang. Seeing Xing Kai jump up again, he had no way to do anything, and could only curse depressedly, fuck! Jump your sister! At this time, after enduring an attack from Xing Kai, Lin Xia's face showed a trace of surprise. What's going on? Why is his attack so low? Although the damage of nearly 4,000 points is very high, compared with Xinghan, the gap is too big. Controlling the warhorse, Lin Xia quickly circled around the two people. Slowly, his brows relaxed and he whispered, it turns out that it's not that he can't beat him, but that he can't beat him. Xinghan's attack, defense, and speed are far superior to Xing Kai's. He just lacks an opportunity. Seeing that the two of them were fighting back and forth, but no one cared about him, Lin Xia suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to create such an opportunity. #C276 Alley Relay. When he was taken for leveling before, if Xinghan stepped on him more than 7,000 points of damage would be dealt out within a radius of 2 meters. This group attack skill is extremely domineering and even has a stun effect. Although he didn't know what this skill was, Lin Xia felt that if this skill could hit the target, even if it couldn't kill Xingkai instantly, it could still cripple him. If the stun effect can be triggered, no matter how powerful he is, he will still die here. But this is a level 6 evolver. Even in the game, his consciousness and combat skills are not comparable to ordinary people. How could a group attack skill with such an obvious starting movement possibly hit him? Boom! Time passed by second. Xiao Han stepped hard on the ground again, and Xingkai rose into the air again as expected. While avoiding this kick, he also made another slash. Minus 816. Seeing Xinghan's rapidly falling health points, Lin Xia's eyes flashed and he whispered, "You only have one chance to succeed or not. I hope God will favor you." Controlling the black-scaled warhorse, he continued to circle around the two men. In fact, he still doesn't understand why Xingkai didn't come over and kill him first, because relatively speaking, he is obviously easier to be killed. Oh, he probably wants me to hold Xinghan back. With this thought in her mind, Lin Xia laughed to herself. The relationship between them has not reached that point yet. What's more, this isn't a game, and his life is not worth letting Xinghan die. Here, minus 871, minus 1,622, minus 835. As the two continued to fight, Xinghan's health continued to decrease. But, from beginning to end, he never hit Xingkai once. This kind of battle made Lin Xia a little scared. At the same time, it also made him understand that real-life strength also has a great impact on the game. Seeing that Xinghan's health was less than 1/10, Lin Xia's eyes immediately became serious and he whispered, 23, 24, 25. At the same time, Xiao Han suddenly retreated and quickly opened the distance between him and Xingkai. Now he has less than 4,000 health points left. If he continues to fight, he will die here, so let's take it slow first. He raised his hand and poured a bottle of advanced life-restoring potion into his mouth, only to find that he couldn't use it. This made Xiao Han very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. The 30-second cooling time still has 7 or 8 seconds left. When I go back this time, I must get the advanced blood-replenishing potion. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han secretly made a decision and turned his gaze to Lin Xia's side, because Xingkai couldn't catch up with him and had already rushed towards him. With the added health of the black-scaled warhorse, he should be able to hold on for 30 seconds. After saying something softly, Xiao Han had no intention of rescuing him at all. He just stood there and watched quietly. Minus 3,798. Minus 2,263. Minus 2,196. 2,000 to 3,000 points of damage appeared one after another. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Xia's health was reduced by more than 10,000 points. Although he had tried his best to dodge the dagger, which was like a tarsal, all seemed to have eyes and it never missed the point. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Han's health slowly recovered to more than 10,000 points. At this time, Lin Xia only had less than 1/5 of his health left. Maybe, if he was hit 1 or 2 more times, he would die here. Xingkai frowned, stopped slowly, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Seeing that your companions were about to be killed, you didn't even save them. You must be mentally ill." Xiao Han curled his lips and cursed without hesitation. "This is a game. Isn't it normal to be killed? Besides, you've already killed one. I don't care if you kill one more." With that said, Xiao Han slowly walked up to Xingkai and continued with an expression that looked like he was looking at a fool. "I said, why don't you kill Lin Xia first? It turns out that's what you have in mind. I am standing in front of you now. If you can kill me today, I will take your surname. Is this a game?" Xingkai was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. He wanted to kill the annoying guy in front of him, and he had almost forgotten about it. Only now do I realize that the methods that can force people into submission, in reality do not seem to be applicable in games. Glancing at the figure close at hand, Xing Kai nodded and said, "So that's it. I won't make such a mistake next time." With that said, he turned around and rushed towards Lin Xia. A hint of helplessness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he shouted to the figure on the horse, "I can't save you, but the reward will be good. Let's contact you after we return to the city."
Okowo.
Lin Xia responded and replied with a smile, "Isn't it just death once? Guessed that there would be such a result before I came here. He is not afraid of death, but has some regrets. After all, he still couldn't create an opportunity for Xinghan to launch a fatal blow. Hey, why doesn't he leave?" Seeing Xing Kai approaching quickly, Lin Xia was ready to face death calmly, but Xinghan also rushed over. The moment he caught up, his right foot had suddenly been raised. This? Lin Xia's eyes suddenly widened, with a hint of surprise in them. He had seen Xinghan use group attack skills many times before and knew that the cooldown time of that skill was 30 seconds. In order to seize the opportunity, he had been counting down and waiting. But things did not go as he wished. In the few seconds before Xinghan's skill was about to cool down, his health had dropped to the dangerous warning line. If he continued to fight with Xing Kai, he might be killed. Originally thought that there was no chance, but Xinghan was still unwilling to give up and attacked again unexpectedly. However, although his attack came suddenly, Xing Kai still guessed it. Before his right foot slammed heavily on the ground, he had already jumped high and even slashed with his backhand. -879. At the moment when the damage value appeared, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with disappointment and helplessness. But at this time, Lin Xia's eyes had a touch of ecstasy, and he immediately shouted, "Charge!" He used the two skills of the black-scaled warhorse at the same time. Although his basic speed was not good, the speed bonus of up to 800% also allowed him to rush in front of the two people in an instant. At this time, Xing Kai was in mid-air. If it was just a weapon attack, he could still avoid the attack by slightly twisting his body. But the shoulder width of the black-scaled warhorse was more than 60 centimeters. Without the help of leverage, could he still move half a meter in the air? With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Lin Xia hurriedly shouted, "Charge!" and, stun for 1 second, quickly make up for the damage. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han was stunned, and then a trace of ecstasy appeared on his face and he immediately began to accumulate power. -98. At the same time, a damage of less than 100 points appeared on Crossing Kai's head, plus an extremely eye-catching stun mark. Although he had blocked the attack with both hands on the horse's head, he still flew out involuntarily. While the man was still in mid-air, Xiao Han rushed over with a sudden slash. -6242. The moment the damage value appeared, Xing Kai's health bar was instantly emptied, and he hit the fir tree next to him with a pop. At the same time, Xiao Han also heard the familiar system prompt sound in his ears. Hearing such a voice, his eyes widened suddenly and he revealed a look of disbelief. #C277 Unlucky Moonlight. Stormwind City, North Gate. After walking out of the city gate, Yu Guang felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and looked around, wondering, strange. Why do I feel like there are a lot of people staring at me? No way, why don't I have this feeling? Kanjian also looked around and said, with a smile, "You didn't die twice and you are a little nervous. Is that so?" Yu Guang muttered softly, and suddenly became a little uncertain. At the same time, 4 or 5 figures walked out of the teleportation hall in the north of the city, one after another. The figure walking in the front bowed and said to the 2 men and 1 woman beside him, "General Wu, I asked my brothers to pay attention. That Xinghan is about to go to the stone forest. I have arranged more than 30 knights and warriors to go there. As long as you give the order, we can immediately surround him." "Only 30? Wu Nanfeng frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "That guy has a group attack skill. This number of people is not enough for him to fill his teeth." This. Tanlong's face froze, and he hurriedly explained, "The brothers are busy leveling up and are not in the city at all. I have asked them to come back, but it will take at least 40 minutes. The more than 30 people we found now have all gone offline to rest. I asked people to call and notify them one by one. For the time being we can only find so many. Forget it. You dare not play tricks." Wu Nanfeng waved his hand, turned to look at Yun Yuyu and asked directly, "How is it the boss still hasn't replied?" "Yeah." Yun Yuyu shook his head and continued, "Since the boss has killed Xinghan, he must be fighting the Red Flame Tiger at the moment, so he should not have time. Even if we rush over now, it's probably too late. It's better to kill that guy again. There's no rush for this." Wu Nanfeng's eyes flashed with cold light, and continued, "Wait for the sword light and sword shadow to come. There is no way to kill him without armor-piercing equipment. And the Blood Evil Guild should be able to gather 50 or 60 knights. In this way, even if Xinghan has a group attack skill, he can be trapped for 3 to 5 minutes, and we will be 100% sure to kill him." "That's fine, let's wait." Peng Lei nodded, but still felt a little strange. After they were resurrected, they immediately asked the greedy wolf of the Great King Guild and the Sword Light and Sword Shadow of the Blood Evil Guild to investigate Xinghan. Less than 2 minutes after the video was sent, no information was found, but he was found in the north of the city. This is interesting. He was still in the dark forest 2 minutes ago, and appeared in the north of the city 2 minutes later. The only reasonable explanation is that he was killed by the boss, and only after he was resurrected on the resurrection altar could he appear in the north of the city so quickly. But in that situation, could Xinghan really be killed so easily? Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ringing sounded in his ears. Peng Lei took a look and found that it was a video call sent by Daoguang Jianying, so he immediately answered it. As the light screen flashed in front of him, a young man in his 30s appeared on the screen. As soon as he appeared, he asked with a puzzled face, "Did you make a mistake? The guy in the video is really called Xinghan. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Peng Lei was stunned, and he didn't understand what Daoguang Jianying meant, so he quickly asked, "What do you mean by this?" At this time, the other 3 people on the side also looked over strangely. Yun Yu frowned and said directly, "Just tell us what you found. Don't play dumb with us here." "Okay then." Daoguang Jianying nodded and said directly, "I just came back from the stone forest, you should know it, right?" "Yes, I know this." Wu Nanfeng took over and said, "When I contacted you before, you told me this. Then you should also know that the one called Xinghan just left the north gate and was about to go to the stone forest." "Yes, we know." At this time, Yun Yu was already a little impatient, and urged with a grim look, "And we have already started to gather people and plan to surround and kill him. Either shut up now or tell me the point." After being rebuked, Daoguang Jianying did not dare to refute, and hurriedly said, "I just want to say that you don't have to come." Seeing that Wu Nanfeng was also going to get angry, he hurriedly explained, "When I came back, I happened to see Xinghan, but one of my brothers insisted that his name was Yueguang, and he even promised me with a head. So I went up and fought with him and then killed him. Now he should be at the resurrection altar." At this moment, whether it was Peng Lei, Yun Yu, or Wu Nanfeng, they were all stunned. They stared at the figure on the screen blankly, their faces full of disbelief. That guy with a defense of more than 12,000 points was killed so easily? They had already mobilized 2 gangs and mobilized more than 100 people to surround and kill, but it ended so easily? Although he knew that Daoguang Jianying would not dare to lie to him, Yun Yu still confirmed again, "Are you sure that the person you killed was Xinghan?" "No, I have already said that I killed Yueguang." Dao Guang Jianing did not dare to lie or hide anything, and hurriedly continued, "Wait a moment, I just recorded a video." As he spoke, he quickly operated on the attribute panel. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the three of them received a video and opened it in a hurry. "Boss Jianing, is there any misunderstanding between us? Don't do it, you really recognized the wrong person. I know you are talking about Xinghan, but I am really not Xinghan. Oh, I am Yue Guang." As the voice came out of the video, several people first showed a blank expression on their faces and then compared the two videos and felt relieved. These two people are so similar, Yun Yuyu said with emotion. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find the difference between them. Yes. Fortunately, they are of different heights. Wu Nanfeng nodded and said directly, but let's talk about this later. Since they are so similar, there should be some connection. Let's go to the resurrection altar first. Maybe we can get news about Xinghan from this Yue Guang. At the same time, the two figures on the resurrection altar gradually became solid, and their faces also showed a confused look. In less than a day, he died 3 times in a row. Although the first time was poisoned by the jungle poisonous lizard, the next 2 times were all because of Xinghan. Thinking of this, Yu Guang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He looked at Qin Jian and asked blankly, "What did that guy do? How did he offend the Blood Evil Guild?" "Alas, how would I know?" Qin Jian sighed depressedly and said in a resentful tone, "I hope he only offended the Blood Evil Guild." "You, what do you mean?" At this time, Yu Guang's face froze, and he immediately thought of more serious consequences. #C278 Why am I so unlucky? Because of the disguise mask, he and the guy named Xinghan look almost exactly the same, and it is not easy to tell the difference between the two. This means that every time that guy offends a person or a force, it may be blamed on him. When facing revenge, Xinghan doesn't care, because he only needs to restore his original appearance. How can he be found? With a name that is not known whether it is true or false. And once others can't find the real target of revenge, he who looks like Xinghan will become a substitute. Fuck! Why am I so unlucky? Thinking of the consequences of this incident, Yue Guang felt that the hair on his back stood up, and his face showed an expression of wanting to cry but not tears. If he met some reasonable people, it would be okay, and he could explain this matter clearly through the difference in names. But this is in the game, and swords are often used to make sense. For example, just now, he has explained to Dao Guang Jianing countless times that he is not Xinghan, but in the end he was still killed. What should I do? Thinking of the serious consequences of this incident, Yu Guang suddenly became anxious. If he can't clear his relationship with Xinghan, he won't be able to leave the city in the future, and dying 8 or 10 times a day may become the norm. Once that happens, won't he always stay at the stage of a first-level evolver? Thinking of such a future, the fear on Yu Guang's face became stronger, and he hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "No! I must find a way to clarify." Clarify? At this time, a slightly gloomy voice came over, saying coldly, "What do you want to clarify?" "Wu, General Wu." Looking at the figures that appeared in front of him, Yu Guang couldn't help but sway and stammered, "Peng, General Peng Yun, Lord Yun, why, are you all here? Heh, you actually called me General?" Wu Nanfeng grinned and asked in surprise, "So, you are also from the magic city?" Yes, I live in." "Stop, we don't want to know where you live." Before Yu Guang finished speaking, Yun Yu interrupted directly, "You should tell us who that Xinghan is." I don't know either." "You don't know either?" Wu Nanfeng's face turned cold, and he sneered, "It seems that although you are in the magic city, you don't know my methods yet." "Wu, General Wu, listen to me, listen to me." Thinking of Wu Nanfeng's torture methods, Yu Guang was frightened and sweated, and even spoke fluently and hurriedly explained, "I know his name is Xinghan, And I also know he looks exactly like me. But that's not his real appearance. Maybe even the name Xinghan is fake. So when you ask me who he is, I really want to tell you, but I can't just make it up. Both the appearance and the name are fake? Yun Yuyu was stunned and suddenly felt a little unbelievable. She quickly asked, "Hurry up and tell me the whole story. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I can make you appear in front of me in half an hour. I'll tell you everything." Seeing the ferocious looks of the few people, Yue Guang hurriedly told the story of what happened in the dark forest, and then promised with a bitter face, "So he is really not my twin brother, and I don't know who he is. He. Growth equipment, camouflage mask?" At this time, Xing Kai slowly walked down from the resurrection altar and asked expressionlessly, "Since you have such equipment, why don't I know? I have already informed all the guilds in the Magic City. All equipment above gold must be reported to me." Xing, General Xing. Seeing Xing Kai walking down from the resurrection altar, Yu Guang's whole body trembled involuntarily. At this time, he finally understood who the Xinghan who looked exactly like him had offended. In addition to the guy with the fighting saint body, who else could kill Xing Kai and let him walk out of the resurrection altar? But in this way, his sin is even greater. Xinghan, I fuck your 8 generations of ancestors. The resentment in his heart can no longer be expressed in words, and Yu Guang doesn't know if he can pass the level in front of him. But if he doesn't seize the opportunity to get himself out now, he will
Definitely die ugly.
Magic City is a city without law. If Xing Kai wants to kill someone, he will never let him live until the next day. Thinking about their methods, Yu Guang quickly explained, "I didn't join the gang, so I didn't know this news. If I knew, I would have handed in the camouflage mask long ago. I'm a poor guy. Although I have a growth equipment, I can't afford it at all. Humph. I hope what you said is true." Xing Kai snorted coldly and continued, "What about the fighting holy body you just mentioned? For this, it is still very curious. Originally, he thought that the lottery when he just entered the game should only have some common things such as equipment, pets, skills, etc., but he didn't expect that there would be physical fitness. If this is true, such people will eventually grow into masters. After all, under the condition of the same equipment, having a physical fitness bonus will be a very abnormal thing. But what exactly is this fighting holy body?" Looking at the guy in front of him with indifferent eyes, Xing Kai waited quietly. At this time, Yu Guang's face froze, and he quickly said, "I don't know exactly what the fighting saint body is. Xinghan said so himself at the time, and it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. But I seem to have heard him say that every time he levels up ordinary, people will only get 5 free attributes, but he is different, maybe 100 points, but it may be 500 points. Fuck. Is it so perverted?" Peng Lei stared, and couldn't help but whispered, 100 points at the first level, then wouldn't the 10th level have 1,000 points? Heh, 100? Xing Kai sneered and interrupted directly. If what this guy said is true, Xinghan will have at least 500 attribute points for each level up. Otherwise, if he takes off all his equipment and doesn't have armor penetration, he can't possibly deal more than 4,000 damage. That's right. Peng Lei was stunned, and continued to speak awkwardly. If it's 100 points at the first level, even if it's level 30, it's only 3,000 attribute points. But why was the boss killed by Xinghan? Is the fighting saint body really that powerful? Looking at Xing Kai in front of him, he still couldn't figure out why. According to the situation at that time, even if Xinghan couldn't be defeated, there should be no problem in retreating safely. With a hint of doubt on his face, Peng Lei asked in a low voice, "Boss, why are you?" "I was careless this time." Xing Kai didn't explain too much, but his face suddenly became gloomy, and he directly ordered, "Let all the people from the Moyan, Dawang, and Shueisha guilds take action. Guard the 4 city gates for me, and you must pull that guy out for me. Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Peng Lei frowned, thinking that doing so would be a bit of a loss. But seeing the boss's face, he suddenly moved in his heart, had a bad premonition, and asked tentatively, could it be that the thing was blown up? Well, so no matter what, I have to find that guy for me. Hashtag C279 What hatred, what injustice. As soon as Xing Kai finished speaking, Wu Nanfeng and Yun Yuyu on the side looked so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. At this time, Peng Lei had already had such a hunch before asking. But after hearing such an answer, he still couldn't accept it, and the atmosphere seemed a bit heavy at this moment. What exploded? What exactly exploded? Such a sudden change made Yueguang greet the 18th generation of Xinghan's ancestors 100 times in his heart, but he did not dare to show it at all and tried his best to be a transparent person. Something that the four of them took so seriously was obviously very unusual. If this resentment is finally spilled on his head, maybe half an hour later, he will become the dinner of a mutant beast. What the hell? What kind of grudge or grievance do I have with you? Xinghan, you bastard. Why did you trap me to death? He kept cursing in his heart, but that was all he could do. At this time, Peng Lei, who had been silent for a while, slowly said, if what Yu Guang said is true, what's the use of guarding the 4 city gates? That guy has a camouflage mask. Will it only change his appearance? We don't even know who he is. Even if we spread everyone out, what's the use? Whether it works or not, you have to give it a try. A cold light flashed in Yun Yuyu's eyes, and she said in a low voice, although Stormwind City is big, there are not many people who have 10,000 points of defense. Currently there are only 2. One is Xinghan and the other is Han Xiao. I just asked someone to check. Han Xiao also went to the Dark Forest about 7 hours ago. I always feel that there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Could they be the same person? This possibility is not high. Peng Lei shook his head and said softly, they are all in the Dark Forest. It is indeed a coincidence. But Yueguang's judgment just now is not unreasonable. The lottery drawn by Xiao Han before entering the game is most likely related to the explosion rate, so it is impossible for him to draw a top-quality physique like the fighting holy body. What's more important is, Peng Lei paused and said slowly, every time Han Xiao kills a person, he will explode all of that person, leaving only a big underpants in the end. But if I heard correctly just now, the guy next to Yueguang only got 200 copper coins after being killed. And it seems that the boss didn't have many things exploded. It should only be that thing and the boots on his feet. With that said, Peng Lei turned his attention to Xing Kai. He didn't know if Xinghan and Han Xiao were the same person, but judging from the clues he had now, the possibility that they were the same person was really low. At this time, Yun Yuyu and Wu Nanfeng glanced at Qingjian, and then turned their attention to Xing Kai with questioning looks on their faces. But now it seems that the answer seems obvious. They didn't listen too carefully as to whether Qingjian's bomb was worth 200 copper coins, so they were somewhat doubtful. But the Xing Kai in front of him had just stepped down from the resurrection altar. Although the boots on his feet are gone, the other equipment on his body is still there. This also shows from the side that Xinghan may not really be Han Xiao. This is troublesome. After discussing such a result, Yun Yuyu was very depressed. At this moment, Stormwind City has at least tens of millions of players, although most of them are ordinary players. But among them, there are definitely no less than one master who can match Han Xiao and Xinghan. With such a large player base, there are not just 1 or 2 who are lucky, but they are all low-key, so it is not easy to find out. But when things have reached this point, no matter how difficult it is, we still have to find that guy. After staring at Xing Kai for a while, Yun Yuyu said slowly, I'm going to contact Daiguangjining and Lai Yan and ask them to mobilize all the manpower they can mobilize for me. Then he turned to look at Greedy Wolf beside him and said directly, you also saw it. Do you have an idea of what to do? I know. Greedy Wolf nodded quickly. Although he didn't know what General Xing exploded, several people were obviously angry, but they must not get into trouble at this time. Thinking of the consequences of this incident, he hesitated for a moment and suggested in a low voice, Master Yun, our magic capital is actually more than 3 guilds in Stormwind City. You mean? Yun Yuyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood what Greedy Wolf meant. In the current Stormwind City, although there are only 3 guilds in the top 10 in the Magic City, there are definitely a lot of medium, small, and even ordinary players who are not strong. If all were mobilized, there would still be several million. For ordinary players, it will be more difficult to mobilize, but for some medium-sized or small guilds, it is only a matter of words. Although this may not necessarily lead to finding star marks, the success rate is still higher than if thousands of people search for them. After thinking about this clearly, Yun Yuyu said directly to Xing Kai, Boss, I won't say whether the things can be recovered for now, but we must know who that guy is. I will contact all the guilds here in Stormwind City. On the north side of the city, you first arrange people to focus on defense. I know, I will arrange it. Xing Kai responded. His brows relaxed a little, but his face was still gloomy, and he continued in a low voice. In addition to Xinghin, we should also pay attention to Lin Xia and Yi Qiu. I want to know who they are and where they live in reality. I have killed Yi Qiu, but Lin Xia has no camouflage mask. He will definitely come back from the dark forest. Xinghin has accomplices? Yun Yuyu was stunned, and immediately showed a hint of excitement on her face. She said happily, It's good to have accomplices, so we have a breakthrough. With such a turn of events, several people immediately started to discuss. In less than 2 minutes, they left the resurrection altar one after another, and began to gather people to set up. At this time, Yu Guang still stood there without moving. He looked at the people who had left with a dull look, muttering to himself, I can't stay in the Demon City anymore. But if I'm not in the Demon City, where can I go? No matter where I go, it's better than staying in the Demon City. Can Jian looked at Yu Guang with some sympathy and suggested, Now there. Energy is on Xinghin, you still have a chance to escape. If it takes a while, when things are over, you can't run away even if you want to. And the most important thing is that the equipment you have fought for needs to be handed in. There is no future in the game. I know. Yu Guang's face flashed with a fierce look, and he whispered, If I continue to stay in the Demon City, it may be difficult for me to die. No matter how dangerous it is outside the city, death is only a matter of a moment. It seems that it's time to leave. With that, Yu Guang didn't say anything nonsense and went offline directly. At the same time, in an alley in the north of the Demon City, a wooden door with some air leakage was opened without any warning. But there was nothing behind the wooden door, but light footsteps could be heard, and someone slowly walked out from the wooden door. Hurry! His house is just ahead. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from the other end of the alley. #C280 Devil's Cave. Seeing Yu Guang suddenly go offline, Ken Jian sighed. He didn't know if this friend he had known for more than 10 years could escape this disaster. But thinking about his ability to awaken, I felt a little more hopeful. Oh, I hope he has better luck. Ken Jian prayed in his heart, and Ken Jian felt extremely depressed because this unreasonable disaster could be said to have come without any warning. If in another month or two, when Yu Guang becomes a second-level evolver, the certainty of escaping from the demonic city will increase by at least 50%. But now, everything can only depend on God's will. You're such a bastard, you beasts of the devil's capital. Sooner or later, I'm going to wipe out all of you. Hate cursed angrily, and Ken Jian also chose to log off. At this time, as Yun Yuyu contacted more and more guilds, there were suddenly more players in Stormwind City, and they all gathered at the 4 city gates. The sudden changes left many players confused. They didn't know what had happened or what was about to happen. Even if I want to ask, I don't know what to ask. This change quickly reached Bai Shaoxing's ears. He looked at Wantong, intermediary, with a confused look on his face and whispered, "This Yun Yu is crazy. How can he mobilize so many people?" More than 80% of the guilds in the Demon City have actually begun to gather at the 4 city gates. Do they want to attack the city? Haha. Aren't you known as a know-it-all? Wantong intermediary chuckled and teased. What's the matter? There are things you don't know about? This happened so suddenly, and very few people knew the news. Bai Shaoxing frowned and said, I only know that they are all looking for Xinghin, Lin Xia and Yi Qiu. But I've never heard of these 3 guys in Stormwind City. More importantly, the focus of their gathering is actually in the direction of the dark forest in the north of the city. I think it's a little abnormal. Hey, maybe it has something to do with our big customer. Wantong, intermediary, chuckled and continued, check it out slowly. I have been busy all night, so I have to go offline and go to bed. Does this really have anything to do with Han Xiao? Bai Shaoxing whispered, but the thoughts in his heart began to spin rapidly. If this has something to do with Han Xiao, according to the information currently available, none of them can connect them together. But why did this incident happen in the dark forest? More than 7 hours have passed, and there is still no news about the blood ginseng bounty. Millions of players have gathered in the dark forest to the north of the city. Now, more than 80% of the guilds in the Magic City have all gathered over there. What exactly happened? With such doubts in his heart, Bai Shaoxing opened his friend list and quickly contacted him. Bite. At this moment, the friend request next to the list jumped. Peng Lei. Why did he add me as a friend? Is there a business deal? After looking at the applicant, Bai Shaoxing's heart moved and he immediately approved the application, then directly clicked on the video call and the other party quickly connected. As a light screen appeared in front of him, a somewhat honest face appeared in sight. There are many theories about this person from the Devil City. Some say he is kind, some say he is cruel, and some say that although he has an honest face, his hands are full of blood and he has killed countless people. In fact, in a place like the Magic City, as long as you are an evolver of level 4 or above, even if you are kind at first, you will soon be influenced by that environment to become evil. The emergence of mutant beasts has changed many people and many things. But of course there was no reason to refuse the business that came to him, even though he was in the Devil's capital and was a heinous evolver. Looking at the person in front of him, Bai Shaoxing showed a smile and said, politely, haha, General Peng actually added me as a friend. I'm really flattered. Don't talk nonsense. Peng Lei had a stern face and refused to accept such a compliment. He said, directly, aren't you selling information? Make a price. Who asked you to post that blood ginseng bounty? This is against the rules. Bai Shaoxing's face darkened and he refused. Directly, if you are here to buy information, then I welcome you, but if you are here to make me break the rules, then I'm sorry. It's impossible for me to tell you the employer's news, no matter what the price. You are looking for death. Peng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a gloomy threat, if you don't tell me today, you will never leave Stormwind City again. Oh, Bai Shaoxing chuckled lightly and continued, I am still at level 10. I have never been out since I entered Stormwind City. If you threaten me with this, it is not strong enough. Now, do you want to destroy me physically? But I'm in Kyoto. Do you bastards from the capital have the guts to come here? Regarding the Magic City, Bai Shaoxing didn't know how to describe his feelings. Many of his informants were from there. This is an extremely polarized city. The people at the bottom live a life worse than pigs and dogs, while every evolver above level 4 is extremely extravagant and has a horde of slaves. For ordinary people in the Magic City, they want to escape from there all the time. But there were mutant beasts outside the city, and there was no suitable big city nearby, so they could only suffer there. Maybe one day, when they become evolvers, they will also become part of it. At this moment, Bai Shaoxing was somewhat fortunate that when the disaster just happened and it was not very serious, he sold all his belongings and moved from the magic city to Kyoto with his parents, wife and children. So, he was also lucky to escape from that magic cave. Looking at Peng Lei with an angry face, Bai Shaoxing curled his lips and said, with disdain, "Stupid!" Then he was too lazy to say more nonsense and turned off the communication. Directly. No matter who it was or how much money it cost, he would not sell the information about Han Xiao. Such a generous guy, if he held this thigh, he would be able to move to the center of the city sooner or later and change to a big villa. Humph, he really thinks he is the emperor and thinks everyone will listen to him. Muttering softly, Bai Shaoxing sent a few messages to the group and continued to pay attention to the news on the 2 posts. Regarding the reward for the blood ginseng, he has completely given up. On the post about exchanging videos for money, Wantong Agency also issued a notice clearly stating that the next payment would be 6 hours later. After he woke up, there was actually nothing they could do about this. The 19 million from the sale of the 2 pieces of equipment had already been paid out, so they could only use this method to delay time, and everything would have to wait until Han Xiao came back. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the ringing sounded again, and Bai Shaoxing saw that it was still Peng Lei. He frowned and answered the call, cursing directly. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a level 5 evolver. Use whatever means you have. If I frown, I'll be your son." "Humph, you run pretty fast." Peng Lei snorted coldly, his expression a little regretful, but he didn't dwell on this matter too much and said directly, "I have information about the blood ginseng, videos, and coordinates. What are you going to do with the 500,000 yuan reward and the gold equipment?" #C281 Manifestation Talisman Medicine. Dark Forest. Ding, you killed Xing Kai, which is legitimate defense. You get the dark gold equipment Swift Boots, triggering 100-fold reward, and you get the Materialization Talisman Medicine, Dark Gold. Listening to such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't believe his ears. A few hours ago he just lost a dark gold materialization talisman, and now he got another one. This is really unexpected. Looking at the 2 items dropped on the ground, he quickly reached out and picked them up. At this time, Lin Xia on the side also heard the system prompt. He stared and stammered, Is this the materialization talisman that can materialize items into reality?" "Yeah." Xiao Han responded, his voice full of excitement. "I have to thank Lin Xia today. If it weren't for that charge, he wouldn't have been able to kill Xing Kai, and it would be even more impossible to have such a harvest. This thing is really a timely rain for him. Now that he has completed the 2nd job transfer, his ears should have evolved again, but the true energy in his body has not increased much. The biggest reason is that there is no flesh and blood of mutant beasts above level 2. He has actually felt it during the training tonight. If there is only rock rat meat, the speed of strength improvement should be greatly affected. Fortunately, he had a deal with Quanglong before, and the 2 level 3 beast cores are almost here. And now, there is this dark gold embodiment talisman. Holding the dark gold paper in his hand, Xiao Han muttered to himself, "This thing should be able to materialize the blood jade ginseng into reality." At this time he was very excited, and at the same time he thought of the quirky soul-seeking rat. With that little guy, no matter what medicinal materials he needs in the future, as long as he knows where they grow, he should be able to find them easily. So now, he still needs to maintain a good relationship with Lin Xia and Yiqiu. For a long time, putting the materialization talisman into the space ring, Xiao Han took the swiftness boots and said, "You have half the credit for killing Xing Kai. Logically speaking, we should share the harvest equally." "Don't say that. What's the point of sharing equally?" Hearing Xing Han say this, Lin Xia quickly interrupted and said, The black, scaled warhorse is yours and you killed the man. It has nothing to do with me. And my harvest today is already very big. You should keep these two things. Hee hee. Is this what you really think? Xiao Han chuckled and was very surprised by Lin Xia's choice. He continued with a smile. No matter what you think, I won't let you suffer. I still have a use for the materialization talisman, so I can't give it to you. Take this pair of dark gold boots first. When I have more money in a few days, I will give you 2 more dark gold equipment. That's not good. Although Lin Xia said this, she still stretched out her hands involuntarily and took the boots handed over by Xiao Han. Dark gold boots are worth at least 1 or 2 million. If they have special effects, the price will be at least doubled. He didn't expect Xinghan to be so generous. This is not ordinary equipment. Even if you have money, you can't buy it now. He did contribute a little to killing Xing Kai, but he didn't expect that he would get such a reward from just a collision. Touching the gray leather boots in his hand in disbelief, Lin Xia hurriedly looked at its attributes. Swift boots, dark gold level 25, defense plus 210, agility plus 210, physical strength plus 210, strength plus 210, special effects, swiftness, movement speed, increased by 100%. Gosh, you really gave me this pair of boots? When he saw the attributes, Lin Xia was still shocked even though he was prepared in his heart. He confirmed again, such a top-notch attribute. Are you sure you don't keep it for yourself? Hee hee. How can this be considered a top-notch one? Xiao Han chuckled and shook his head. The attributes and special effects of the swift boots are actually very good, but they seem a bit useless to him. First of all, the special effect of swiftness is not a little different from that of stir-fried pig's hoof tendon, and it is completely dispensable. Secondly, the equipment attributes, each of which only increases by 210 points. At most, he can reach level 50 in 1 day. In the space ring there are 2 pairs of gold boots, and each attribute has increased by more than 260 points. Although gold equipment has 1 less attribute than dark gold equipment, generally speaking the difference is not too big. So he doesn't think too much of this pair of swift boots. Seeing that Lin Xia still looked unbelievable, Xiao Han continued with a smile. I'm already level 42. What use is there for this level 25 equipment? Of course, such a pair of boots obviously can't offset the manifestation talisman. But wait 2 more days, I can reach level 50, and then there will be a few dark gold equipment eliminated, which will be just right for you to use. That's unnecessary. Lin Xia waved her hand and refused. I'm just a bystander, and this pair of swift boots is enough. Although he wanted the dark gold equipment that Xinghan mentioned, he couldn't be too greedy, otherwise this relationship might not last. Today can be said to be his lucky day. Because of meeting Xinghan, his level soared directly to level 27. Not only did he pick up a backpack of equipment, but he also picked up more than 100,000 copper coins. If his sisters were included, the harvest would be even greater. Now I have a pair of dark gold boots. If I continue to accept gifts from Xinghan, it would be too much. Riding on the black-scaled warhorse, Lin Xia continued with a smile. Actually, you really don't have to do this. I really want the dark gold equipment. If I can fight Xing Kai on equal terms in the battle just now, I still have the face to accept these benefits. But I'm just a cannon fodder. I just helped you once by chance, and I got so many benefits. It's a bit inappropriate. Oh, okay then. Xiao Han laughed and no longer forced and continued with a smile. Then let's add each other as friends. If you need any help in the future, you can send me a message. Hey, this is a good relationship. Lin Xia's face was full of joy, and she said excitedly, actually, I wanted to say this a long time ago, but I was always embarrassed. You really are. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xiao Han shook his head, quickly searched for Lin Xia, and then sent an application. In less than 2 seconds, the application was approved. At this time, he found that the friend list was actually divided into groups. One was Han Zhao's interface with Bai Xiaoxing, Bao Fengrui, Kuang Long and other friends below. The other was Xinghan's interface with Lin Xia as the only friend for the time being. Oh my god. It's actually still like this. He had originally thought that since he couldn't hide it anymore, he would simply admit his identity, but now it seems unnecessary. After adding friends with a smile, Xiao Han glanced at Lin Xia and continued, I just grabbed the blood ginseng, and now I need to go back to hand in the task. Do you want to go back with me? Beep, beep, beep. But at this moment, a series of rapid ringing sounds rang in his ears. Hashtag C282 Crazy Uniu. Opening the friend list and looking at Bai Xiaoxing's rapidly beating profile. Picture. Xiao Han frowned and whispered, Sure enough. It's this guy again. Did something happen again? With this thought in mind, the movement of his hand was not slow at all, and he quickly clicked OK. As soon as the communication was connected, Bai Xiaoxing's resentful voice came from inside. Hey, what have you done again? Can't you just stop and keep a low profile for a few days? Didn't you do anything? Xiao Han frowned, a little confused. He has already transformed into moonlight. Why is Bai Xiaoxing still so sure that he has caused trouble again? Has this guy's intelligence gathering ability become so abnormal? With doubts, Xiao Han asked directly, Why can't I understand what you said? You continue to pretend to me. Bai Xiaoxing curled his lips and smiled. Do you believe it? I will sell this news to Xing Kai now? Damn it. This guy is a monster. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han didn't know how this guy knew, so he asked, Why did you sell it to Xing Kai? What happened? Hey, don't deny it now? Bai Xiaoxing chuckled and continued, My eyes are very poisonous. I've already grabbed your blood ginseng. Well, I did grab it. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Xiao Han asked curiously, I have become a different person. How did you? No, actually, it was an accident. Bai Xiaoxing didn't sell it and said directly, As for the reward for blood ginseng, someone sent a video to claim the reward of 500,000 yuan and the piece of golden equipment. You haven't replied to me yet, and blood ginseng is very important to you, so I'll accept this message. As for who sent this video, I think you can probably guess it. After saying this, Xiao Han immediately understood that it should be one of the 4 people, Xing Kai, Peng Lei, Wu Nanfeng, and Yun Yuyu. Even if it's not them themselves, it should be someone related to them. Oh my god. I was not careful. And I didn't expect to get cheated.
Sia han muttered depressedly.
Xiao Han didn't mind the 500,000 and a piece of golden equipment. The key was that he was taken away by Xing Kai and the others, which made him a little unhappy. But is Bai Xiaoxing certain that the person who snatched the blood ginseng must be him just because of that video? Thinking of this, Xiao Han nodded and said, Well, I know who it is, but just based on that video you think I've caused trouble again. Haha, I told you. My eyes are very poisonous. Bai Xiaoxing laughed loudly and continued. The person who snatched the blood ginseng, I thought it was Yue Guang at first. After all, you two are so similar. But I found that there is some difference in your height and more importantly, the equipment. The Moonlight who stole the blood ginseng has a defense of up to 12,000 points and a physical attack of more than 5,000 points. This is extremely rare in Stormwind City. If it were only these, I wouldn't doubt you. The key is your red armor, white hat, and shadow sword. If so many coincidences converge on one person, it is no longer a coincidence. So that's it. Xiao Han nodded unconsciously and said with a smile, Okay. I admit I am the one who killed Yue Guang, and I also killed Xing Kai, Peng Lei, and the others. Damn it. Did you really kill them? At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing became a little uneasy and said quickly, No. Wonder that madman Yun Yuyu mobilized hundreds of thousands of players to guard the 4 city gates. So that's how it is. But why do I feel something is wrong? Did you get something special from them? I got a good thing. But let's talk about it when we go back. Xiao Han did not deny it and asked again. You just said that they mobilized hundreds of thousands of players. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Of course it means literally. Bai Shaoxing replied directly. You also know the situation in the demon city. It is the world of evolutionists now, so they have a great advantage in
Mobilising personnel.
More than 80% of the Magic City guilds in Stormwind City have been summoned, and they are all looking for Xinghan, Yiqiu, and Lin Xia. Bai Shaoxing paused and guessed. The camouflage mask in Yueguang's hand should be in your hands. You have the ability to change your appearance. Even if you can't turn into moonlight, you can still turn into someone else and return to the city safely. But Yiqiu and Lin Xia can't. If they are around you, ask them to be careful and not return to the city in a short time. If they have died and returned to the city, they should not leave the city in a short time. Is it so serious? Xiao Han frowned and asked hurriedly. Besides this, is there anything else? There are still some things, but they are unimportant. Let's talk about it when you come back. Bai Shaoxing sighed and said depressedly. You are too tormenting, my little heart can't bear it. This is an accident. Xiao Han smiled bitterly and said helplessly. I finally found the blood ginseng. I can't just give up. Oh, I believe you are the only one who has ghosts. Bai Shaoxing curled his lips and smiled, and continued. Even if there was no such thing as blood ginseng, you would go to other places to bother. I will continue to follow up on Xing Kai's news. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's stay in touch. Okay. My communication will be open all the time. When the beep sound came from the communicator, Xiao Han looked at Lin Xia, apologetically hesitated for a long time and then said, You may not be able to go back, and you are in big trouble. What happened? Riding on the black-scaled warhorse, Lin Xia didn't understand what this meant and asked quickly, Who contacted you just now? What happened? It was Bai Shaoxing. He said some very bad news. Xiao Han smiled bitterly and continued. Xing Kai was killed by us, and the most precious embodiment of the talisman exploded. Now he is completely furious. He dispatched hundreds of thousands of people to block the city gate. The purpose is to find you, me, and Yiqiu. If you go back to the city now, you will definitely be killed, and it will be greatly affected when you leave the city in the future. I guess he won't let you go so easily. It's okay, I don't know about this kind of thing. I have experience. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, This level of personnel transfer will only last for a few days at most. If hundreds of thousands of people don't level up, it's okay for 1 or 2 days, but it won't work for a long time. Anyway, Yiqiu and I have already leveled up 7 or 8 today, and even if we don't go online for a week, we won't fall behind other players too much. Hehe. You have a really good mentality. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. In that case, then don't go online recently. Even if you go online, try to be active in the city. After this matter is over, I will help you level up. Hehe. That's great. With such a promise, Lin Xia was no longer worried about the revenge of Xing Kai and others. Anyway, he was full of junk equipment, so there was no loss even if he was killed. So he smiled and continued. You still have to hand in the task. Let's separate now. As he said that, he jumped off the black-scaled warhorse. #C283 Imitation of Appearance. Xiao Han had expected things to develop to this point. After all, Xing Kai was not an ordinary person. As a violent 6th-level evolver, the number of ordinary people who died at his hands was no less than 5 figures. At the beginning in the Demon Flame Cave, he just refuted his face, and that guy asked the Demon Flame Guild to surround and kill him, not to mention the tiger's mouth snatching food. So before he started to grab the blood ginseng, he deliberately kept the appearance of moonlight. It was also because of this that he stopped halfway to stop Lin Xia and Yi Qiu, asking them to stay away from the battlefield and not to get involved in this matter. But who would have thought that these two guys would not listen and get involved? With the Phantom Mask, he could ignore Xingkai's revenge, and even use the change in his appearance to kill several important people unexpectedly. But Lin Xia and Yi Qiu were different. They were just ordinary people. Although he said that the situation would get better in a few days, he was actually deceiving himself. Maybe in 3 or 4 days this kind of blockade of hundreds of thousands will be gone. However, if they can't find me, why would they need hundreds of thousands of people just to deal with the two of them? Just arrange a dozen people to torture the two of them so that they dare not leave the city. Alas, sighed depressedly, Xiao Han had no way to deal with this kind of thing, even if he wanted to help. More than 80% of the guilds in the Magic City have been dispatched. No matter how good his equipment is and how strong his attributes are, he can't afford to offend them. At most, he can help them get revenge after they are killed. Seeing Lin Xia's relaxed look, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, but still took out the black scale horse tag and said slowly, "Since you don't want the dark gold equipment, you can take this horse tag. With the black scale warhorse and the pair of swift boots just now, your speed will be faster than Xingkai. Even if they want to kill you, they have to catch up with you first. This horse tag, are you really going to give it to me?" Looking at the black horse tag handed over by Xinghan, Lin Xia actually wanted to refuse. After all, he had gained too much benefit today. But once such a thing is missed, he may never see it again in the future. Elite-level warhorses, even if he has learned the taming technique after reaching level 30, it is not an easy task to catch one. At least in the next 6 months, more than 90% of night players will not be able to use elite mounts. Although he was thinking of refusing, Lin Xia couldn't help but take the black horse tag with both hands and held it in his hands with trembling. He had just experienced the strength of the black scale warhorse. Not only did it increase the upper limit of health by 20,000 points, but it also increased the movement speed by 800%. This was really important for the knight. With this thing, his strength would at least double and he would be much calmer when facing Xingkai's revenge. He really couldn't understand why Xinghan would give him such a thing. This is too generous. Although the black scale horse card was already in his hand, Lin Xia still looked unbelievable and whispered, "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." "Haha. Take it." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Thanks to you and Yi Qiu's help, I was able to find the blood ginseng within the specified time. Originally, I didn't intend to let you two get involved in the grudge between Xingkai and me, but I didn't expect you to get involved. Although you said it was easy, this matter is not so easy to get over. Just consider it as my compensation to you and Yi Qiu." As he said that, Xiao Han glanced at the time and hurriedly said, "I don't have much time left. I have to hand in the task quickly. What are you going to do? Since you still have something to do, let's go first." Lin Xia understood that Xingkai had mobilized hundreds of thousands of players just to stop them. It was obviously not appropriate for them to go back together, so she smiled and said, "As for me, you don't have to worry too much. It's just a death." "Okay. Then you be careful." Xiao Han nodded, said nothing more, turned around, and ran towards Stormwind City. As for what will happen to Lin Xia in the end, he didn't care. Anyway, he had done what he should do. Now, it is more important to hurry up and send the blood jade ginseng to the Acropolis and pull Lu Yen back from the brink of death. While running quickly, Xiao Han cancelled the appearance of the Phantom Mask and restored his original appearance. Since he knew the exaggerated reactions of Xingkai, Peng Lei and others through by Shaoxing, he certainly couldn't continue to maintain the appearance of moonlight. This was no different from seeking death. You have to be tough when you need to be tough, and you have to be timid when you need to be timid. There is nothing shameful about this. While running quickly, Xiao Han did not forget to listen carefully to the movements around him. After all, even if Han Xiao walked outside with this appearance, it would still be very dangerous. Maybe Xing Kai, Peng Lei and others would see him and take care of him. Hey, Brother Xiao, have you heard that Xing Kai from the Magic City has gone crazy? At this moment, the sound of several men's discussions came from more than 200 meters away. Xiao Han paused, thought for a moment, and immediately ran in another direction. At the same time, the discussion in his ears continued. What a joke. He is a level 6 evolver. How could he be crazy? Oh my God, your Chinese language was not taught by a physical education teacher. This comprehension ability. I am really drunk. Get lost, you said Xing Kai was crazy. How come I have a problem with my understanding? I was just making an analogy. Do you understand? The discussion continued, and Xiao Han only took more than 10 seconds to see 3 people walking and chatting. They were not very old, about 23 or 24 years old. If you want to return to the city quickly, you can only use one first. After whispering, Xiao Han carefully observed the 3 people and found that the man in the middle was about the same height and size as him, so he immediately started to copy. The phantom mask can store a total of 5 appearances. He had already had a target, but now he could only use one first. Otherwise, with so many people blocking the 4 city gates, it would be almost impossible to return to Stormwind City safely. Only by finding an ordinary person who is not being noticed and copying his appearance can you easily get away with it. Seeing the progress bar slowly change from 0 to 100%, Xiao Han also showed a smile on his face. At the same time, the silver wolf gaze was also triggered. Heh, Xiao Yan, you're actually a warrior from our clan. Looking at the data in the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han chuckled, and his appearance immediately began to change. In less than a second, he turned into another person. #C284 change of appearance. After turning into Xiao Yan's appearance, Xiao Han finally didn't have to worry about being targeted, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked in the direction of Stormwind City, glanced at the equipment on his body and whispered, My equipment is still a bit conspicuous. Before, Bai Shaoxing only watched 2 videos and judged that he and the disguised Moonlight were the same person based on the equipment and height. So now, in order not to be discovered, this set of equipment must be changed. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately took off the blood battle armor, silver wolf gaze, and shadow sword, and then quickly searched in the space ring. Oh my God! They are all level 50. After searching back and forth several times, he stopped a little depressed. There are a lot of equipment in the space ring with more than 20 gold equipment alone and more than 50 silver equipment. But these equipment are all level 50 and now the level is not enough and none of them can be equipped. It seems that I can only stay here for a while. Muttering depressedly, Xiao Han put on a few pieces of equipment again. But the shadow sword in his hand had been replaced with the iron-gray longsword, given to him by Moonlight. Without such a dark gold equipment, the physical attack immediately dropped by more than 1,000 points. But this is acceptable because even so, his attack attribute is still not comparable to that of ordinary people. The 100-fold state increase of steamed bear paws and fried tiger whips alone increased his physical attack by 4,400 points. So now, even with a blank longsword, not many people can be his opponent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the sound of wings vibrating came to his ears, and Xiao Han rushed over without hesitation. If he wanted to replace the blood battle armor and silver wolf gaze, he could only kill some wild monsters below level 40. Minus 18,245. The fixed damage of the level 5 slash has been increased by 5,000 points on the original basis, reaching 15,000 points. If it is upgraded to level 6, it should have 20,000 points of fixed damage. However, it is not possible to upgrade to level 6 in a short time, at least not today. It is very simple to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and from level 2 to level 3. It only requires a few thousand points of proficiency. With 100 times reward increase, it only needs to be used dozens of times. But it is different after level 3. Each upgrade requires more than 10,000 points of proficiency. Although he has been using skills continuously when killing monsters, it still takes several hours to upgrade to level 6. Although these hours are not long, Lu Yen can't wait any longer. She is waiting for the blood ginseng to save her life, so she can't stay here for too long. Quickly killing the level 40 red-headed wasp, Xiao Han paid attention to the system prompts in his ears. Ding! You killed the red-headed wasp and got experience points. Ding! You killed the red-headed wasp and got the white equipment soft velvet hat, which triggered 100-fold reward, and you got the bronze equipment soft leather hat. Ding! You killed the red-headed wasp and got. Time passed slowly. In less than 10 minutes, all the red-headed wasps were killed. At the same time, I was lucky enough to get a level 40 hat and leather armor. After exchanging the 2 pieces of equipment, Xiao Han was no longer worried about being recognized. He observed the direction and ran quickly towards Stormwind City. At this time, as someone deliberately spread the news, some true and false news finally spread from the forum. This made many confused players finally understand what happened. While they were afraid of the players in the Magic City, their gossip hearts did not go out, and they all started to discuss. So many people appeared in the north of the city for no reason. I thought they were all looking for blood ginseng. I didn't expect there would be such explosive news. Who said it wasn't? Xingkai was killed and the whole team was wiped out. This is too strange. Who do you think that Xinghan is? This is too awesome. Who knows? I heard that his strength is stronger than Han Shao. It seems that Stormwind City will never be quiet. No matter when, the spectators are always the most. They gloat over the misfortune while waiting for the development of things. After all, this scene of mobilizing hundreds of thousands of players is not something you can see casually. In the entire north of the city, in the direction of the dark forest, the density of players is already a bit outrageous. Basically, there is a player every 7 or 8 meters. Such a scene also makes many spectators more curious. Not only do they discuss face-to-face, but they also quarrel on the forum. Xing Kai and Yun Yuyu must be crazy. They mobilized hundreds of thousands of people just to find 3 people. What are they thinking? Not a madman can do such a thing. Anyone with a normal mind can ask Bai Shaoxing to issue a reward. That way we can get some bargains. Hey, you don't know this, right? I heard that after Xing Kai was killed, very important thing was found, which is said to be worth more than 10 billion. Fuck. Is this true? Are you bragging? What can be worth more than 10 billion? Could he have found a magic weapon? The discussion on the forum was really lively. Xiao Han controlled his speed while watching the forum to pass the time. After all, running too fast would also be suspected. It took him more than an hour to get back to the city gate, which was supposed to take more than 10 minutes. Beng Lei. Just as he was about to buy a number to enter the city, Xiao Han saw a familiar figure not far away, staring at every passing player with a gloomy and cold look. "Huh, you still want to catch me?" Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han observed his figure and found that it seemed to be similar to his own. His eyes moved and he immediately began to rub. He originally planned to give the remaining 3 rubbing opportunities to Ding Hai, Wan Ku, and Shui Yan. Sure Hao and Ding Hai snatched the embodiment of the pet. Chun Su and Wan Ku snatched the town building order. Even if he couldn't snatch it back, he would retaliate. As for Shui Yan, he is a knight of the Demon Flame Guild. He originally wanted to use this identity to kill Sure Hao or Chun Su, but now he can only give up. Perhaps killing them with the identity of Peng Lei is also a very happy thing. Seeing that the rubbing has been completed, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately changed the name corresponding to this appearance to Peng Lei. In this way, it will be much easier when you need it next time. After things were done, Xiao Han did not stop and immediately walked towards the the city gate, muttering to himself, "Looking for me? You are dreaming. I'll leave you alone for a few hours, and when I'm rested, I'll show you some color." Excluding the 2 hours of offline training, he has been online for almost 20 hours. Although his body can still bear it, his mental state is not very good. Now saving Lu Yen is the most important thing, and the second is to rest quickly. "What, found Lin Xia?" At this moment, Peng Lei exclaimed to the air, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Then he moved his feet, turned around and ran towards the dark forest. #C285 Waste of Nature's Gift. The exclamation sounded at the city gate, making many players excited, and their eyes also revealed greedy eyes. Since Lin Xia was discovered by them, Xinghan, who is more powerful than Han Xiao, should be nearby. Haha. Let's go there quickly, otherwise we won't be able to pick up equipment. You are dreaming. Xing Kai has summoned hundreds of thousands of people. Where will we have a chance? With the departure of Peng Lei, a large number of players at the city gate ran away instantly, but there were still nearly 1,000 players from the Magic City Guild guarding here. Looking at the disappearing crowd, Xiao Han sighed softly and said helplessly, "Alas, they were found after all." He had expected this. Although the 4 city gates were not directly blocked, there were a large number of players from the Magic City Guild nearby. It was impossible for Lin Xia to return to the city quietly. There was no other way except to be killed. "You're dead. At worst I'll help you level up more in the future." Muttering softly, Xiao Han had no other options. No matter how strong he was, he didn't dare to confront hundreds of thousands of players. That was simply courting death. With the number plate he bought, he found a player with a corresponding number near the city gate, and the two immediately exchanged positions. After waiting for less than a minute, he passed through the city gate and returned to Stormwind City. Anxious about Lu Yan's injury, Xiao Han didn't stop at all and immediately ran to the teleportation hall at the fastest speed. Oh, there are a lot of smart people. As soon as he arrived at the teleportation hall, he saw someone selling number plates and he smiled knowingly. Before leaving Stormwind City last time, he hadn't seen this kind of service. I didn't expect that after just a few hours, someone discovered this business opportunity. For ordinary players, this is very troublesome. Because there are more players in line, they will have to wait longer, but for people like him, it's still a good thing. After all, it only takes less money to buy a very front position, saving a lot of time, which is actually very good. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han spent 5 silver coins and bought a position in the top 10. As the number of players in front of him continued to decrease, he soon stood on the teleportation array in the teleportation hall. A few seconds later, Xiao Han moved his feet and ran straight to the west.
Gotha?
With Xiao Yan's appearance, no one knew that he had come from the south of the city to the west of the city and came to the Acropolis without any obstacles. This is a military city, so there are no players nearby, so Xiao Han boldly restored his original appearance. "You are Han Xiao." As he approached the city gate, several soldiers on guard looked over, and one of them obviously knew him and shouted, "Hurry! Open the city gate. Master Guan has ordered that as long as Han Xiao comes back, let him enter the city immediately." Creak. Watching the tightly closed city gate slowly open, Xiao Han thanked him and ran inside. "Brother Han Xiao, wait a minute." He had only run less than 20 meters when a shout came from behind. "Master Lu is not there anymore, follow me." As he spoke, the sound of horse hooves came after him. After hearing this news, Xiao Han had to stop, slow down and follow the horse, running towards the center of the city at a moderate pace. Compared to Stormwind City, this military city does not look very big from the outside. But after really entering it, it turned out to be completely different. Least after running behind the horse for 5 minutes, he had not yet reached the destination. Da. At this time, a burst of hurried horse hooves came from the front, and Guan Jie could be heard shouting from a distance. Brother Han Xiao, have you found the blood ginseng? I found it. Take me to find Lu Yen quickly. As he spoke, Xiao Han took out the blood jade ginseng from the space ring and immediately increased his speed directly past the horse-riding soldiers around him and ran towards Guanjie. Haha! You really found it. Looking at the red blood ginseng in Han Zhao's hand, Guanjie laughed loudly, immediately stopped his horse and said excitedly, Fortunately you found it. Although Lord Li reported it, there has been no news until now. Those cold-blooded nobles in the city don't care about the life and death of others. Come with me quickly. Dr. Gu is still waiting, in order to let Lord Lu hold on longer. She has not slept for more than 10 hours. Lead the way, Xiao Han said and asked worriedly, How is her condition? With the blood ginseng, she should be able to be saved, right? I don't know about this, but since Dr. Gu said so, he must be somewhat confident. You don't have to worry too much. Guanjie comforted him, and had already turned his horse around and ran quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't ask any more questions and immediately followed. After running for about 5 or 6 minutes, a camp appeared in front of him. Tall sentry towers, patrolling knights, and soldiers in training, everything seemed orderly. Guanjie got off his horse and immediately took out a token, then said, Come, in with me quickly. Lord Lu is inside. The conditions here are better. After Dr. Gu treats her wound, I will arrange for someone to carry her here. Oh, Xiao Han responded and immediately followed him in. Guanjie was still very fast even after getting off his horse, and he was obviously in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, the two of them came to a stone house with a strong smell of medicine. He opened his voice and shouted, Dr. Gu, come out. Quickly, we found the blood ginseng. Really found it? The next second, the door was opened from the inside, and Gu Qingzhu asked, happily, Quick, cut off a piece and boil the medicine quickly. As she said, she was still waving the sharp knife in her hand, her face full of anxiety. Seeing this, Xiao Han dared not delay at all, and immediately handed over the blood jade ginseng in his hand. But Gu Qingzhu was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, Is this the blood ginseng you said? Yes. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Han's expression froze, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Could it be that with the word jade, it is not a blood ginseng? Thinking of this result, he hurriedly asked, I heard that this is blood jade ginseng, which is better than blood ginseng. Is it because the medicinal effect is different, so it can't be used? It can be used, although it is a little troublesome, but the effect will be better. Gu Qingzhu frowned and said with a distressed face, It's just its roots. Why? Did you only dig out a main root? Aren't you waiting for help? Knowing that the blood jade ginseng can still be used, Xiao Han was relieved, and said with a smile, I pulled out the blood jade ginseng directly when I saw it. So how could I have the mind to dig out all the roots? You are really wasting nature's resources. Taking the blood jade ginseng from Xiao Han's hand, Gu Qingzhu said with a look of regret, The value of this thing is more than 100 times stronger than blood ginseng. Even if it is just a thin root, you should dig it back. But its medicinal effect is too strong and cannot be used directly to boil medicine. It must be refined into peiyuan powder before it can be used to treat Lord Lu's injuries. #C28600 pills. Hearing what Dr. Gu said, Xiao Han's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly said, Then what are you waiting for? Since you need to refine it into peiyuan powder first, hurry up and hurry up. I am a doctor, not a pharmacist. How can I refine such a thing? Gu Qingzhu shook his head and said with a smile, But you don't have to worry. Although I don't know how to refine peiyuan powder, there are people here who can. Master Guan, please take him there. Master Lu's injury cannot be separated from others for the time being. Must continue to stay here. After saying that, She returned the blood jade ginseng to Xiao Han with a look of pity on her face and walked back to the stone house. Guanjie did not hesitate, turned around and walked in the other direction, smiling at the same time. You are so awesome. What you found is the even more precious blood jade ginseng. If the big men in the city knew about this, they would go crazy. Blood ginseng has a very good effect on prolonging life. If you use blood jade ginseng to make peiyuan powder, the effect will be even stronger. Every bottle is priceless. Haha, I am also lucky. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Who would have known that after going to the dark forest, I would actually find it? I don't know how many bottles of peiyuan powder can be made from this blood jade ginseng. If there are many, I will give you one as a gift. Isn't this good? Guanjie's face flashed with joy. He didn't expect Han Xiao to be so wise and said quickly, peiyuan powder is extremely precious. Can not only prolong life but also has strong healing properties for external injuries. Restoration effect. More importantly, it has a certain beneficial effect on cultivation. Oh, so strong. Xiao Han's face flashed with joy and he said quickly, in that case you should accept this gift. After all, as a soldier you have to make a living on the tip of a knife all year round. Having such a thing in hand can save lives at critical times. It's just a bottle of peiyuan powder. If there are more, please bring a bottle to General Li Zhong when the time comes. Hey, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it after it's refined.
Guanjie
Continued with an excited look. The alchemist is right in front and you know him too. I know him too? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, frowned and began to think. Then his eyes lit up and he quickly asked, the alchemist you were talking about, could it be
Su Chen, Broter Su.
When he was at the undead cemetery, Su Chang was poisoned by corpse poison and was extremely seriously injured, although he carried more than 100 sets of advanced life recovery potions at the time. He could only recover 800 points of blood per second, which was not enough to support his return to Stormwind City. In the end, he relied on himself and used a medicine furnace to concentrate the medicine, and then he came back without any danger. Thinking of that experience, Xiao Han said in shock, could it really be him? It couldn't be such a coincidence. Hey, what a coincidence. Guanjie showed a smile on his face and shouted to the stone house not far away. Su Chang, your savior is here. If you are not dead, come out quickly. Why are you shouting? I didn't know I was a seriously injured person. At this time, a slightly hollow voice came from a stone house 7 or 8 meters away, and then the wooden door was opened, and Su Chang slowly walked out from inside. His face is still a little pale. Although the corpse poison has been removed, the impact on the body obviously cannot be eliminated in a short time. Seeing Han Xiao, Su Chang was also very happy and grinned. I was lucky enough to meet you last time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back. Come on, come in and sit down. I haven't thanked you properly yet. What are you doing? Before Xiao Han could speak, Guanjie on the side intervened. He is also in trouble this time, and he came to you for help. The recipe for refining peiyuan powder should be in the book of pills that your master left for you before he died. Hurry up, don't stand there in a daze, go to your alchemy room quickly. There is someone waiting for peiyuan powder to save you. Peiyuan powder? Su Cheng's face turned dark and he spat out. Damn it! What did you say to Brother Han Xiao? Even if I have a prescription, there is not even blood ginseng in our barracks inventory, let alone blood jade ginseng. You ask me to make a hammer. Why are you so anxious? Guanjie pointed at Xiao Han's right hand holding the blood jade ginseng and said with a smile, look what that is. How many furnaces of peiyuan powder can you make? Damn it! Where did this come from? It can't be fake. Su Cheng's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He had been studying the 100 pills manual passed down to him by his master for many years. But of the above powders and elixirs, less than 10 types have been refined so far. The most important reason is that the above records are all rare medicinal materials, and it often takes a year or two to prepare them once the furnace is opened. Seeing Han Xiao hand over the blood jade ginseng in his hand, Su Cheng quickly took it, observed it carefully, and then said, "It is really blood jade ginseng, and it is a blood jade ginseng that has been used as medicine for hundreds of years. This thing is really rare. Stop feeling emotional. Just tell me if you can refine Peiyuan powder." At this time, Guanjie couldn't wait anymore and continued to urge, "There are people waiting for Peiyuan sand to save their lives. If you can practice it, you should hurry up. This is not an urgent matter I need to prepare." Su Cheng grabbed the blood jade ginseng, looking very excited, and continued with a smile, "I have the most precious main medicine, and I also need to prepare some auxiliary materials. If you need any other materials, I'll prepare them for you." Hearing what Su Cheng said, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he quickly explained, "I am still an intermediate alchemist and can help you." Holy shit! How old are you? Not only are you a demon-sealing master, but you're also an alchemist, and you're an intermediate level 1. At this time, Guanjie exclaimed loudly, "I asked Master Tan why he would accept you as his disciple. It turns out that your talent is so high. Look at Su Cheng, he is almost 40 and he is still an intermediate alchemist. I wonder if he will have the chance to become a senior alchemist in this life." This? After saying this, Xiao Han suddenly didn't know how to respond, so he had to say, "Brother Su is actually very powerful, but he didn't cherish the medicinal materials and practice, so he couldn't break through. I'm pretty lucky. If I dig up any rare medicinal materials in the future and use them all to refine them for Brother Su, he should soon become a senior alchemist." "Hey, please stop complimenting me." Su Cheng sighed, looking very lonely, and slowly said, "Refining medicine also requires talent. The master once said that if there are no accidents, my limit is an intermediate alchemist. If he hadn't suddenly contracted a serious illness and realized that he was about to die soon, I, a registered disciple, would never have been able to obtain his mantle. The inheritance of the 100 Pills manual to me is actually just a helpless compromise. Since you are also an intermediate alchemist, come with me." With that said, Su Cheng turned around and walked towards the stone house. As he walked, he continued, "Before the master died, he asked me to find a successor for him. If you really have that talent, show it to me with all your strength, and maybe I can consider taking on the role of a master and a disciple." #C287 Understand the formula. Is there such a good thing? Xiao Han opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and quickly followed Su Cheng into the stone house. In fact, after becoming a pharmacist, he became interested in the method of concentrating medicines. That's really awesome. If 20 bottles are condensed into one, the health points restored per second will definitely be doubled. He wouldn't dare to think of doubling it 20 times, but even if it doubled 3 to 5 times, that would still be awesome. A potion that restores 800 health points per second. After being concentrated, it shouldn't be a problem to restore 3,000 or 4,000 health points per second. I'm very excited just thinking about it. But although he saved Su Cheng's life, if he wanted to learn that method, the possibility was still very low. After all, for people like them, it is extremely important to learn from the master. Whether it is skills or recipes, they will not be easily passed on to others. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng herself relaxed before he asked, "To test his talent, what the hell do you need to test?" Later, as long as he can refine the Peiyuan powder with the 100-fold reward increase, it may directly turn into the Peiyuan pill. By that time, this guy will probably doubt life just like Lu Yen. Perhaps, he will be beaten to the point of despair. After all, after so many years, he was still just an intermediate alchemist. But he was severely compared to an alchemist who was much younger than him. Was not a good feeling. The corner of his mouth curled up, and Xiao Han followed him into the stone house. At this time, Su Cheng walked to a corner on the right side of the stone house, pulled up a cover board from the ground, and walked directly down. There is also a basement which seems to be the alchemy room. After muttering softly, Xiao Han was a little surprised, but he followed. Immediately, the basement is not small, about 50 or 60 square meters. There are many cabinets near the surrounding walls, where bottles and jars are placed. Every bottle and jar is neatly arranged and has a label and time on it. Obviously, Su Cheng has always been serious and rigorous about refining medicine. In the middle of the basement there was a medicine stove the size of a basketball. Because it was in a closed environment, it was full of strong herbal smell, but Xiao Han could smell a faint burnt smell from it. Judging from this, Su Cheng's talent should be really bad. How many times did he have to fail before he could still smell the faint burnt smell in the rich smell of herbs? But Xiao Han would not ask about this. Seeing Su Cheng touching the medicine stove with care, he quickly asked, "When should we start, and what auxiliary medicinal materials need to be prepared?" There is a black wooden box on the third floor of the bookshelf on the left. There are 10 prescriptions in it. Take out the 9th one and grab the medicine according to the prescription. Okay. Xiao Han responded, turned around and walked towards the bookshelf, and at the same time saw the black box at a glance. He was extremely greedy for the 10 prescriptions in the box. But at this time you must not be greedy, otherwise you will lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. Compared to the 10 prescriptions, he wanted the Baidan-pu in Su Cheng's hand. With a 100-fold increase in rewards, it might become the Wandan-pu directly. If that were the case, that would be a great development. With excitement, Xiao Han didn't dare to go any further. He opened the box and took out the 9th one without even daring to take a second look. Is this the prescription for Peiyuan powder? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately looked at the words above. The first line of the prescription records the efficacy and medicinal properties of the blood jade ginseng, and 7 or 8 other medicinal materials are also recorded below. Unfortunately, it does not record the detailed refining method. Xiao Han was a little disappointed with this, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and found every medicinal material according to the introduction on the prescription. Then he placed all these medicinal materials in front of Su Cheng, and then said, "Brother Su, do you need to prepare anything else?" "No, just watch from the sidelines." Without hesitation, Su Cheng immediately lit the charcoal under the medicine stove, then carefully cut off a small piece of blood jade ginseng, and then put the medicinal materials at hand into the medicine stove one by one in different orders. As the medicinal herbs were boiled into liquid, the medicinal aroma in the basement became stronger again. Time passed slowly. Xiao Han kept carefully observing Su Cheng's refining techniques and also turned on the video recording function. Since there is no refining method on the prescription, he can only steal the recipe himself and record it. Maybe he will find something when he goes back. If he can understand the formula of Peiyuan powder, it will be even more perfect. Puff! At this moment there was a soft sound in the ear, and then a burning smell that choked the mouth and nose spewed out from the medicine stove. It's strange. Even though all the steps are correct, why does it still fail? Hearing what Su Cheng said, Xiao Han's face froze, and he suddenly didn't know whether he should let him continue refining. But if he is not allowed to practice it, no one else can refine it, right? Xiao Han didn't dare to express the conflict in his heart. He glanced at Su Cheng, who was meditating, and immediately called up the video to study it carefully. I don't know how long passed, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Su Cheng
should have figured out something. He cut a small piece of blood jade ginseng again and refined it again. Xiao Han gave up studying the video and immediately started watching it carefully. Puff! But not long after, there was another soft sound, and the burnt smell in the basement became stronger and stronger. Such a change was unexpected by Xiao Han. Although he failed when refining medicine, the failure rate was not so high. Is it difficult to refine this Peiyuan powder? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the remaining blood jade ginseng, and could only suppress his reluctance, but still said nothing. Fortunately, only a small piece of blood jade ginseng was used each time, and the remaining should be enough for more than 10 times of refining, as long as one success is enough. Seeing that Su Cheng's face was already very ugly and the auxiliary medicinal materials on the ground were all used up, Xiao Han had to stand up and grab 3 more portions. Originally, he thought that 2 portions should be enough, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing Su Cheng frowning and thinking, Xiao Han walked up and comforted him softly. Don't be discouraged. It is normal to fail in refining medicine. As long as you are good at summarizing, you will always succeed. I know, so I'm thinking, don't interrupt me. The kind comfort was not accepted. Xiao Han said nothing more, and immediately called up the video just recorded and studied it carefully. Time passed slowly. Su Cheng was silent for more than 10 minutes. He cut another small piece of blood ginseng and continued to refine it. As the herbs were boiled into liquid medicine, the fragrance of the medicine became stronger again. This time, Su Cheng seemed to have learned from the lessons of the previous 2 failures, and his movements were more cautious and serious than before. Puff! However, more than 10 minutes later, the same light sound came again, accompanied by a stronger smell of burnt in the medicine furnace. Fuck! At this time, Xiao Han was already a little uneasy. With the help of the soul-seeking rat, he didn't feel sorry for this blood jade ginseng. Even if he failed a few more times, he didn't care, but Lu Yen couldn't wait. It took him more than 2 hours to learn the intermediate warrior book before. In the dark forest, it took more than 7 hours. When he came back, he was worried about being discovered and spent nearly an hour on the road. The time left for Su Cheng to refine the medicine was actually less than 2 hours. But he failed 3 times in a row, which was a bit unbearable. Thinking of this, Xiao Han said directly, "Or, let me try it." At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you have comprehended the unknown potion formula, triggering a 100-fold reward. You have comprehended the Peiyuan powder formula. Oh my god. You really comprehended it. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel happy. #C288 Peking Yuan Pill. Comprehension of the formula was just a thought. He didn't think he would succeed. But now hearing the system prompt, Xiao Han was still very surprised. Hey, now that I can refine it, I can't continue to waste it like this. After muttering softly, he continued anxiously, Brother Su, do you have any other medicine furnaces? Let's refine it together. Lord Lu's injury is very serious, waiting for Peiyuan San to save her life. Now Dr. Gu has been using wild ginseng to keep her alive. It's hard to say how long she can last. There is a medicine furnace, but can you really do it? Su Cheng frowned and said with some worry, Blood jade ginseng is extremely precious. Don't waste it. Now it's not a question of waste or not, but a matter of saving lives. Xiao Han actually wanted to complain, you have failed 3 times, why don't you mention the issue of waste? But at this time, you must not make yourself uncomfortable. He could only continue patiently. Don't worry about the blood jade ginseng. You know I'm very rich. I have a lot of money. After refining Peiyuan powder and curing Lord Lu's injury, I promise to get you another blood jade ginseng which is better than this one and will be older. Okay, let's try it together. Thinking that Han Xiao casually took out hundreds of sets of life-restoring potions as well as the space ring in his hand, all show that he is rich. Perhaps while accepting disciples on behalf of his master, he can also take the opportunity to get more precious medicinal materials. With his current financial resources, it should be impossible for him to refine the powders and pills on the 100 pills chart frequently and be promoted to a senior alchemist. But if there are really a lot of precious medicinal materials to practice, it is not impossible to make further progress in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Su Cheng immediately took out a small pill furnace from the storage bag and reminded with a smile. But you should pay attention. Alchemy is not something you can learn by watching it a few times. I know, I'll try it first. The success rate of 2 people is always higher than that of 1 person. Xiao Han smiled and responded without explaining too much. Since he has already comprehended the formula of Peiyuan powder, his success rate must be higher than Su Cheng. And after the successful refining, it will not be just Peiyuan powder. Now that there are 2 medicine furnaces, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately took 2 materials and poured out the medicine residue that failed to be refined. After the medicine furnace was cleaned, he immediately sat cross-legged, called up the control panel and studied it carefully. The formula of Peiyuan powder that he comprehended has detailed refining steps. As long as he understands it, he will be sure to refine Peiyuan powder. Fortunately, the formula of Peiyuan powder can be refined by a 4th level alchemist. If it can only be refined by a 5th level alchemist, then he will be confused. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Han finally studied every step thoroughly. His eyes condensed, and he carefully cut off a piece of blood jade ginseng of the same size, then began to add water to the medicine furnace and then put the herbs one by one according to the order of adding the medicine and the time interval. Soon, the closed basement was filled with a strong aroma of medicine again, covering up the pungent smell of burning. At this time, Su Cheng did not continue to refine, but watched curiously. He did not expect that Han Xiao actually only read it 3 times and started to refine it directly, and he also refined it in a very good way. Talent. Is it really that important? Su Cheng muttered softly, and he had a little doubt about himself at this moment. But soon he put this doubt behind his mind, and there was a little more determination in his eyes, and he continued to observe carefully. Time passed quickly, but it seemed very slow. Su Cheng always thought that Han Xiao would soon refine this furnace of herbs, like himself, but everything in front of him made him doubt his eyes. How is this possible? Just watching it 3 times? Can it succeed? Although he didn't want to believe it, the powder had been refined to the end, and it would soon be ready to be opened. At this time, Xiao Han didn't know what Su Cheng was thinking. From time to time, he stirred the charcoal under the stove to prevent the fire from being too strong, which would lead to failure. Until a certain moment, the system prompt sounded in his ear, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, you have successfully refined 4 sets of Peiyuan powder, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained 4 Peiyuan pills. Ding, you have successfully refined 4 Peiyuan pills and obtained 4 proficiency points, triggering a 100-fold reward and obtaining 400 proficiency points. Such a voice sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time his face showed a hint of excitement. Success? Success? At this time, Su Cheng's stuttering voice sounded in his ears. How is it possible to refine it so easily? Although he saw the entire refining process with his own eyes, he was still reluctant to believe his eyes. Heh! Listening to the voice in his ears, Xiao Han chuckled and couldn't bear to say anything else, otherwise this guy might not be able to withstand such a blow. After all, the medicine furnace was not Peiyuan powder, but a more advanced Peiyuan pill. Lu Yen was waiting for the things in the medicine furnace to save her life, so Xiao Han no longer hesitated. In front of Su Cheng, he immediately took out 4 dark red pills from it and immediately looked at its properties. Peking Yuan pill strengthens the body and nourishes the essence. It has a strong healing effect on external injuries. It restores 20,000 health points per second and 10,000 energy points per second for 30 minutes. The cooling time is 12 hours. Oh my God! Is it so abnormal? Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. If its cooling time was shorter, only 30 minutes, he would even have the confidence to fight against hundreds of thousands of players in the Magic City. At this time, although there are many armor-breaking equipment, it is definitely not too much. If you want to cause damage to him, you must at least stack the armor-breaking to more than 90%. This is not something that can be done with 1 or 2 armor-breaking equipment, so there will not be too many players who can cause damage to him. With a Peiyuan pill that can restore 20,000 points in a second, who can kill him without more than 10 players with 100% armor breaking? Hehe. Xing right? At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was already a little restless. He really wanted to see what kind of expression those guys would show when they found out that no matter how they attacked, the damage per second could not exceed 20,000. But now is not the time to think about this matter. We have to send the Peiyuan pill to Lu Yen as soon as possible. Grabbing 4 Peiyuan pills, Xiao Han was about to go out when he saw Su Cheng, who was stunned. He stuffed one into his hand and said, "Take this thing, it should help your body recover quickly." With that, he ran out. At this time, Su Cheng, who was confused, held the Peiyuan pill in his hand, and his eyes showed a look of despair. At the same time, he whispered to himself, "How is this possible? There must be something wrong. How can the prescription of Peiyuan powder be used to refine the pill directly? This is fake, it must be fake. What I saw was an illusion, all illusions. #C289 I am not well educated. Please don't lie to me." Pushing open the wooden door and walking out of the stone house, Xiao Han didn't know that Su Cheng in the basement was really shocked. But even if he knew, he couldn't explain anything. Because there is no fairness at any time or anywhere. From the moment he picked up the ultimate talent of 100 times reward at the beginning, he was destined to have an extraordinary future. "Why are you alone? Why didn't Su Cheng come out?" At this time, Guanjie, who was standing outside the door waiting for news, asked strangely, "Has the Peiyuan powder been refined? How much has it been refined?" "He is still refining. Please wait for a while." Xiao Han didn't explain too much, and continued, "I need to give the Peiyuan pill I just refined to Dr. Gu, so I won't talk to you anymore." With that said, Xiao Han raised his feet and ran towards the stone house where Gu Qingzhu was. Guanjie was stunned for a moment and said in a daze, "Peiyuan pill, what kind of Peiyuan pill? Isn't the Peiyuan powder they refine? Is there something wrong with my ears? Did I hear wrongly?" With this question in his mind, he quickly followed. At the same time, Han Zhao's excited shouts were clearly heard from a dozen meters away. "Dr. Gu, the Peiyuan pill you mentioned has been refined. Do you think it can be used?" Hearing that the voice was still Peiyuan Dan, Guanjie's eyes lit up and he suddenly became excited. He thought to himself, "Powder turned into elixir. When did Su Cheng become so powerful?" "Peiyuan Dan, hehe." At this time, the wooden door of the stone house was opened again. Gu Qingzhu walked out, and Xiao Han quickly handed over the 3 remaining pills in his hand. The 3 elixirs were all about the size of a fingernail and were dark red in color. Since they had just come out of the oven, they could still smell a faint medicinal fragrance. The powder turned into an elixir. Gu Qingzhu, like Guanjie, was also confused. She was silent for a moment and then asked, "I am obviously talking about Peiyuan powder. Where did you get the Peiyuan pill?" "Hey, I made this myself." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "You may not know yet, but I am not only a magic sealer, but also an intermediate alchemist. I don't know what happened just now, but I accidentally refined the Peiyuan powder into the Peiyuan pill. I'm not very knowledgeable, but don't lie to me." Gu Qingzhu curled his lips, with a half-smile expression on his face, and said speechlessly, "I am a doctor, not a medical idiot. Can you find something better? Reasons to fool me? You're really not fooled." Regarding this question, Xiao Han couldn't explain anything, so he could only say, "If you don't believe it, you can ask Su Cheng. He saw me refining it with his own eyes." "Humph, I will ask." Gu Qingzhu nodded, grabbed 3 Peiyuan pills and continued, These 3 pills are enough. You have been busy for so long, go. And take a rest. It's okay. I can still hold on. Xiao Han hesitated and asked tentatively, how is Lu Yen? Can I go in and see her? It's better not to. Gu Qingzhu shook his head and said slowly, she is seriously injured, so let her take the elixir and have a good rest. When she feels better in a few days, it won't be too late to come see her again. With these 3 Peiyuan pills, which are better than Peiyuan powder, nothing will happen to her. She will recover in 10 days and a half at most. Oh well. Xiao Han did not insist. Seeing Gu Qingzhu disappear into the stone house. Again, the breath he had been holding in his heart finally relaxed. The rescue of Lu Yen this time was really full of twists and turns. But, fortunately, the result was good.
Hey, but Yuan Dan.
He muttered in his heart, thinking about everything that happened today. Xiao Han felt that he had gained a lot. At least this Peiyuan pill looks very extraordinary. If it can be realized in reality, it should be of great benefit to cultivation. Perhaps this can be used to achieve a breakthrough and increase the strength. Rapidly. Thinking this in his mind, he suddenly couldn't wait. Although there was still some blood jade ginseng left, Su Chang couldn't let Su Chang continue to waste it like this. Looking at Guanjie beside him, Xiao Han said quickly, I will definitely have the Peiyuan pill promised to you, but now I have to. I understand. Go back quickly. Guanjie had already heard clearly who refined the Peiyuan pill. For his own bottle of Peiyuan pill, he certainly would not stop Han Xiao and hurriedly urged, then hurry up and go back. Alchemy. Although that idiot Su Chang can also refine potions, his skills are really weak. If possible, don't let him continue to refine it. Blood jade ginseng is extremely precious. Even if he refines it, it will only be Peiyuan powder. Don't waste a good thing. I know. Xiao Han responded and quickly continued. But Brother Su Chang is also very skilled. You have to trust him. Believe it or not. Guanjie curled his lips and said depressedly, I have known him for only a day or 2. How many brushes he has, I still don't know. He has wasted a lot of medicinal materials over the years. If he wasn't an intermediate magician and had the ability to concentrate potions, he wouldn't be able to get in at all. Hee. Hearing what Guanjie said, Xiao Han could only chuckle. He also wanted to get the 100 Pills book in Su Cheng's hands. Of course, he couldn't speak ill of him later, so he had to change the subject and said, I have to refine the Peiyuan pill. When the refinement is successful, please give it to Li Zhongzhong. People also bring a bottle. Okay, you go quickly. Hearing that he was going to refine the elixir, Guanjie immediately stopped complaining, and Xiao Han turned around and ran towards Su Cheng's house. Returning to the basement again, a strong burnt smell hit my face. Is this another failure? Smelling such a smell, Xiao Han immediately understood. Looking at Su Cheng, who was a little stunned, he quickly advised, You are in a bad state now, so you should take a rest. To sum up the experience of failure, I will send you a blood jade ginseng in 2 days, and you can concentrate on the refining of Peiyuan powder. Alas, my talent is limited. No matter how much I refine it, it will be in vain. Su Cheng sighed, looking very lonely, and continued with a wry smile. It's just that I'm curious. It's obviously just a recipe for Peiyuan powder. Are you? How to refine the Peiyuan pill? I don't know either. Xiao Han pretended to be confused, scratched his head and said with a smile, I also learned this from you. How you made it? I made it too. Maybe I have better luck and it just works by chance. How is this possible? Su Chang shook his head and immediately said in a deep voice, Refining medicine is a very rigorous matter. There is no such thing as luck. No, you can practice it again. I want to see what's going on. Okay. Xiao Han hesitated, worried that Su Chang would be hit hard again, but Peiyuan Dan also needed him very much. If he didn't refine it here, he would have to collect those auxiliary medicinal materials, and the finished product would not be refined in a short time. At this time, he couldn't care so much anymore. After so many years of failure, Su Cheng must not be defeated so easily. With this thought, Xiao Han immediately packed up the medicine furnace, prepared several medicinal materials, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to prepare for refining. #C290 Concrete the Peking Yuan Pill. Ding, you successfully refined 3 pairs of Yuan Pei powder, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you received 3 Yuan Pei Dan. Ding, you successfully refined 3 Yuan Pei Dan, gained 3 proficiency points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 300 proficiency points. Ding, your alchemist skill proficiency has reached full and you have been promoted to level 6 alchemist. Please keep up your efforts. I wish you a happy game. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han showed a smile on his face and his expression also showed uncontrollable excitement. Although he was very sleepy, he still persisted for more than 2 hours and refined 13 furnaces in total in order to manifest the Peiyuan pill. All in all, I'm pretty lucky. Of the 13 furnaces of elixirs that were refined, only 3 failed, and the other 10 furnaces were all successful, and the number of pills produced in each furnace was between 3 and 5. There are 39 pills in his hand now, plus the 3 pills that have not been taken out from the medicine furnace. The total is 42 pills. This number made him very excited just thinking about it. Seeing Su Cheng staring at the medicine stove in despair, her eyes seeming to have lost focus, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately found a large porcelain bottle from the wooden cabinet next to the wall. Then he hesitated, found 3 smaller porcelain bottles and put 3 pills in each bottle. This is for Guanjie, Li Zhong and Su Cheng. As for the remaining 33, they were all put into large porcelain vases and were ready to be embodied in reality. The dark gold level manifestation talisman should be able to manifest the
Yuan Dan.
After muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out the manifestation medicine from the space ring and stuck it on the porcelain bottle. The moment the 2 items touched, a faint white light immediately emitted. Immediately afterwards, 2 Chinese characters slowly emerged from the manifestation talisman. 10 grains. Seeing such Chinese characters, Xiao Han's face fell. He could only pick up the porcelain bottle again and pour out the extra 23. Originally, he was thinking that if there was no limit on the quantity of manifestation pills, next time he would find a big jar and put hundreds or even thousands of them in it. Once the manifestation is successful, maybe a year and a half later, his strength will be upgraded to level 4, level 5, or even level 6. Maybe one day it will be possible to become a 7th level evolver. At that time, there is no need to be afraid of Xingkai. He can go directly to the demon city and save thousands of people while also pressing him to the ground and rubbing him. But the ideal is very full, but the reality is very skinny. This idea burst like a bubble before it could be implemented. 10 is not bad. It's better than nothing. After comforting himself, Xiao Han put the manifestation talisman on the porcelain bottle again, and a faint white light emerged. Suddenly, he felt a bright light flash before his eyes, and the porcelain bottle disappeared. At the same time where the porcelain bottle disappeared, the manifestation talisman was still there, but now it had become a bit illusory and there was a pattern of a porcelain bottle on it. Is this a success? Xiao Han said softly, stretched out his hand to grab it, but found that he had missed it. The next second, the illusory manifestation symbol suddenly flew towards him, and finally stayed on the palm of his hand, turning into a tattoo. At this moment, Xiao Han could feel that he was holding a porcelain bottle in his hand, and he could even take out the porcelain bottle containing the Peiyuan pill again with a thought. But at this time he didn't dare to try it casually. If it cannot be put in after taking it out, you will not be able to cry even if you want to. 10 Peiyuan pills plus Guanglong's 2 level 3 beast cores can at least increase his strength to level 3. Once you have the strength of a 3rd level evolver, you can no longer be bullied by others if they want to. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han looked at the 23 extra Peiyuan pills in his hand. He hesitated for a moment and took out 2 more bottles. Originally, I wanted to bring as many Peiyuan pills into reality as possible, to improve my strength, so I didn't prepare for Dr. Gu's share. But now that it's not finished, there's no need to be stingy. Pulling out the corks from the bottles that had already been installed, Xiao Han added 2 more corks so that each bottle had 5 corks, so it wasn't too shabby to give as a gift. The NPCs in Perfect World all have their own thoughts. In fact, they are not much different from real people, so the relationship here still needs to be maintained. For people gave away 20 pills, but he still had 12 pills in his hand. It's not much, but it should last at least a week. And even if you run out, you can still contact Yichio. With the help of her soul-seeking rats, it won't be too difficult to find the blood ginseng. Anyway, he has mastered the refining method of Peiyuan Dan. If he wants this thing, he can have it at any time. There is really no need to be too stingy. The relationships between people are actually connected by interests. More than 10 hours ago, he was besieged in the undead cemetery. If Bai Shaoxing didn't want to get more benefits from him, how could a person like him with no fighting ability end up personally? As for Guanglong and Baofengrui, both of them were jealous of his equipment, and did not dare to take action openly, but they also helped covertly. Now that he is so generous, if he asks for help from Guanjie, Li Zhong and others in the future, they will not stand idly by. As the saying goes, eating people is short of mouth and taking people is short of hands. This principle is applicable both in games and in reality. Oh, even if I don't help, it doesn't really matter, it's just a few yuan pui. Dan. Muttering softly, Xiao Han has already experienced the pleasure of being rich. For him now, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is a small problem. With excitement, he put the porcelain bottle containing 12 Peiyuan pills into the space ring, and then looked at Su Chang beside him. At this time, he didn't know how to persuade this guy. But he still didn't want to give up the 100 pills book so easily, so he had to say, "Brother Su, you don't have to do this. In my opinion, your talent is already very good, otherwise how could your master accept you as a registered disciple?" Seeing that Su Chang was still unmoved, Xiao Han continued to use his big move, and said, "In fact, there is no comparison between you and me. Although you don't want to admit it, this is the fact. Lu Yen, Lord Lu, is a demon sealer, and a demon sealer that is rare in 1,000 years. You should know this. But compared with me, she is also incomparable because I am a genius that is rare in 10,000 years. Tisk. Su Chang curled his lips and continued. Even if you are bragging, can you find a more reliable reason? Hee. I'm not bragging. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and smiled, and continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Lu. It was because she valued my talent that she made an exception to accept me as a disciple. I am not only a demon sealer now, but also an intermediate alchemist, an intermediate blacksmith, and an intermediate tailor. Talent is often innate, not something that can be achieved through hard work. In fact, you are not bad, but don't use me as a reference, otherwise you will be hurt. Fuck. At this moment, when Su Chang heard such words, it seemed as if 10,000 grass mud horses ran through his heart. It immediately made him feel like he had no desire to live. How could the gap between people be so big? #C291, the test of the alchemist. Looking at Han Xiao with a depressed face, Su Chang had a curse in his heart, but he didn't know whether he should say it out loud. At first, he thought that this guy was comforting him. Now, it seems that his heart, which was originally stabbed with a knife, is now sprinkled with salt. That feeling is simply painful. It's better not to persuade him. Is there such a depressing thing? Demon sealer, intermediate alchemist, intermediate blacksmith, intermediate tailor. Su Chang muttered softly, but a black line flashed across his face. He thought to himself, this guy is bragging. Yes, he must be bragging. But thinking that Lu Yen was not far away, it was not too difficult to verify this matter. Han Xiao was not a fool, so how could he tell such a lie that was easily exposed? Alas! Sighing depressedly, Su Chong looked at the young figure in front of him with envy. An indescribable emotion flashed through his heart, and he whispered softly, "If he is really a rare genius, I should find a successor for my master." But whether this kid is a rare genius is not something that can be said. As a pharmacist, the most important skill is not to refine medicine, but the ability to collect medicinal materials, whether you dig them yourself or buy them from others. Because no matter how talented you are, if you don't have enough precious medicinal materials to practice, you will never become a top pharmacist. Thinking of this, Su Chong had an idea in his mind and said immediately, "I have seen your ability to refine pills just now. But talent is important for alchemists, but it is not the most important. If you want to inherit our heritage, then you must accept the test of our lineage. If you pass, I will accept you as a disciple on behalf of the master." Ding! Do you want to accept the task? At this time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "No matter what the test is, I have the confidence to pass it. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Haha, it's good to have confidence." Su Chong laughed and continued, "The prescriptions and pills in the Biden book can be divided into 6 levels in total. Among them, like Peiyuan, there are the most prescriptions like this, and a level for alchemist who has just been promoted to the intermediate level can make them. But even for such prescriptions, it is not easy to collect all the materials. So for us alchemists, the ability to collect precious medicinal materials is the most important. If you have enough medicinal materials to practice, as long as your talent is not too bad, it is not too difficult to become an intermediate or advanced alchemist. Even if you become a god-level alchemist one day, it is not
Impossible.
What do you mean? Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he asked uncertainly, "If I want to inherit the inheritance of the 100 pills, I must prove to you that I have this ability? Yes, are you willing to accept it? Accept such a test?" Su Chong looked a little excited, and a hint of a hidden smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. He continued, "The prescription of Peiyuan powder is the most common 4th-level prescription. I can teach you a prescription of the same level with only 10 precious medicinal materials of the same level. If you can bring 10 precious medicinal materials of the 5th level, I will also teach you a 5th-level prescription. How about it? Are you willing to accept such a test?" "Oh my God! There is such a good thing?" Xiao Han stared, and couldn't believe his ears. He hurriedly said, "Yes, of course I am willing." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the system prompt ringing in his ears again. Xiao Han didn't rush to open the attribute panel. The task introduction can be read at any time, but there are not many opportunities to get closer to Su Chong. He quickly handed over a porcelain bottle in his hand and said with a smile, "Brother, take this bottle of medicine. This thing can strengthen the body and nourish the essence, which should be very good for your injuries." "Yes, I know," Su Chong responded, stretched out his hand to take the porcelain bottle and continued, "Don't call me brother. I am not your brother yet." "Hey, isn't this a matter of time?" Xiao Han smiled confidently and continued, "Since I have accepted the test, then becoming your brother is a sure thing. Brother, you are busy first. I will go to find precious medicinal materials. Now," I said, "don't call me brother." "Hee, I know, brother." Xiao Han smiled and ran out of the basement. The excitement on his face did not diminish at all. Today's harvest is really huge. On the alchemist side, there is already a stable source of formulas. With the help of the soul-seeking rat, plus the god-level talent of a 100-fold reward, high-level medicinal materials can be collected at will. Although there is almost no possibility of getting the 100 pills chart directly, it is also very good to get the formula recorded in it. Walking out of the stone house, Xiao Han saw Guan Jie still waiting outside, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It has been more than 2 hours, and I didn't expect him to still be waiting. Here. It seems that the importance of Peiyuan pill is far beyond my imagination. After muttering in his heart, Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense. He took out 2 bottles of Peiyuan pill and handed them over with a smile and said at the same time, "Brother Guan, this is the Peiyuan pill prepared for you, and the other bottle is prepared for Lord Li." After waiting for so long, Guan Jie was not polite at all. He quickly took the porcelain bottle and replied with a smile, "Thank you very much. I will personally deliver this bottle to Mr. Li. Then it's up to Brother Guan." The two chatted for a few more words, and Xiao Han said goodbye. Before leaving, he made another excuse to visit Lu Yen, and without Guan Jie's knowledge, he gave the last porcelain bottle containing 5 Peiyuan pills to Gu Qingzhu. Although these gifts did not receive any substantial return, Xiao Han didn't care at all. It is still very cost-effective to use these easily obtained things to exchange for the favor of NPC. Perhaps they might not be NPCs. At this moment, Xiao Han didn't know what he was thinking, but he always felt that this perfect world should be more than just a game. It's just that he is still just an ordinary person, and the truth about this game should not be accessible in a short time. But as long as he can continue to be strong, this mystery will one day be unveiled. After walking out of the Acropolis, Xiao Han looked at his friend list and found that Bai Shaoxing was still there, so he sent a message asking him to meet him at Piaoxiang building in 10 minutes. There are a lot of tedious things, and I need to at least deal with them before going offline to take a rest. Then, he brought up the attribute interface and looked at the task he had just received. The Alchemist's Test. Mission requirements. Collect rare medicinal materials above level 4 and give them to Su Cheng. Mission reward. For every 10 medicinal materials handed in, you can observe Su Cheng's alchemy at close range for 1 hour. My darn thing. Seeing such a mission reward, Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his eyes. He was just observing the use of a hammer. If he couldn't understand the prescription, wouldn't he have paid 10 doses of level 4 or above medicinal materials in vain? #C292 This perverted guy. After exiting the task interface, Xiao Han was still very depressed. But, thinking more deeply, it seemed that there was nothing unacceptable. If you can't comprehend it in 1 hour, then hand in 10 more copies and observe for 2 hours. Level 1 and 2 potion formulas are easier to say, you can buy them with some money, but level 4, level 5 and even level 6 formulas are not available for money. Now that he has this way to get advanced prescriptions, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? After changing his thoughts and mentality, Xiao Han's mood quickly improved, and even his running speed was unknowingly a few points faster. At this time, both the South Gate and the West Gate gathered a large number of Magic City players because of the orders of Xing Kai, Yun Yuyu and others. They stared at everyone who passed by idly, hoping to find Xinghan, Lin Xia, and Yi Qiu as soon as possible. Xiao Han had just come out of the Acropolis not long ago, and because he did not change his appearance, he was soon discovered by these people, and they immediately whispered about it. "Hey buddy, is that Han Xiao? How come he's here?" The boss said he was in the dark forest before, and asked the brothers over there to pay attention. How come he suddenly appeared in the west of the city? I haven't heard the news. Why do you care if he heard the news? Hurry up and inform the boss. Although the voices of discussion were far away from him, Xiao Han still heard them. He paused and hummed in a low voice. They are really haunting. Are these guys looking for death? With the Peiyuan pill in his hand, he was no longer afraid of these guys. But if he really wanted to fight, it would not be over in a short time. He was really tired today. Forget it. You are lucky today. Muttering softly, Xiao Han carried the guys who found him on his back, turned around and ran in another direction, and at the same time lowered his head to transform his face into Xiao Yan's appearance. When he came out of Weiqing, he had a lot of things in his mind, so he didn't take care of changing his appearance, but it's not too late now. With the phantom mask, it is not so easy for anyone to deal with him now. He returned to Stormwind City unimpeded. On the way back, he even saw Yu. He wanted to kill her, but he thought better of it. If he killed her with such an appearance, Xiao Yan would not be able to use this identity in the future. It is not impossible to transform into Peng Lei or Xinghen to do it, but in this way the risk factor will be much higher. After all, Han Xiao and Xinghen had appeared in the Dark Forest before, which may have aroused suspicion. If these two identities appeared in the west of the city at the same time, it would be self-incrimination. It is completely unnecessary to do this for the sake of momentary pleasure. There is no need to rush for revenge. He has a lot of time and can play with them slowly in the future. Humph! You still have ideas about me. You wait for me. With a light snort, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he ran straight to the direction of the teleportation hall. 5 minutes later, he stood in front of Piaoxiang building and saw the familiar figure waiting in the private room, so he walked in. Who are you looking for? As soon as he entered the room, Bai Shaoxing looked up and said with some displeasure, Brother, you must have walked into the wrong room. I don't think so. Aren't you Bai Shaoxing? Xiao Han grinned, continued to maintain Xiao Yan's appearance, and said with a smile, I heard that you specialize in selling information. I came to ask you something. You can rest assured that money is not a problem. Hee. This is interesting. Listening to this familiar voice and calculating the time, Bai Shaoxing smiled. He didn't say anything nonsense, directly opened the friend list, and then
Clica on Han Xiao's avatar.
Beep, beep, beep. A quick ring rang in his ears, and Bai Shaoxing smiled and said, The function of this camouflage mask is too powerful. I didn't see it at all. Oh my God. Since you didn't see it, how did you recognize me? Xiao Han had never expected this. He originally wanted to tease Bai Shaoxing to see how he would react. But he was seen through after just one sentence. This made him admire the guy in front of him even more. So he shook his head and smiled bitterly, and continued, I just said one sentence. You are too sensitive. It's not that I'm sensitive, but I know you are coming. Bai Shaoxing didn't explain too much and continued with a smile. Besides, your voice is not disguised. Do I find it strange? Okay, you are awesome. Xiao Han understood his flaws, but he had no way to solve it. Fortunately, only people who often come into contact with it can detect it. Maybe when he upgrades the grade of the Phantom Mask twice, it will have the function of onomatopoeia. Sitting down on the chair opposite Bai Shaoxing, Xiao Han stopped dwelling on the matter and asked, I've seen the post you posted. I'm really sorry to bother you this time. How much did the purple gold armor-piercing bow sell for? How much more do I need to fulfill my promise? It sold for 14.3 million. Bai Shaoxing said without further ado. Including the bloodthirsty magic gun, the total is 19.1 million, all of which have been sold. There should be some players who don't know this news now. I guess we have to pay millions more tonight to fulfill all your promises. It seems that there are quite a few players who have made a move.
Xiao Han
Sighed and said with a smile, The bloodthirsty demon spear belongs to you personally, so you have to pay for it. It doesn't matter. Bai Shaoxing smiled and waved his hand, and continued, Anyway, I didn't lose anything, and you still have a batch of equipment in my hands which is worth about 4 or 5 million. The question now is, after you went to the Dark Forest, do you have any equipment to sell? There are more than 10 videos on the forum now, and they are all waiting to get paid. I have tried to delay for half a day, but this is not a long-term solution. Since you have spent 20 million to build your reputation, you can't let these few million ruin your reputation now. I know. Xiao Han didn't waste any words, and directly clicked on the transaction box and then said, I still have 40,000 gold coins here, which should be enough, because of the talent of 100 times reward, even if he didn't sell any equipment. He only killed 3 boss-level bosses, and there were 38,000 gold coins in his backpack. Add some of the original fractions and it just made up. Without waiting for Bai Xiaoxing to speak, Xiao Han put all of them into the transaction box, and at the same time 1 piece of gold equipment after another was put in. At the same time, Bai Xiaoxing was so envious. He knew that Han Xiao would not return empty-handed after going to the dark forest. He should bring back a lot of equipment and they should all be bronze or above. But in the end, I didn't expect that not only did he casually take out 4 million, but even the equipment that appeared in the trading box was all gold. Fuck. What did this perverted guy draw at the beginning? #C293 an unexpected success. Looking at the transaction box, which was finally filled with 30 pieces of golden equipment, Bai Xiaoxing could no longer complain. He clicked to confirm, and the backpack he had just cleaned before coming was filled again. Unfortunately, these equipments are all at level 50. Shouldn't be that easy to get rid of them all in a short time. Fortunately, Han Xiao didn't mention the money, so he could slowly work it out and sell the equipment at a high price. Accepting the equipment with peace of mind, Bai Xiaoxing was still very curious about Xing Kai's sudden outburst. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "By the way, what did you get from Xing Kai? That guy made too much noise, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of people." The other guilds in Stormwind City were almost frightened when they saw his behavior, and they all came to me to buy information. Haha. So you made a lot of money today. Xiao Han couldn't help laughing, and then said, "Actually, there is nothing particularly good. He just overreacted. Look, this is it." As he spoke, Xiao Han stretched out his right hand and spread it on the table. Such a scene appeared in front of him, but Bai Xiaoxing was stunned. He looked at his empty palm, and there was nothing at all except a bottle-like tattoo. "Don't he want to tell me?" Bai Xiaoxing muttered something in his heart, and after thinking about it for a while, he thought it was impossible. If Han Xiao didn't want to tell him, he should have said it clearly, since even legendary and spiritual weapon-level equipment have been shown before. What else can't be said? Is there any secret to this tattoo? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes moved and he immediately noticed something abnormal. No matter who gets the tattoo, I have never heard of anyone getting a tattoo on the palm of their hand. After observing carefully for a while, but still unable to see anything, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this tattoo of yours?" "Hey, you can't guess it." Xiao Han smiled proudly and continued, "Aren't you very well informed? You might as well take a guess." "No more guessing. Just tell me." Bai Xiaoxing smiled bitterly and continued, "I have stayed up all night, and I will have to go offline to rest after I finish talking to you. What's the point of guessing without any clues?" "Yes, I'm tired." After saying that, Xiao Han stopped dilly-dallying and said directly, "I exploded a dark gold tool manifestation talisman from Xing Kai, and it looks like this after using it." "Damn it! Another manifestation talisman?" Bai Xiaoxing exclaimed, and quickly grabbed Xiao Han's hand and looked at it for a while, but in the end he couldn't see anything, and then he said in shock, "I'm still wondering, Xing Kai, why Yun Yuyu and the others suddenly went crazy. So that's it. But you were so lucky. Other things didn't explode much, but the most precious
Manifestation talisman exploded.
Hee. I have good character. There is nothing I can do."
Xiao Han smiled
proudly and continued, "It's a pity that Ding Hai took away my manifestation talisman when we were at the cemetery of the dead. Before you go offline, please take care of your informants and help me keep an eye on the whereabouts of Hao and Ding Hai. I want to reveal the manifestation talisman from them again." "It's better not to do this." Bai Xiaoxing's face darkened and he persuaded, "For the sake of safety, I advise you not to take action against them recently." "For safety's sake?" Xiao Han was shocked and asked quickly, "What's going on? Did something happen?" That I don't know about. Well, it's very troublesome. Bai Shaoxing nodded and continued. Just when you were going to the dark forest, a fourth-level evolver kicked down the door of Ding Hai's house. They live in Tianqing, not far from Jing'an. I'm worried that if you snatch the manifestation talisman back again, that reckless man might come directly to Jing'an to find you. Even without that reckless man, there would still be many evolvers in Jing'an City who have thoughts about you. Fortunately, this time you used your identity as Xinghan to obtain the
Manifestation talisman.
Otherwise, whether you can keep the manifestation talisman you just obtained is still unknown. I'm going. Is it so dangerous? Xiao Han's heart trembled, and he immediately understood what Bai Shaoxing meant. He was definitely not willing to give up the dark gold manifestation talisman, but he couldn't completely ignore Bai Shaoxing's warning. After all, in reality he is still a first-level rookie, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to save precious items like the
Manifestation talisman.
Staring at Bai Shaoxing with a solemn expression, Xiao Han said happily, "In that case, throwing away the manifestation talisman in the cemetery of the dead was a good thing." Of course it's a good thing. Bai Shaoxing clicked on his property panel, sent a video directly to Xiao Han and then continued, "Look at this video. Ding Hai's villa has been smashed. If the movement hadn't been too loud and alerted the fifth-level evolvers stationed in Tianqing, I don't know what kind of fight they would have gotten into. You can do it. There is actually a video of what happened in reality." Xiao Han exclaimed, and when the video was sent over, he immediately clicked on it. The video is not high definition and was shot from a distance. At the beginning of the scene, there was an extremely fierce fight. Although it was not clear, it was still possible to recognize that two of the three people fighting were Ding Hai and Shi Hao, and they were besieging a strong man 2 meters tall. Although the strong man was hit several times, he still roared like crazy as if nothing had happened. The flowers, trees, and houses around him were all blown up. If the speed had not been a bit slow, Ding Hai and Shi Hao might have been knocked down long ago. Such fighting power made Xiao Han's eyes condense, and he asked quickly, "Who is this strong man? His fighting power is too strong. Isn't Shi Hao also a level 4 evolver? How come he was beaten without fighting back together with Ding Hai? What's so strange about this?" Bai Shaoxing looked at Xiao Han's strange expression and explained with a smile. Although they are both level 4 evolvers, their awakened abilities are different, and their fighting power is also very different. Although Shi Hao is a level 4 evolver, his awakened ability is the same as Xing Kai's, which is speed. But this strong man called Meniong is different. He awakened muscles. Not only is he strong, but his defense is also very high. It's just that his brain is not good, otherwise his fighting power would be even more terrifying. Muscle evolver. This is a top-notch ability, Xiao Han said with some envy, and at the same time he was more afraid of this guy. Such a fool, if he likes something, he will grab it directly without giving you a chance to reason. If he hadn't thrown away the manifestation talisman a few hours ago, he would be holding a time bomb in his hand which could explode at any time. Fortunately, I was smart and let Ding Hai take care of the disaster for me, Xiao Han thought with some pride and continued to watch the video. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang was heard, and the extremely brave Man Yong flew out directly, and a familiar figure appeared in the air not far away. #C294 Cradle of Evolution. Looking at the sudden appearance of the figure, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. Look of disbelief appeared on his face, and he asked blankly, "Why is it Fu Qingji? Why is he in Tianqing? What's weird about this? Haven't you heard of such a thing as helping to prevent it?" Bai Shaoxing was a little confused, frowned and asked, "Don't you usually go online? You can see this kind of thing online. Even in Kyoto and Magic City, there are many cities assisting in defense. I know about assisting in defense, but Jing'an is different. The number of advanced evolvers is far from comparable to other large cities. Xiao Han paused for a moment and continued. According to the public information, Jing'an currently has only one 6th level evolver, and there are no more than one 5th level evolver. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for 5th level evolvers to be sent out. 2 years ago, Linchuan City where I was located was besieged by mutant beasts, but it persisted for a whole month. If there had been level 5 evolvers to support us, the city might not have been breached. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. Bai Shaoxing hesitated for a moment, then said, You may not know that in the eyes of the senior officials of Jing'an, Linchuan should have been abandoned long ago. This situation not only happens in Jing'an, Kyoto, Magic City, Liangzhou, and other large cities, but almost all of them. After all, the number of evolvers in a large city is limited, and it is impossible to help defend too many cities. This is unrealistic and very dangerous. Bai Shaoxing frowned and thought for a moment, then continued. And according to the information I got, in the areas that Jing'an City can radiate, several small cities seem to have all moved before the city was broken. Logically speaking, Linchuan is not too far from Jing'an, so it should have been moved long ago. And according to Jiang Zhe's good-natured temperament, he must have mentioned this matter. Maybe the lord of Linchuan City is unwilling. Is that so? After Bai Shaoxing's reminder, Xiao Han suddenly remembered many things. 5 years ago, after Liang Shuquan successfully broke through and became a 3rd-level evolver, Linchuan City seemed to belong to him entirely. In the same year, he also began to prohibit everyone from leaving Linchuan and began to become a native emperor. Thinking about it now, it seems that he is unwilling to move everyone to Jing'an, which is completely reasonable. After all, in Linchuan he could do whatever he wanted, but it was different when he arrived in Jing'an. With his strength at that time, he couldn't even be ranked in the top 50. He had to live with his tail between his legs, which was not as exciting as being a local emperor in Linchuan. You bastard, if I find out, I won't let you go. After whispering softly, Xiao Han immediately thought of his parents who disappeared on the way to escape, and a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. The hatred between parents is irreconcilable. Even though Liang Shuquan had already broken through and become a level 4 evolver 2 years ago, he would not let it go so easily. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the tattoo on his palm and felt a little more comfort in his heart. With this thing and the intermediate cultivation techniques, his strength will enter a blowout period. The possibility of becoming a 4th-level evolver may not be high, but he is still very sure of breaking through to the 3rd level. Liang Shuquan, you wait for me. After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at Bai Shaoxing, thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, Since Linchuan has been abandoned and many small cities near Jing'an have also been abandoned, why is Tianqing still retained? I don't know that. Bai Shaoxing thought for a moment and continued. But it's just for those few reasons: food, minerals, or talents. There are small preserved cities like this in Kyoto and near the Magic City. Almost all cities without value have been abandoned, while cities with value will be preserved at all costs. 500 kilometers north of Kyoto, there is a small city called Tianshui. You should have heard of it. I've heard of it. It's so famous. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said in disbelief, I heard that it is the cradle of evolvers and the rate of evolvers is as high as 10%. But this shouldn't be true. In other places, the proportion of evolved people appearing is less than 1,000th. Hee. You were wrong about this. Bai Shaoxing licked his lips and said with a longing look on his face, I can responsibly tell you that this rumor is true. Tianshui City is surrounded by mountains and forests. There will be a mutant beast attacking the city every 10 days and a half. In order to protect the city, Tianshui City has always been guarded by 7th-level evolvers, and capable families will find ways to send their children to Tianshui City when they are about to be born. No way. How is this possible? Even though he heard what Bai Shaoxing said, Xiao Han still couldn't believe it and questioned, "This is too ridiculous. According to your statement, doesn't that small town in Tianshui have tens of thousands of people? Evolver. Hey, I know you might not believe it if I say this, but I live in Kyoto. And now Kyoto is not only the largest city in the world, but also shelters the largest population. It also has the largest number of evolvers. There should be no less than 200,000 of them, at least 30% of whom came from Tianshui City." Bai Shaoxing narrowed his eyes and said mysteriously, "And according to what I heard, 2 of the 5 7th-level evolvers in Kyoto are from Tianshui City. Such a precious land will not be abandoned even if it is besieged by mutant beasts every day." Sofu Chengji, who belongs to Jing'an, appeared in Tianqing. "It must be, because there are important resources there that cannot be easily abandoned." Fuck. 5 level 7 evolvers. Xiao Han stared and asked in disbelief, "How did you find out such information?" "There is no need to check this. It's all on the internet." Bai Shaoxing grinned and continued, "Within a radius of 300 kilometers in Kyoto, the mutant beasts have almost been eliminated. There have been no mutant beasts attacking the city for many years. But Tianshui City is not like this. It is besieged by mutant beasts all year round, and level 7 evolvers often take action. Although I can't go to Tianshui City, there are often videos circulating. Level 7 evolvers and level 6 evolvers are already at 2 completely different levels. They can even fly in the air. You can tell them apart by watching the video. As long as you are willing, it is not too difficult to know how many level 7 evolvers there are in Kyoto." "Hey, you are really suitable for intelligence work," Xiao Han said with admiration and was still surprised by the information he learned today. Kyoto actually has as many as 200,000 evolvers, which is too terrifying. Although Jing'an's current population is not over 100 million, it has tens of millions, but there are less than 10,000 evolvers with combat effectiveness. Level 7 evolvers have never been heard of. Among the several large cities in Yanhua, its strength has always been the last. If it were not located in the inland and surrounded by other large cities, it might have been captured by mutant beasts like Linchuan or Jiangqing. #C295 Big Bear. Big Bear. After saying goodbye to Bai Shaoxing, Xiao Han went offline with a heavy heart, but when he thought about the strength that Jing'an City now had, he felt a little uneasy. In the past, Jiangqing was blocking the south of Jingan, but with Zhang Danian's death, who knows when the 7th-level mutant wolf will move north. As long as it comes, Jing'an will definitely not be able to defend it. "I hope my worries are unnecessary." After muttering softly, Xiao Han could only let go of the worry in his heart and look down at the tattoo on his palm. At this time, it was already dark and Jiang Xiaoyun was no longer in the room. I moved my ears slightly and heard the sound of water coming from downstairs, as well as the sound of a kitchen knife cutting on a chopping board. Xiao Han stood up and closed the door. His heart moved. The tattoo on his palm disappeared immediately, and a porcelain bottle appeared on his palm out of thin air. It was the large porcelain vase that he used to manifest in the game. "Hey, it actually works." Holding the porcelain bottle, Xiao Han felt excited in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out the cork of the bottle, poured out a Peiyuan pill, raised his hand and threw it into his mouth. Then he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to mobilize the infuriating energy in his abdomen to activate the warrior's book. As the true energy slowly traveled through the meridians, Xiao Han could feel it slowly growing stronger, much faster than when he was practicing the book of junior warriors before. Time passed by minute, and 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Xiao Han could already feel the difference in his body. At least, he didn't feel hungry yet. Moreover, there is always a heat in the stomach which continues to spread around the body. What's more important is that every time Zhou Tian runs now, the extra energy in his body is several times what it was before. This effect is too strong. With emotion in his heart, Xiao Han even wanted to swallow another one right away, but he hesitated and finally gave up. Don't take pills indiscriminately, as they might be like low-level energy potions suffocating people to death. Since the cooling time of Pei Yuan Dan is 12 hours, the best frequency of use is to take one pill every 12 hours. Don't be impatient. No matter how anxious you are, don't mess around. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and continued to control his true energy carefully, slowly swimming through his meridians. For laps, 5 laps, half an hour later he finally completed a great cycle, and the total amount of qi in his abdomen seemed to be several times greater than before. Xiao Han let out the turbid air in his chest and even felt a little better. Boom! 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 At this moment there was a slight knock on the door, and then the door was opened, and Jiang Xiaoyun bent down to pick up the casserole on the ground. Xiao Han had finished his work and turned around to look. Through the slightly loose collar he saw a touch of Snow White, and at the same time he thought of a protagonist in the Bear, Big Bear, Big Bear. At this moment he reacted immediately, turned his head quickly, and touched his nose unconsciously. If the nose bleeds again at this time, it will be embarrassing. When Jiang Xiaoyun walked in with a casserole, Xiao Han turned around and said, "How did you know that I was offline and you brought me my favorite rock?"
Ratstjut Radish.
"I saw the door closed, so I knew you should log off." Jiang Xiaoyun placed the casserole on the bedside table and continued with a smile. "But from now on, can you stop playing games like this? Even if perfect world is important, you can't do this. You haven't slept for more than 20 hours. If you continue like this, your body will have problems sooner or later." "I know, I won't do it again." Xiao Han did not refute. He had not experienced such concern and the memory of bringing food to the bedside for a long time. Once upon a time, there was a woman who was willing to do such a thing for him. But because of his cowardice, he lost the most important woman in his life on his way to Jing'an. Although he knew that Jiang Xiaoyun in front of him did not do these things. Because he loved him, Xiao Han was still very moved. At the same time, at this moment, he was no longer so resistant to Xiaodong's arrangements. In such an apocalyptic era, it is actually not easy to have such a caring woman supporting each other. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was not very pretty, Xiao Han said with a smile, "This rock rat meat has melted. It must have been stewed for a long time. Did you get up early?" "It's not too early." Jiang Xiaoyun took out a spoon from his pocket and said with a smile, "Eat quickly and stop playing games after eating. You need to sleep, but you can't stay up all night like this." Xiao Han responded, immediately took the spoon, took a spoonful of meat and soup and put it directly into his mouth. Although all I ate in the past 2 days was rock rat stewed with radish, the taste got better every time. After eating several bites in a row, Xiao Han sighed with some satisfaction. "It tastes so good. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. As long as you like it." Jiang Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes and smiled happily. "I will ask Brother Wang later to see if they have hunted other mutant beasts so that I can give you a change. It's best to be a level 2 mutated beast, so you won't feel hungry as often." "It's okay. I'm not hungry after eating what you made for me."
Xiao Han
smiled, and at the same time he picked up a rat leg with a spoon and said, with a smile, "You should eat some too. I can't finish it by myself." "I'm not hungry, you eat it." Jiang Xiaoyun blushed, a little uncomfortable with this sudden intimacy. She had a feeling that Xiao Han should gradually accept the relationship between them, not the so-called unfinished food. She couldn't say she liked the man in front of her, but she still felt that this was a good man in all aspects. At least from the current point of view, he was a man worth exploring and liking. "Since I have made up my mind, I have to speed up and take him down." Muttering in his heart, Jiang Xiaoyun sat on the edge of the bed and whispered, "Eat quickly. I will give you a massage after you finish eating. My technique is still very good, which can help you fall asleep quickly. Massage. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, looking at Zhang Xiaoyun, whose chest had become a little bigger and suddenly became a little agitated. He had always wondered why that thing could be big or small as he wanted, but it was not easy to ask directly, so he could only keep it in his heart. Now seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's transformation, Xiao Han felt that she should be gradually accepting him. If he could continue like this, he should be able to hit a home run soon and know the secret. As a man who had been single for more than 20 years, this kind of thing was still very exciting. After finishing a pot of rock rat stewed with radish in no time, Xiao Han turned around and lay on the bed, smiling with a smile on his face. Come on! #C296, the sequelae of the materialization talisman. Lying on the bed, Xiao Han didn't know when he fell asleep. He only knew that the atmosphere was very ambiguous at that time. He even had a chance to get to second base, but he actually fell asleep and damn it, how could I fall asleep at that time? After cursing softly, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, feeling speechless with himself. If he got to second base, then home base would not be far away. At that critical moment, he had to endure it even if he was sleepy. How could he let down the chain? Getting up from the bed, Xiao Han found that the sky outside the window had darkened again. He had slept for at least 10 hours. It seems that I am really sleepy, otherwise I wouldn't sleep for so long. Muttering in a low voice, he still felt very sorry, thinking in his heart, anyway, it's late. Why don't we call her back to the room and start over again? A lewd smile flashed across his face, and Xiao Han's ears trembled, and he immediately heard the voices of Zhang Xiaoyun and Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaoyun, what do you think of the underwear I picked for you yesterday? Did Xiao Han feel surprised? I can tell you, when Dingy saw me dressed like that yesterday, his eyes went straight and he asked me for it 3 times. I was so happy. Why don't you say anything? You haven't made a move yet, have you? If you don't make a move on that kind of diamond bachelor, I will pounce on him. The unscrupulous voice came into Xiao Han's ears, and he suddenly felt a little bit amused. This Yi Xiaoxiao is too tough. She dares to say anything. However, although I didn't have a good impression of her at the beginning, after getting to know her, I felt that she was just like that. She said whatever she wanted and never hid anything. Listening to the conversation downstairs, Xiao Han finally heard Zhang Xiaoyun reply, but her voice was very low and it was not very clear. Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he immediately mobilized the true energy in his abdomen, allowing it to flow slowly into his ears along the meridians. At this time, his hearing immediately improved several times. Xiao, keep your voice down. The bachelor you're talking about is an evolutionary hearing expert. If you keep shouting like that, he can hear everything. What if he hears it? I don't care. Wang Jun, you get out of here. I'm here no.
Xiao Han.
With the improvement of hearing, he not only heard the 2 women's discussion, but also heard a discontinuous quarrel from farther away. This sound seems to come from the gate of the community. When his name was mentioned in the quarrel, Xiao Han's eyes sank slightly, and he immediately mobilized more qi and sent it into the meridians in his ears. 2 seconds later, a clearer quarrel sounded. You are looking for death. Do you really think I dare not kill people? Then do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense, brothers? Are you afraid of this brainless coward?
No.
Fuck. You are crazy. For that 3 million, is it worth it? Qin Yonghui. Don't talk nonsense. Either do it or get out of here. Listening to such a quarrel, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately understood that Qin Yonghui was looking for him, but he didn't know this person at all. Moreover, in Jing'an City, he had not offended anyone except Wei Jiangwo. Even if it was the 3 cores who wanted to kidnap him, none of their 3 bosses was called Qin Yonghui. Who is he and what does he want to do? After muttering softly, Xiao Han suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't hesitate and immediately opened the door and walked downstairs. Although Wang Jun said it tough, it can be judged from the tone. He and the disabled veterans behind him are definitely not Qin Yonghui's opponents. If the stalemate continues, something irreversible may happen. Since those veterans can no longer protect him, it is meaningless to continue hiding in the room. When something happens, we must find a way to solve it. Passing the hall, Xiao Han told Jiang Xiaoyun and Yi Xiaoxiao not to go out, and walked directly to the gate of the community. As the distance got closer, the sounds he heard in his ears became clearer and more. Hey! This Qin Yonghui is too cowardly. He hesitated for so long and still didn't dare to do it directly. You are not cowardly. Then go down and kill those disabled people. It's useless to go down now. Xiao Han, that idiot, threw away the materialization talisman. I just came here to see the excitement. These voices came from outside the community, some on the roof, some on the big tree, and even a few in the air. It's for the materialization talisman. Listening to these discussions, Xiao Han felt fortunate. Originally, he thought that the matter of being brave was still far away from him, but he never expected that it would happen like this. Almost all of those who appeared here at this time were evolvers, and they could not hide. The only thing he could do now was to let them know that he had nothing worth their action. After all, although Wang Jun and others were not strong, they had the military behind them. If there was no sufficient benefit, these people would not take action directly. Thinking of this, Xiao Han walked out of the darkness without any hesitation, looking at Qin Yonghui at the gate and said, "Don't embarrass them. Just tell me what you want." "Brother Xiao, why did you come out?" At this moment, Wang Jun hurriedly said, "Go back quickly. Don't worry about the things here. He dare not do anything to us." "I know." Xiao Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I know my limits, and I probably guessed what he is here for. He. You know?" Qin Yonghui chuckled and said coldly, "Since you know, then, I won't talk nonsense. The materialization talisman is not something you can have. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly." "What did you say? What materialization talisman?" Xiao Han's heart suddenly jumped, but he thought it was wrong. Even Xing Kai didn't know about the materialization talisman he just got, so how could this guy know it? So he calmed down and said quickly, "Are you mistaken? My dark gold materialization talisman is gone. I threw it away to save my life when I was besieged in the dead graveyard. The guy who picked up the materialization talisman is called Ding Hai. He lives in Tiancheng, not far from Jing'an. I heard that it was because of the materialization talisman that the villa where Ding Hai lived was turned into ruins by Meniong last night." As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, Qin Yonghui was stunned, looking like he didn't know what to do. At the same time, his keen ears also heard all kinds of discussions outside the community. "Oh my God! Is Qin Yonghui an idiot? He came to ask for the materialization talisman without even finding out the truth. It's really interesting. If Xiao Han still had the materialization talisman, how could it be his turn? Hey, this guy is quite smart. I feel like he deliberately threw away the materialization talisman in public. It's probably true. Even the news in Tiancheng has been known. It's obvious that he is paying attention to this matter. He plays the trick of diverting trouble beautifully." #C297 Beast Transformer. Although the discussion hidden in the dark was not loud, Xiao Han still heard it all. He looked at Qin Yonghui in front of him and felt an indescribable feeling of joy in his heart. That manifesting talisman back then was not a strategy to divert disaster from the east. At that time, there is no time to think so much. But in his eyes, Lu Yan's safety was more important than a dark gold talisman. So when faced with a choice, I just threw it out without too much hesitation. In the eyes of many people, his choice at that time was extremely stupid. After all, even if you are killed, the chance of directly exploding the manifestation talisman is very low. But at that time, he was thinking that although the manifestation talismans were very precious with his strength in the game, as long as he was more diligent, he could quickly obtain new manifestation talismans from other bosses. But once Liu Yen died, where would he go to find another magic sealer? After finally learning such a domineering skill as the sealing technique, how could he be satisfied with just one? Now it seems that the original choice was correct. Not only did he successfully escape from the encirclement with Liu Yen, but he also avoided real disaster. At this time, there were no less than 10 voices of discussion in my ears, which meant that there were at least 10 evolutionists in Jing'an who were interested in the manifestation talisman. If the talisman of manifestation was still on his body at this moment, once these evolvers started fighting for it, the aftermath of the battle might kill him. It seems that in the future we have to minimize the exposure of Han Zhao's identity. After muttering softly, Xiao Han secretly made a decision in his heart. If you continue to keep such a high profile, it will be fine in the game, but in reality you will get into big trouble sooner or later. Before becoming a 4th level evolver, he still had to keep his tail between his legs, hiding the cold light in his eyes. Xiao Han didn't know what Qin Yonghui was thinking now, but there were some things that he had to make clear, so he continued, "You may not be clear about what happened later. Let me give you a rough summary. Give it a try. In order to survive in the graveyard of the undead, I not only threw away the manifestation talisman but also the town founding order. I also promised that any player who helped me would get a piece of silver equipment. You also know that the present talisman, I won't go into details, but the town founding order was picked up by Wan Ku, who was under Chan Su. Although I killed Shi Hao at that time and got a piece of diamond equipment from him, I sold it for 14.3 million, which was not enough to fulfill my promise. Now I still owe several million." After Xiao Han said this, Qin Yonghui's face became darker and darker, and finally he couldn't help but sneered. "Hey, the manifestation talisman is gone, the town founding order is gone, and even the diamond equipment that exploded from Shi Hao's body is gone no more. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? So easy to deceive? I didn't mean that." Xiao Han suppressed the anger in his heart and continued, with a smile, "Whether I lied to you or not, this is a good proof. I have entrusted Wantong Intermediary to sell the purple gold armor-piercing bow for me, and also asked him to help distribute the money to those players who helped. As for the physical talisman and the town establishment order, there are videos on the forum. If you don't believe me, you can watch it. Can't be fake. And to be blunt, you should be an evolver below level 4. If the manifestation talisman is still in my hand, do you have the strength to leave safely with it?" Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, approached Qin Yonghui, and whispered, "I don't know if you have investigated my information before coming here. I am also an evolver, but I am unlucky and am a hearing evolver with no fighting ability. So my hearing is very keen. For example, about 50 meters south of your head, there are 2 flying guys calling you a fool. For another example, on the ginkgo tree 30 meters behind and to your left, there is a guy named Ruanguang who says that you are a coward. You have been here for so long and you don't dare to hurt anyone. If you had known, you would have gone to instigate others. Have you never thought about why they didn't take action, but instead cracked melon seeds and watched the show from a distance?" Ruanguang? Qin Yonghui's face darkened. He suddenly turned around and looked at the ginkgo tree behind him and said coldly, "You'd better not lie to me." Then his hands suddenly opened, and an orange-red fireball quickly condensed on his chest, growing bigger and bigger. In less than a second, the fireball, with a diameter of less than 5 centimeters, became the size of a basketball, and billowing heat hit his face. Xiao Han was startled and quickly took a few steps back. A look of gloating immediately flashed in his eyes. "Call." At this time, the fireball was flicked by Qin Yonghui's finger, and like a Cannonball, it flew straight towards the ginkgo tree dozens of meters away. Fuck! Run! Guang, don't run away. Your defense is strong. Quickly block it for me. Stand in your sister's way. Don't drag me when you're riding a horse. The sudden appearance of the fireball caused the ginkgo tree to explode completely, and 4 or 5 black figures jumped down in the blink of an eye. Boom! As the fireball hit the ginkgo tree, the scattered sparks illuminated the place as bright as day. At this time, Qin Yonghui's face turned completely gloomy. Under the light of the fire, he saw Guang, the guy who had persuaded him to come over and snatch the manifestation talisman. Ruanju too, you are seeking death by riding on your horse. Qin Yonghui roared angrily, opened his hands suddenly, and dense fireballs immediately appeared on his chest, making the night sky brighter immediately. At the same time, the temperature in the air was also rising sharply. In less than a second, it exceeded the limit that normal people could endure, forcing Wang Jun and the veterans behind him to retreat continuously. At this time, Guang, who jumped down from the ginkgo tree, roared angrily, Qin Yonghui, you are crazy. This is a residential area. Even if you want to die, don't pull me. The angry roar echoed in the air, and there was already a sense of exasperation. But Qin Yonghui pretended not to hear it. He pushed his hands forward. Suddenly, and with a whoosh, dense fireballs all hit Guang, blocking all the space for dodging. Roar! At the same time, an inhuman roar came out, and thick black hair quickly grew on Guang's body, and then his body quickly expanded. In less than a second, he turned into a 2-meter-tall monster. Xiao Han, who was standing in the distance, suddenly bulged his eyes and said, in surprise, "Oh my god! He is actually a beast." #C298 2 Forces. 1. Since the emergence of the evolvers after 10 years, several branches have been slowly subdivided according to different awakening abilities. There are 3 most common ones, namely evolvers, law controllers, and beast transformers. Evolutionaries are the most common among them. They will awaken and strengthen the functions of certain parts of the body, such as muscles, bones, skin, etc. For such an evolver, every time he breaks through, his strength will increase significantly, but this type of evolvers accounts for less than 30% of the total number. More evolvers have only awakened some useless abilities such as vision, hearing, smell, taste, etc. Even if such abilities continue to evolve, their strength will not be significantly enhanced. As for the magic controllers, they are completely different from the evolvers. They are a group of guys who can control elemental forces such as wind, fire, thunder, electricity, and other natural forces. Every law controller is destined to be extraordinary from the day he awakens. No matter what kind of natural force, as long as it is upgraded to the 3rd level, it will have very powerful destructive power. And beast turners are different from evolvers and law controllers. They usually look like ordinary people, but once they are in a fighting state, they will turn into orcs. There are birds, beasts, and insects and fish, depending on the type of animal transformation. The strength is also very different. Looking at the black-haired guy in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. Although I have seen videos related to lycanthropes on the internet before, I have never had such a close observation. Is this guy turning into a wild boar? The fangs protruding from the corner of Guang's mouth made Xiao Han look at Qin Yonghui worriedly and whispered, "They shouldn't be fighting to the death. If a law controller dies here, there will be big trouble." "Now you know you're afraid?" Wang Jun took a few steps back, stood next to Xiao Han, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, that guy Guang is not stupid. He will endure even if he gets beaten. When the fire controller is defending the city, it is a mobile fort, and each one is extremely precious. If the power of the fire element had not had some bad effects on Qin Yonghui's temperament, he would not have appeared here." Elemental power also has an impact on temperament? Xiao Han was stunned. This was the first time he heard about it. and he couldn't help but ask, "What impact does it have? Is it that it makes people become irritable?" "Almost." Wang Jun pondered for a moment and continued, "I have been in contact with him before. At that time, Qin Yonghui was still a second-level fire spell controller. He almost wet his pants when he went to the battlefield. He is also quite shrewd, but he is not easily persuaded to come over and cause trouble for you. Now that he has become a third-level magic controller, I didn't expect that he would dare to come and steal things. He didn't have such courage before, but he didn't seem to use his brain when doing things." Thinking of the past, Wang Jun sighed with emotion and continued, "But what you said just now to sow discord is actually something you shouldn't have said. We are all just ordinary people. Offending too many evolutionaries is not a good thing. It's nice to see them fighting, but once Ruan Guang knows that Qin Yonghui suddenly took action because of you, that guy won't let it go. I just..." Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a series of explosions came, interrupting Xiao Han's speech. Under the ginkgo tree dozens of meters away, Ruan Guang, who transformed into a wild boar, protected his head with his arms and let the fireball hit him, sending sparks all over the sky. Where the fireball hit, all the thick and hard black hair had been burned away. At the same time, Qin Yonghui's right hand grabbed the air. The unextinguished sparks scattered around Ruan Guang flew back into his hand, like thousands of birds dropping into the forest, condensing into a fireball, the size of a wash basin. Immediately afterwards, the fireball started spinning at a very fast speed. In this process it becomes smaller and smaller, the color becomes lighter, and the temperature becomes higher and higher. Seeing this scene, Ruan Guang's face changed wildly, and he roared angrily, "Qin Yonghui, I'm gonna fuck your grandma. This horse riding is a residential area." Then he turned around and immediately turned around and ran wildly on all fours. At this time, several other figures who had just jumped down from the ginkgo tree also flashed and quickly disappeared without a trace. "Ruan Jutu, you fucking dare to lie to me, don't run away if you have the guts." After compressing the fireball in his hand, Qin Yonghui had no intention of stopping. He moved his steps and chased after him. In less than half a minute, all the evolvers hiding in the darkness left. Xiao Han listened carefully to the quickly disappearing discussions around him, looking a little confused. He didn't expect that after just a little provocation, Qin Yonghui exploded and chased Ruan Guang relentlessly. Looking at the situation, it seems that this matter will not be revealed easily. Turning to look at Wang Jun, Xiao Han knew that the storm tonight was far from over. Although he no longer has the manifestation talisman or town founding order on his body, he still has some dark gold and gold level equipment. Now that those evolvers know that there is such a thing as a manifestation symbol in perfect world, they will obviously put more energy into it. As a result, the demand for top quality equipment will become more urgent. And he is obviously a good blackmail target. Well, sighing depressedly, Xiao Han knew that he couldn't stay in this place any longer, so he said directly, "Brother Wang, I'm sorry to bother you this time. I didn't expect that just a manifestation talisman in the game would attract so many evolvers. It seems that we can't live here any longer. But don't worry, I will pay you all the rent for this month. Tomorrow morning I will ask Ding Yi and Xiao Yun to pack up and move directly to the city center and then hire more evolvers." "Why? Are you worried about getting in trouble with us?" Wang Jun pointed at himself and the group of old soldiers around him who were missing limbs and said with a smile, "Or do you think we can't protect you?" "No, why would I think so?" Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "It's just that I think the situation has changed now. It's not just the people in the three cores who want to attack me. If I continue to live here, it's a bit inappropriate." "Heh." Wang Jun chuckled and said slowly, "I don't care if you are, what do you think? I advise you to continue living here. If we old guys take your money and still can't guarantee your safety, it Doesn't matter where you move to. Even the city center is more dangerous for you. As an ordinary person, there are many things you don't understand. Do you know the Qin Yonghui who came just now? Why didn't he dare to do anything when I scolded him like that, but when you provoked him a little, he threw a fireball at Ruanguang? Why? Xiao Han knew that this might be because of the military background, but he still cooperated and asked, "Isn't it because you are all disabled veterans that he can't do it? How is this possible?" Wang Jun narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Those guys have blood on their hands. Those who are soft-hearted may have died long ago. He didn't do it just because he didn't dare." Jing'an City looks very harmonious on the surface, but in fact there are many disputes inside. According to the position, it can be roughly divided into two forces. Hashtag C299 two forces. 2. There are two forces in Jing'an City? Xiao Han was shocked with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He has lived in this city for 2 years, and it has always been managed by the military. He has never heard of such news. Looking at the direction where Qin Yonghui left, Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he asked in a low voice, "Those guys, are they the other force you mentioned?" "I guess so." Wang Jun nodded and said solemnly, "You have to know that human nature is very complicated, especially in this world that is like the end of the world. A large part of the evolvers, after mastering the power far beyond ordinary people, their mentality will slowly change. They are not satisfied with the status quo. They want to live better. Cars, houses, money, women, etc. all become their goals. But these things will not appear out of thin air, so they can only be robbed by force, but this is very dangerous, so some people hold each other together for warmth and gradually develop into forces." "No way. Doesn't City Lord Jiang care?" Xiao Han frowned, a little. "Incomprehensible. Manage how?" Wang Jun smiled bitterly and continued, "Catch them and kill them all. But such evolvers account for more than 70% of the total. If you were the city lord, what would you do in this situation? What could you do?" "Yes, what could you do?" Xiao Han's expression froze and he was speechless. Although Jing'an City is also a large city, this is because the number of people sheltered exceeds 10 million. In terms of strength, it actually does not meet the standards of a large city. Just a few months ago, Jing'an suffered a siege by mutant beasts. According to official data, the total number of deaths of ordinary civilians and soldiers defending the city has exceeded 200,000. Although it was successfully defended, if the number of evolvers suddenly decreased by 70% at that time, this vibrant city should have become a ruin long ago. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little horrified. If such a thing really happened, there would be no other large cities within a radius of 1,000 kilometers for them to migrate. When they came to Jing'an from Linchuan, the death rate of ordinary people exceeded 50% in less than 200 kilometers. If it was a large migration of more than 1,000 kilometers, the number of people who survived would not exceed 10%, and it was even possible that the whole army would be wiped out. Thinking of this result, Xiao Han more or less understood Jiang Zhe's helplessness. If they could not kill or capture, then compromise was the only choice. After all, once Jing'an City was captured by mutant beasts, the chance of survival for ordinary people or evolvers would not exceed 10%. Perhaps this is the main reason why those non-military evolvers chose to compromise. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han continued to chat with Wang Jun, and at the same time understood that the military still had absolute dominance over the city, although the number of evolvers they had was less than 30% of the total number. They had many conventional firearms and were also united enough. However, it was difficult for non-military evolvers to unite because of their various demands. In this situation where no one could do without the other, they could only reach a compromise in the end. As long as there is no wanton massacre that causes large-scale civilian deaths, the military will generally turn a blind eye. but they are extremely protective of the disabled veterans who have retired. It is precisely for this reason that after Qin Yonghui came here, he still did not dare to kill people directly despite being criticized like that. So for him, Tianshui Yaju is the safest place. And the so-called city center, almost 80% of non-military evolvers live there. If you really go there, you will be a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Walking slowly back to the villa with Wang Jun all the way, Xiao Han never mentioned leaving again. For him, except for this place, he can only join the army, otherwise other places are not safe. Time, I need time. When Wang Jun turned around and left, Xiao Han clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "It seems that I must take action against Ding Hai." What happened tonight has made him understand that he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Jing'an City is far less safe than he imagined. Fortunately, he had thrown away the materialization talisman. If the materialization talisman was still there, some retired veterans would not be able to stop those jealous evolvers. To get rid of this predicament, improving strength is the first priority. Although he has the Peiyuan pill in his hand, his strength will enter a rapid improvement period, but at most he will only have the strength of a third-level evolver in a short period of time. Such strength is still unable to cope with possible dangers. There are many evolvers above level 4 in Jing'an City, and most of them are non-military. So the best choice now is to take back the materialization talisman that Ding Hai had taken away. As long as he can get the materialization talisman again, he will be able to materialize a dominant boss into reality in a short period of time. At that time, no matter who wants to attack him, they need to think twice. With such an idea in mind, Xiao Han did not delay any longer, and immediately pushed open the door of the villa and walked in quickly. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun had already gotten up to make dinner, and Yi Xiao was standing beside her, chattering something. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, Xiao Han didn't want to greet her. At first, because she would definitely stay up all night again tonight. But thinking of her instructions and concern in the morning, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiaoyun, you don't need to bring my dinner. There are important things to deal with in the game and I have to stay up all night today." Important things? Before Jiang Xiaoyun spoke, Yi Xiao snorted coldly. "Why do I not believe? Is he going to have a tryst with some woman? Someone is naked and hugging a beautiful woman in the game, and he gave up the embodiment and town building order worth hundreds of millions for her. Could he be attracted to her? There is a stupid woman who can pretend not to see it and cook soup for a heartless man. I really don't know what she is looking for." Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't expect Yi Xiao to suddenly bring up this matter. He quickly put down the spatula in his hand, covered her mouth, and said anxiously, "Didn't you promise me not to mention this matter? What if I promised? Am I the kind of person who keeps his promises?" "You." Seeing the sudden, Xiao Han was stunned on the spot. Jiang Xiaoyun was almost mad at the woman next to him. She could only say, "It's just a game. I don't care. Why do you have to compete with a woman in a game?" "Am I competing?" Yi Xiao glared and continued, "I feel bad. That's a materialization talisman worth hundreds of millions. He actually threw it away for a woman in the game. He might as well die with that woman. Maybe the materialization talisman might still be there." "What are you talking about?" Unable to stop Yi Xiao from talking, Jiang Xiaoyun's face was full of black lines. He had to explain. He is so good at playing games, how can he not know what to choose? Since he threw away the materialization talisman and left Lu Yan, it must be because Lu Yan's value is higher than the materialization talisman. I don't understand. Who is his wife between the two of us? I, the main owner, am not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Okay. Count me for being nosy. Yi Xiao was unhappy, turned around and left the kitchen and walked to the second floor. In a blink of an eye, there were only two people left on the first floor of the huge villa. Xiao Han was still a little embarrassed when mentioning Lu Yen. After all, they were hugging each other like that, and Jiang Xiaoyun saw it with his own eyes. No matter what kind of explanation, it was pale and powerless. Even in the game, this situation is unacceptable for a woman. But at that time, Lu Yen was in danger, and he didn't think so much. It was a coincidence that both of them were naked. But no matter what, Xiao Han still didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoyun would defend himself for no reason, which made him feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Yen in the game is really beautiful, whether it is appearance, figure, or temperament, compared with those first-line stars 10 years ago and the internet. Celebrities filtered by beauty pictures, they are not on the same level at all. But such a woman is beautiful, but after all, she is not real. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who seemed to be silent, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I will explain to you about Lu Yen tonight. This matter is very complicated and cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Now I really have something to do, and it is very important, otherwise I would not have been online for 20 hours last night." "It's okay, you go and do it." Jiang Xiaoyun did not pursue this matter, and said with a smile, "I can understand, you don't have to explain to me. We are just nominal husband and wife. I have no right to care so much." "Haha. Why do I sound sour?" Xiao Han smiled with narrowed eyes, stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Xiaoyun's arm, and smiled lewdly. "In fact, I am an old pervert, and I have been greedy for your body for a long time. Come upstairs with me now. I want to give you the right to care about me." #C300 Soul slavery and soul controlling. After teasing Jiang Xiaoyun for a while and watching her blushing, Xiao Han returned to the room contentedly, put on his helmet, and entered the game. At this time, although he had that thought in his mind, it was really not the right time. After reappearing in Pyongyanglu, Xiao Han immediately looked at the friend list and found that Bai Shaoxing was online. So he casually sent him a message. The loss of the dark gold embodiment talisman was a good thing for him. Bai Shaoxing also expressed his opinion on this matter, and did not want him to cause trouble to Ding Hai and Sure Hao again. After all, once the embodiment talisman was exposed again, it would be a big trouble. But this time is different. If there was no phantom face towel, if there was no what happened tonight, maybe he would have listened to this suggestion. As for now, because of the insecurity in his heart, he can no longer care so much. Now, in order to facilitate Xinghan's identity to take action, I have to let everyone know that I went to the dark forest. After thinking about the details of the action for a while in Pyongyanglu, Xiao Han still did not wait for Bai Shaoxing's news, so he walked towards the teleportation hall. 5 minutes later, he came to the north of the city and found a yard with a plaque of Animal Taming Hall hanging on it and walked in. At this time, no other players could be seen in this place. In the yard, there were a few young people who were training small pets, including cats, dogs, and some birds that could not be named. Seeing a stranger coming in, several people stopped what they were doing. One of the older ones asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "I heard that someone here teaches taming techniques, so I came to take a look." Xiao Han did not hesitate and directly stated his purpose. Seeing that several people looked confused, he continued, "Doesn't the plaque at the door say, Taming Hall? Did I find the wrong place? It shouldn't be. I found the right place, but we don't have any taming techniques here." The young man who spoke before was stunned and continued, "We only teach taming techniques here, and you must be a mid-level warrior or above to learn. So it's called taming." Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and then said, "I am a mid-level warrior. Please lead the way." As he said that, he did not forget to take out a handful of gold coins and gave one to each young man around him. After this operation, several people nearby all showed a look of surprise and rushed to lead him. Xiao Han didn't mind the loss of a few gold coins, and followed them to the depths of the yard. After a while, he saw an old man with a somewhat wretched face. At this time, he was lying on a rocking chair, holding a palm leaf fan, rocking leisurely. Seeing this, Xiao Han did not hesitate, and immediately stepped forward and said, "Old sir, I want to learn the art of animal taming. I wonder if you can teach me." "It's okay to teach you, but are you sure you want to learn animal taming?" The old man smiled and said, "I also have animal slavery and animal control. Don't you want to learn more?" Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect that he could choose at will. He asked, quickly, "What is the difference between the 3 animal taming methods you mentioned? Can you explain it? Also, can you only learn one, or can you learn all 3? Hey, speaking of this, the difference is huge." A glimmer of excitement flashed across the old man's face, and he continued, "These 3 animal taming methods can indeed be learned, but animal taming is different. The effects of the taming technique and the beast slaving technique are the same, so you only need to learn one. The difference between them is that it only takes 1 gold coin to learn the taming technique, while the beast slaving technique requires 100. As for the beast taming technique, it is a method of controlling and taming wild beasts. It needs to be used in conjunction with the taming technique, and it requires 10 gold coins to learn. With such a big price difference, it seems that the beast slaving technique is better." Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he took out 110 gold coins without hesitation and said readily, "It's a bit expensive, but I want to learn both of them." Okay. The young man is really good." The wretched old man's face flashed a hint of surprise, and at the same time, 2 books with yellow covers appeared in his hands. Xiao Han could feel that something seemed to be wrong. The old man in front of him seemed to be afraid that he would regret it, and he was trying his best to sell these 2 books. Perhaps the prices of these 2 books may be a little inflated, but he didn't care. It was only 110 gold coins. After the 100-fold reward increase, its value will directly increase by dozens of times. Without hesitation, he immediately handed over all the gold coins in his hand, and also took the 2 books from the old man. At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in his ears, and a hint of excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face. Ding, you get the beast slave technique, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the spirit slave technique. Ding, you get the beast control technique, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the spirit control technique. Beast became spirit, and it can be known from the literal meaning that the spirit slave technique and the spirit control technique must be more advanced. Xiao Han did not delay at all, and immediately flipped through the books. Impatiently, after the 2 books disappeared, he opened the attribute panel again and looked at the introduction of the spirit slave technique and the spirit control technique. Spirit slave technique. LV0, 0/1000. Increase the taming success rate by 20%, and the loyalty of the tamed beast is 100%. Spirit controlling technique. LV0, 0/1000. Communicate with the pet that has been tamed, and communicate with it, which lasts for 30 seconds. Can only be used on 1 pet at a time. Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and his expression was a little excited. 100% loyalty means that the tamed pet will be difficult to rebel, unless he abuses the pet to reduce its loyalty. Hey, this soul slave technique, it can't control the soul. Thinking of this, Xiao Han turned around and ran towards the teleportation hall. He was already a little impatient. The success rate of taming increased by 20%, and he had to catch a few pets to play with.